Hello, deities. It's your favorite ferret, Cheese Louise. And today we're playing some more, shut up Sayori, some more Doki Doki Encore. It's not Sayori Route, it's not Natsuki Route, it's time for Yuri Route. Let's go. Oh, I didn't let Monica finish. Sad. So some disclosure. I know I'm starting late today. Blah 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 reasons. I was tweaking around some stuff, mostly getting ready for the next Amiibo tournament, sliding PNGs around, and OBS suddenly started making my whole computer drag. It was like, give me that GPU, give me 99%, give me all of it. I'm like, whoa, what is happening? I don't know what's going on with that. I restarted my computer and it was like still weird. I don't know. I think I have it resolved. Anyway, this is Doki time. Like Natsuki Route, we're gonna skip everything that's a duplicate. I had thought before that, for Natsuki Route will be good and pure Natsuki and we won't have accepted Sayori's feelings, but for Yuri Route we'll make things interesting and spicy. Ooh, we accepted Sayori's feelings and now, but I feel like it's gonna be it won't be very Yuri Route. It'll be Sayori Route, but we're cheating, and I don't want that. So we'll say we did not accept Sayori's confession, and we hung out with Yuri. Hi, Monica. Alright. You can see I have little Yuri next to me. Oh, and she is part of the dynamic shading this time. Yay. Can't really tell right now because the room's bright, but yeah. I mean, we're only going to do that when we're in the dream or whatever. Can't wait for some Yuri dreams. Good. Yay. I got the chance to get to know Yuri a little better as we prepared for the festival. I am assuming that you, the viewer, have both played Doki Doki Literature Club, or at least watched someone, and you've seen at least one of my probably my Sayori stream. Because I'm going to be skipping stuff and not giving context, so yeah. I finally recall back to last Sunday, where we spent the afternoon working on the banner. A smile comes across my face as I remember the towel incident. I remember Yuri sucks on your finger, because you have blood on it, and she likes blood. Then there was Sayori's confession, followed out. Oh, skip. Especially since I was able to spend it with Yuri. She wouldn't let me out of her sight for some reason. Oh right, we hung out with Yuri at the festival. Skip. Oh, Sayori wakes us up. Walks us to school. Hello everyone. After a moment of silence, Yuri's the first to speak up. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, Monica's hung up, and we think it's over the festival, but she's hung up over the fact that we're in a sequel and not the original game. It's not working well for her. After a moment of silence, Yuri is the first to speak up. Hey, Monica. Monica turns her full attention to Yuri. Yuri immediately averts her eyes as she starts shifting her feet on the floor. Surprisingly, Yuri pushes on what she has to say. Pushes on too? Listen, it isn't your fault that we couldn't get anyone new to join our club. Monica closes her eyes, seemingly trying to fight back tears. You pushed us out of our comfort zones to give us an opportunity to make something fun for all of us. And I can say that from my experience from the preparations, it was well worth it. Yuri shoots me a quick side glance. I know exactly what she's referring to. Yeah, Yuri and I had a really good time together. We got to paint the banner, and we even... she tasted my blood. It was a good time. I look over at Sayori and see her... Oh, wait a minute. Haha, I knew I forgot something. Sorry, I wasn't a ferret for a moment there. Look over at Sayori and see her staring down at me with sort of sad look in her eyes. I can't say it, not after I shot her down on Sunday. Even, I can feel my face burning up as a deep sense of extreme guilt washes over me. It leaves me tongue-twisted, and I don't know what else to say without upsetting Sayori. As I am wont to do, saving me from further embarrassment, Natsuki is the next to speak up. Oh, come on, Monica, don't be so hard on yourself. I had fun preparing for the festival. I always enjoy baking, so I wouldn't say it was all for nothing. Sayori turns her attention back to Monica. Monica, Yuri and Natsuki are right. There's nothing we could have changed. We even made the event as fun as we could, even though no one joined. That's not so bad. We still got to hang out and have fun, just like we always have. Finally, it's my turn to speak up. Yeah, Monica, you're a great president, and I couldn't be happier with what we have now. And I skip... hang out with Yuri, of course. Yuri Route. Why is it so quiet? I go to Yuri first. Yuri is in her usual spot at the front of the room, reading The Portrait of Markov. I carefully approach Yuri, not wanting to startle her. Hey, Yuri. Ah, you startled me. Yuri is immediately snapped out of her trance and turns her head to face me. Oh, hey, Cheese. Yuri sounds surprised to see me, but she quickly composes herself. How are you doing this afternoon? Oh, I'm doing alright. Just want to see how you've been. Yuri's eyes glisten. You came to check up on me? How thoughtful. Yuri starts playing with her hair, as if she's trying to compose herself. I mean, yeah, it's been a while since the festival. Yuri continues to blush even harder. Blush 2. The blushioning. I'll admit, looking back at the time I've spent with Yuri over the last 2 weeks, I feel a smile form across my face as well. I quickly try to change the subject to avoid someone seeing us like this. So, how's reading Portrait of Markov been? Yuri snaps out of her gaze and back into reality. My reality. Oh, well, the book is going to be very interesting. How about you? Did you have a chance to get any reading done? No, I don't read. You know me. Yeah, I was able to read up to chapter 5. I can't believe they left us on a cliffhanger like that. Yuri chuckles to herself. Well, that's why there's chapter 6. Come on, we can read it together. I'd like that, Yuri. I see Yuri form another smile. You're a really good friend, She's. So good. So good, I just... Well, calm down, Yuri. Route just started. She flashes a gentle smile at me. It's very clear that between us hanging out last Sunday, as well as the festival, she's really had me on her mind lately. And if I were being honest with myself, I'd say I've spent the last 2 weeks with her on my mind as well. Yuri may be a hard person to get a good read on sometimes, but I'm starting to think that maybe we can be more than just friends. Well, I try. We stand there a few moments, gazing at each other. Suddenly, I remember to grab my book. Oh, 1 second. Knew I forgot something. Wow. Sorry, just fixing a technical thing. I don't believe there's a need for that. If you want, you could sit next to me again. If you want. I really have no preference. It doesn't matter how near or far from me you sit. I have no preference at all. Yuri becomes all flustered and is stumbling over her sentences. I try to calm her down. Hey, it's okay, really. I wouldn't mind at all. I start to feel my own face heating up with embarrassment. As if this needed to be even more awkward for the both of us. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Sayori staring stoically into space. That's not like Sayori. What's up with Sayori? Yuri turns to look at Sayori. I'm not sure. I haven't really seen her like that before. I can't imagine what could possibly be troubling her. She obviously has no problems at all. Yeah, I'll be right back, okay? Yuri smiles and nods approvingly at me. I'll be waiting. Hey, Sayori. Oh, hey, Cheese. Sayori puts on her usual cheerful grin, but something about it just seems off. What's up? What's up? I take a seat right next to her. Oh, same old. She smiles sadly at me. Sayori. She must be having her rain clouds again. I gently place my hand on her shoulder. You know that if anything's bothering you, you can talk to me. I'm here for you, Sayori. Hate to see you like this, and I know you don't want to have those rain clouds over your head all the time. I can hear Sayori start to sniffle. And if I've said or done anything lately that has put you in this state of mind right now, I want to let you know that I'm deeply, deeply sorry. I never wanted to hurt you or... Nothing's really changed between us, right? I mean, I want to think so. It's kind of funny, Cheese. I don't take your meaning. I selfishly thought that if I tried putting all my time, energy, and effort into making you happy, I don't know, I thought that you would love me back. I feel my heart sink like a stone in the ocean as Sayori chokes those words out. But I never was the one you wanted, was I? If I wasn't such a mess, you'd still be spending time with Yuri, wouldn't you? I can see why you like her so much. Her huge plots of land. You deserve to have someone like her in your life. I shouldn't be trying to keep you from her. Maybe I should have come to Sayori sooner. She's clearly been bottling this up for a while now. Just the way you seem to be enjoying yourself over there with Yuri. And I ruined it for you. I'm a terrible friend. You should just move on from me. No, Sayori. Don't say that. Sayori hugs me tightly. I put my arms around her and close my eyes. I can feel my heart beat in sync with Sayori's. I feel the warmth of her body radiate onto me. Me spending time with Yuri isn't going to make me forget about you, Sayori. And I'm just trying to figure out everything just as much as you are. I should have come to you sooner. I'm sorry. I hear Sayori sniffle as she works to prevent herself from breaking down and sobbing. We're like this for some time before we hear some commotion come from the closet. Dang it, Monica! Monica and Yuri giggle before going back to their respective activities. Sayori and I turn to each other, both shooting each other a concerned look over what just happened. I'm going to check on Natsuki. Sayori wipes a tear and gives me an approving nod. I carefully approach the closet. I hear Natsuki rummaging around in the closet. Natsuki? I ask her ever so cautiously, and as softly as I humanly can. Natsuki turns toward me. I can see the fire in her eyes. What? The frustration in her voice takes me off guard. I need to calm her down before this gets out of hand. Hey, I just wanted to see what's been going on, that's all. Natsuki seems to have calmed down a little upon hearing this. I can't find my Volume 12 of Parfait Girls set. Everything's been moved around again. Do you want me to help you? Natsuki seems to be slightly offended at my suggestion. No, I got it all under control. I don't need your help. Idiot. Her voice trails off. You sure? Yes, I'm not a kid. I can handle myself, you know. Maybe she can handle this by herself. Suit yourself. Bye. As I head back towards the front of the room, you can hear Natsuki's exasperated sighs, followed by more of her yelling. Back! What? I'll never get around to understanding Natsuki's weird logic. Sorry. I should have muted for that. Just had to clear my throat. My train of thought is interrupted by Monica calling us to attention. Okay, everyone, poem time! Do we really need to do this now? I'm looking for something. Sorry, Natsuki, I just want to make sure we have enough time to share. Natsuki shoots Monica an irritated look. Alright, fine. Natsuki quickly glances back at the closet. I see the irritation from Natsuki's face fade away as she dejectedly looks at the floor and starts slowly walking to retrieve her poem. Hey, Natsuki. Natsuki turns to me, her face red and eyes glossy as if she was fighting back tears. Is Chizette a Doki character? No, Chizette's not here. But we're on Yuri Route, so Yuri's here. Yuri can't talk. She won't talk if you ask Chizette a question. I could make Chizette be here. Look, she's not always here, okay? She has her own life. She's off playing Mega Man or something. I don't know. Natsuki turns to me, her face red and eyes glossy as if she was fighting back tears. Yeah? I'm sure you find it sooner or later. I know it means a lot to you that you find that copy. Trust me, I'd be pissed too if I lost something that was that important to me. Natsuki struggles to maintain eye contact with me for longer than a few seconds. Drink your drink, I shall. Dang it, I always forget to set it down softly when I'm using the desk. You're ultra sick, just chilling playing video games with your bros and drinking water. Nice. I mean, not nice, but nice. My throat's still a little scratchy from when I was sick. Like, I don't feel sick, but just swallowing is a little rough sometimes. Don't take that out of context. That's... I know how you feel. I just wanted to let you know that my offer to help you still stands. What game are you playing? Natsuki's face returns to its normal color, but she struggles to articulate what she wants to say next. But after a few moments, she finally finds her voice. Thanks, Cheese. Hey, no problem. I hate seeing you get so worked up like this. I like seeing you happy. Natsuki stares off into space as if to process what I just said. Well, now you're getting a love letter, and there's nothing you can do about it. You alright, Natsuki? Natsuki returns to reality. I'm fine. Let's just get this over with. Natsuki hurries off to the back of the room to retrieve her poem. I quietly sigh to myself as I walk over to retrieve my poem. It's always been hard for me to get a good read on Natsuki. Sometimes I don't know whether she acts that way on purpose, or if she has an ulterior motive for trying to act that way. I proceed to exchange my poem with the rest of the club members, who all seem to generally like it. Despite the rather interesting exchanges that I had with Natsuki, she acts as if it didn't happen and gave me her usual suggestion of not being too wordy. Sorry, I'm emulating Yuri, I have to. But during our time together, she seemed unusually unfocused, as if her mind is elsewhere. Likely out of guilt for being angry when I was around her today. While I've already struggled to understand her, her poem might have given me some insight into what she's going through. Natsuki's poem was about a girl who had a seemingly good friend group. But one day, the group added another member. The new member spent time with just about everyone else. Oh, come on. Except for her. Natsuki, I can't. I'm not on your route. Don't guilt trip me. And they wanted to get to know the new person because she found him interesting. But it just never worked out, leaving the person feeling alone and unwanted. While sharing my poem with Monika, I could tell that the festival was still on her mind, but she seemed to have more or less moved on from it. Monika complimented me on how far I've come as a writer, and noted how my style was becoming more and more like Yuri's, something which she teased me a little bit about in her signature Monika pose. Monika's poem was in her usual free form and abstract style. I didn't really understand the meaning behind it as usual, something about pixels, but from my best interpretation of the poem, it had something to do with second chances and new opportunities, and video games, and computers. Monika and I then got into a bit of a philosophical discussion about how we should never give up and always take opportunities when they present themselves. It was relatively inspiring, actually. Sayori's reaction is about what I expected. She says it's really good and gives me some of her usual encouragement. Though I could tell that she was really forcing a smile. I can't tell if it's her rain clouds acting up or she's still getting over the rejection. I can definitely tell she was still emotionally conflicted when I read her poem. Oh, yes, I am sit up straight. Hello, Sayori. It was about two friends, a boy and a girl who had known each other for a long time. When the girl finally confessed her feeling to the boy at his house, right outside, the boy hesitantly rejected her and walked back into his house. Yeah, I think last Doki stream, Sayori followed and a Monica followed. Oh, sorry, Cheezette's not active. I'm sorry. But I acknowledge your sadness. And I hope you feel better. No, see, Cheezette's not on today. I'm sorry. The boy hesitantly rejected her and walked back into his house. But oddly enough, left the door open. Reading Sayori's poem really made me feel guilty about what happened last Sunday. Why does everyone write their poems about me? I just hope we can put what happened behind us. Surprisingly, Yuri actually came to me first, excited for us to exchange poems. Yuri's poem was in her usual style of being deep and sophisticated, but it was unusually joyful for what she usually writes about. Oh. Can you be happy in so many words? Through my best interpretation of her poem, it seemed like it was about someone finding love and companionship for the very first time. It actually does remind me of back in the day when I was, it was my first year of streaming. I was doing Doki Doki Blue Skies. And, like, I think throughout several streams, like, several different Monica accounts followed me. But one of them stuck around. It was just silly times. Yeah. Where are you, Monica? The poem told the story of how they were trying to interpret their own feelings and debate about how they should go about it. Yuri seemed to really enjoy my poem, calling it one of the best poems she's ever read. She also compliments me on how far I've come as a writer, and that she's proud that she was able to serve as a role model for me. Our talks of poems quickly shifted to catching up with each other to see how we've been since the festival. If she's eaten anyone else's blood, besides mine. During our conversation, we at times struggled to maintain eye contact with each other. It was clear that what happened last Sunday and the time we spent during the festival was very much on our minds. I've always enjoyed being around Yuri. I even started to like the little quirks she has. She may be shy and awkward at first, but she's a really deep and interesting person to be around. She clearly knows her stuff, and there's never been a dull moment between us. I always did find it adorable whenever she gets flustered and doesn't know what to say or do next. Hey, are you thinking that about me? How dare you? Not to mention, she's breathtakingly beautiful and elegant. Oh, stop complimenting me. I often find myself getting lost in those beautiful, dark purple eyes of hers. If things can always be like this, I could die happy. And skip. Okay. We went home, we talked with Sayori. I really need to figure out things between me and Sayori. Given everything she's gone through lately, and how I've probably been making things worse, I should probably convince her to get professional help. Though, I don't know if she'll listen to me now. On the bright side, Yuri's hot. I think I'm getting better at understanding Yuri. She seems to be getting much more comfortable around me. I wonder if it's because of that Sunday when we made the banner? Button. Sorry. I think back to those 2 times where I gushed myself, reliving them in my head. I wonder if Yuri really would go out with a guy like me. I mean, she seems to be really into me. But she really isn't one to go out of her way to step outside of our comfort zone into social situations. Though Yuri has been opening up to me more, so maybe there is a chance. And if there's a chance to be with her, I'm definitely going to take it. It would be quite the turn of events. Yuri, a girl who would often spend all her time by herself, who hardly ever raised her voice, to maybe going out with me. I wouldn't mind. And something tells me Yuri wouldn't mind either. As I drift off into sleep, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Sorry. Life is a funny thing sometimes. Oh, we're in the dream. Alright. Shading activated. I fling the door open. To find myself back in the club room? Alright, Monica. Give me the Yuri nightmares. Only, something's off. The club room is completely empty. There's no desks or chairs. Oh yeah, I forgot. We also have reverb in the nightmare. What happened? I hear the doors to the club room open. I turn to see who opened them. Nosferatu. It's Yuri. Uh-oh. Hi, cheese. Yuri has a deranged look on her face. Hi, Yuri. I don't really know what to say or do in this situation. Where are we? It doesn't matter. What matters is that we're here together. Alone. Yuri lets out an insane, maniacal laugh. I want to scream and run, but I can't move. I made something for you, cheese. A piece of paper floats over to me. My hand stretches out to grab it. I put a lot of thought into it. Please tell me what you think. Oh, this old classic. Oh, Yuri, you shouldn't have. Do I get the eyes? Are we gonna do the eyes? Yep, okay. Jeez. What did you think? Isn't it the best thing you've ever read? I spent all night working on that. You know it's not like in English, Yuri, right? It's not even in Japanese. Oh. I had to cut myself 5 times just to make sure I finished that poem. Why? 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 I almost passed out writing it, actually. I tried to force myself not to go to the bathroom either. Why? So, sorry if I got the poem a little messy. What the heck? But I hope you like my scent. Yuri, this is why I don't like you. Monica, you don't need to force her text to be anything. She's already doing that. Do you love me, cheese? Tell me you love me. Tell me I'm the best. Tell me I'm better than that selfish toothpick. Tell me I'm better than that useless walking klutz. But I can never compare to Monica. She is actually emotionally stable, something I'll never be. Why don't you love me? 'Cause you're scary. Uh-oh. No, no. Great. Good. Dot, dot, dot. I open my eyes. I look around to see nothing but black, empty space. Doing a quick self-check, I appear to be okay. What the hell? What the hell was that? Oh yeah, I think we're awake now. It's just nighttime. Was that real? Obviously not. No, this can't be. This is just a bad dream. I'm having a bad dream. You're lucky that this is a dream. This is what ultimately should have happened. But reality changed. and she lives for now. You're putting me into a box by spending time with her. Well, maybe you should stay in the box. Do us both a favor. Stay away from Yuri. Let her die. She's not worth it. But L'Oreal says that she is worth it. Let her suffer. Let her die. So that is a minor complaint I do have about Doki Doki Encore. It seems they didn't understand that the black text is text that Monica is forcing other people to say. It doesn't make sense for her to do it to herself. They seem to just use it for when they want lines to be creepy and not when it makes sense for Monica to be forcing someone else to say something. I wake up and it's spooky. I try to purge what I saw last night from my memory, but I still feel like I can see Yuri about to stab herself. It's rather unsettling. Why? Who's her, Yuri? Why on earth would I do that? Let her die, SMH. I would never do that, Monica. So, how are things with you and Yuri? My mind goes completely blank. I'm not entirely sure how I can put it to someone like Monica without accidentally giving anything away. For all I know, Yuri might have convinced Monica to see how I feel about her in a roundabout way. Oh, well, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, Cheese. No, it's fine. It's just difficult to explain. Yeah, you could say that. Take a moment to collect my thoughts. Well, it's been an interesting journey with her. At first, I thought she just wanted to be left alone with her books. Monica lets out a small laugh. Well, that's Yuri. From my understanding, she's always kind of been like that. Really? Did she tell you something? That's not really something for me to say, Cheese. But I could say that she's been a lot happier since you joined. Well, it's good to see that I did something right, at least. Oh, sorry, I have to crack my knuckles. Monica lets out another small laugh. Oh, come on, Cheese. You should give yourself a little more credit than that. I mean, my friendship with Sayori's been a mess lately. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with her. Do you want to talk about it? I mean, try to figure out how to best articulate my current status with Sayori. It's just been awkward since last Sunday. Like, one moment everything will be fine, and the next thing I know, I'll say something stupid and it'll ruin her day. I guess her feelings are still raw from, you know. My voice trails off as Monica listens intently. I see. Well, I would say for Sayori... What? Well, I would say for Sayori... She just needs... Monica! Pleased to meet you. Your name is Monica, President of Literature Club. You decided to spread the word about our club. Welcome. Hi, Monica. We're not on Monica Route right now, but I will do it next time. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for becoming a Fezling. But yeah, I do Monica Routes next time. What I would say for Sayori is that she just needs to get over what happened with you and her. I'm sure she'll come to you when she's ready to talk about what happened. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. She's a strong person, she'll get through it. Monica shoots me a reassuring smile. Thanks, Monica. I really needed to hear that. No problem. So, what should I do with Yuri? Monica pauses for a moment. Well, it depends on where you see yourself going with her, Cheese. I mean... I feel like I'm stuck in a box here. No, everyone's in boxes. Do I risk telling Monica that I'm interested in Yuri? There's really no way that I could deny my feelings for her. Especially when it's starting to become painfully obvious. I decided to try to play the roundabout card too. I just don't know if she likes me the same way I do. Maybe it went a little too obvious there. Monica shoots me a reassuring smile. Well, I'm sure Yuri will come to you soon and tell you how she feels. It's better for her to come to you than for you to come to her. Why? Knowing how she is and everything. I'm not quite sure how she'd react if you went to her first. I don't know if she'd be able to handle it. I understand. Thank you, Monica. I really appreciate everything. No problem. Your happiness is important to me too, Cheese. I managed a small smile at Monica. Thanks, Monica. You're too kind. If you want to talk more, I'll be here. I've actually been working on this poem since last night if you want to see how it turned out. I'll certainly keep that in mind, Monica. Monica smiles as she turns and heads back to the teacher's desk. I turn to face the rest of the room with everyone doing their respective activities. Well, it makes no sense for me to stand out in the open like this. Of course, Yuri. I decided to see what Yuri was up to. I spot Yuri in her usual spot at the front of the room. I tepidly approach her as she seems to be absorbed in her book. However, she quickly spots me heading her way. Hey, Cheese. She smiles warmly at me. Hey, Yuri, what's up? Oh, just reading Chapter 7. How about you? Aside from that horrific nightmare I had last night, and the hallucinations I experienced this morning, which there's no chance I'm sharing any of that with Yuri. Oh, I'd say it's been alright. Nothing too exciting. Ha ha ha. Well, that's good to hear, Cheese. Excuse me, sorry. Were you able to finish Chapter 6? Yeah, I finished it last night, actually. It was pretty interesting. Weird I'm not having nightmares about that. That wasn't completely true. I did finish the chapter, but I finished it today during class when I was bored. I wouldn't want to give Yuri the impression that I'm a slacker. Cough, cough. Well, I'm glad you got to read it. I just got started with reading Chapter 7, actually. So, we can read it together if you want. Yuri looks off in her usual flustered manner. You know I'd love to, Yuri. Oh, right. How silly of me. I sit down next to Yuri. I take it we're doing the same thing as last time? Yeah, that works for me. I shoot Yuri a warm smile, which immediately causes her to blush. Well, let's get reading. Yuri nods approvingly at me as we begin to read Chapter 7. After reading for a few minutes, I see Yuri shifting uncomfortably in her seat. The new BGM just dropped? Everything good, Yuri? Yeah, it's just that my posture isn't too good right now. Yeah, me neither, even though someone redeemed to sit up straight. Oh right, her posture. Can't believe I forgot about that. Do you want to move under the windowsill again? I mean, if you're comfortable here, I don't mind. Yuri, I don't want you to be uncomfortable if sitting like this is going to make your back ache. I really don't mind where we read as long as we're together. Oh. Might have been a little too forward there. Yuri's completely caught off guard and frantically fiddles with her hair as she figures out how to respond. Yeah, let's just sit down. Okay. Yuri and I take our seats under the windowsill. Ironically enough, we actually sat here before, for the exact same reason. I don't mind it though. I enjoy being like this with Yuri. Yuri hands me the book as she peers over her shoulder to read. Do you feel better now? Yeah, I do. I can't really see the book though. Oh, my bad. I try to bring the book closer to Yuri, but it makes my arm feel awkward. Why is the music being dramatic? Let me try something. Yuri sits me in her lap. Yuri pushes the book back towards me. Oh? I don't buy MC-kun being taller than Yuri. Yuri should be the tallest one. She then puts her hand on my her head on my shoulder. I immediately feel blood rush to my face as I'm filled with shock. Not that I don't mind Yuri doing that, but the fact that she actually went out of her comfort zone to do this astonishes me. This isn't too distracting for you, right? No, why would it be distracting? No, of course. Oh, no, not at all. I actually kind of like this. Yuri looks off and blushes. She regains her composure and looks back at me. Good. I was hoping you wouldn't find me weird for doing this. I like it when you're expressive. I like it when you're expressive. You should do it more. Yuri lets out a small giggle. Well, if you want me to, I will. Noted. With our banter aside, we pick up where we left off. The chapter actually turns out to be the best one yet. In the chapter, the main character, this girl named Libitina, is given a second chance to repair her broken relationship with her uncle, who she's currently living with. Most of the chapter is told through a monologue as Libitina internally debates if it's worth repairing her relationship with her uncle. As she's on the run from a league of escapees who want her back in order to complete some ritual, it's quite interesting actually, and through her logic, she knows mending fences with her uncle is the right thing to do. She knows that she might not get another chance to make him happy, but she doesn't know if it's even worth it in the long run. After a while, don't give me a synopsis of a different story. I'm not going to absorb it. After a while, we reach the end of the chapter with Libitina deciding to talk with a friend about what she could do. Do you think she'll do it, Cheese? Do you think Libitina will end up making things right with her uncle? I mean, I hope she does. Very rarely do people get a second chance to do the right thing. If I was her, I'd take it. Yeah, me too. We sit for the next few moments in silence, unsure of what to do next. Yuri seems to be deep in thought. She takes a deep breath and turns to face me again. I'm really glad we got to spend time like this, Cheese. Yeah, me too. And... Yuri hesitates. And what? I'm glad that you've given me a chance. I hear Yuri's voice break as she says that, but she continues to press on, sounding like she's trying to fight back tears. Truth is, I haven't had a real friend in years. Not since middle school has anyone treated me like an actual person. They just treat me like boobs. Like Kazuma and Darkness in Konosuba. You know, you understand. I've honestly almost forgotten what it was like to enjoy being with someone who cares about you. I feel my heart sink into my chest as she says that. Yuri did mention to me a few weeks ago that she usually spends a lot of time alone, but I never knew she's been alone for so long. And so, it means a lot to me that we finally got to spend time together again. Without thinking, I take Yuri's hand and lean into her. Yuri looks up to me, her violet eyes being reflective in the sunlight. I see a smile slowly forming across her face. Yuri, you don't have to be alone anymore. Yuri's face turns full crimson. King Crimson? Oh, what was that? Something fall over? No? Okay. Jeez, Yuri squeezes my hand tightly. We struggle to make eye contact for longer than a few seconds. I try to muster up the courage to keep talking, but for some reason, I can't. We're just intently looking at each other, both stammering as we try to find what we want to say to each other. I feel Yuri's gentle breaths brush against my face as she slowly leans in as well. This feels like heaven. But I really don't know what to do. This is the perfect opportunity for me to make progress with Yuri. Significant progress. But I'm afraid that someone's going to catch us and immediately get the wrong idea. Glance around the room to see Natsuki's rummaging around in the closet. Sayori's spacing out and Monaco's working on something. I guess we can make out. Turn back to face Yuri. Is this it? Is this my chance to finally make a move on Yuri? She closed her eyes and opened her mouth. What does it mean? I mean, we're already so close. I close my eyes. I feel Yuri placing her hand on my chest as she pulls me in. pulling you in from your chest? Here goes nothing. Suddenly I hear Monica stand up and walk to the front of the room. Okay, everyone, gather around. I have an important announcement to make. Suddenly, Monica and Sayori's eyes turn to me and Yuri. Natsuki, confused as to what's going on, turns around, only to see what Monica and Sayori are staring at. Yuri and I were really just about to kiss a lot. So much. And the position we're in really doesn't make it any easier to explain. All three girls are looking at us with a bit of an irritated, almost jealous expression on their faces. That's weird. Why would they be jealous? Great. Well, it's up to me to attempt to salvage this situation. Yuri? Yuri snaps out of her gaze. Yeah, what's wrong? We kinda have to get up. Yuri turns to face the front of the room and sees Monica, Sayori, and Natsuki staring at us. Yuri immediately stands and brushes herself off, clearly embarrassed. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't mean for you guys to see us like that, and... Monica, Natsuki, and Sayori all look off in different directions, trying to avoid making the situation even more awkward than it already is. Eventually, Monica speaks up. It's alright, Yuri. Come on. She gestures for us to come toward the front of the room. We all want to make out with cheese. We'll wait our turns. Yuri briskly walks to the front and takes her usual spot. I stand up as well and make my way to the front of the room, joining the rest of the group. While on my way to the front of the room, Natsuki gives me a friendly punch in the arm. Ow. Ouch! Hey, what was that for? Here, let's get a little sound effect for that. The odds for that were very low. Let's try again. There we go. Wait, hold on. I have a better one. I could more manually do this. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Don't I? Oh, there it is. See... Anyway, although that's more of a club over your head than a punch in the arm. But anyway. Nothing. But she's... Wait, sorry, skip. Dummy. She mutters that softly and avoids eye contact as she briskly walks past me. Oh, that was random. I just hope she isn't jealous of me and Yuri getting so close like that. Hopefully then, she won't put me in the hospital. Oh well. I don't think Natsuki's strong enough to put you in the hospital. Skip! Oh, after a moment of silence, Natsuki is the first to speak up. I wouldn't mind baking cupcakes again. Oh yeah, Monica brought up. We're gonna talk to the newspaper to drum up more interest in the club. I still have plenty of ingredients left over. I did happen to keep the welcome banner that Cheese and I made for the festival. I just need to find it. It's somewhere at my house. I wouldn't mind some help looking for it. You need help looking for it? That doesn't make sense. Yuri looks whimsically at me. She isn't asking, especially after... Yeah, I wouldn't mind helping you again. I'd love to come over to your place anytime and help you look for things. What an excuse. Preparing for the festival with you was really fun. Yuri looks off, attempting to compose herself. Yeah, it was really nice. She says that it makes sense for me to help look for something in the school, but going to her house to look for things... I mean, it is an excuse, so it's whatever. It's just a bad excuse. She says that softly to herself, but quickly realizes that everyone overheard. Oh, I mean, yeah, I would love your help. I chuckled to myself. Yuri's mannerisms have always been adorable. In the corner of my eye, I see Sayori looking tearfully at me. I mean, I always love spending time with you and all, and seeing Sayori just trying to hold back her tears completely derails my train of thought. I never did take into account that she might not be comfortable with me being this flirty around Yuri yet. Yeah, so... I look like an idiot as I try to find what to say next. Thankfully, Monica comes in to seemingly save this situation. Cough, cough. I can type up a... Oh, there we go. And we're out of there. Oh, look at them go. Oh, they're dokiing. Especially considering how Sayori saw me getting too comfortable with Yuri. Though we're able to make at least some small talk, with mostly just talking about how our days went. But even then, Sayori's cagey on some of her answers and struggles to directly answer at times. Well, if I want to fit... Oh, there we go. I take it Sayori probably thinks I'm going to have an extended cuddling session with Yuri tonight based off what she saw earlier in the club, which she's wrong. We're obviously going to wait till Friday. Well, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I got nothing going on for tonight. I'll see you in a bit, okay? Okay. Come on, you know I'd love to have you over. It's been too long anyway. Alright, I'll see you in a bit, cheese. See you. Sayori happily skips to her porch and enters the house before I can say anything else. Well, that seemed to put her in a good mood. Hopefully I could start making things right between us. Boop. As I look through my poems, I come to realize just how much Yuri has influenced my writing. I guess by spending all that time around her, I picked up on her writing habits. Is that how it works? I'm becoming a better writer through osmosis. And not even, like, reading her writing, just being near her. That kind of osmosis. Despite her insecurities about her writing, I always thought her poems were fun to read. Even if her writing style is rather complex, she uses it pretty effectively to get her message across. Disagree? Looking back at my poems, I realize why Yuri likes them so much. She finally found someone that she can relate to. Even though I thought she just preferred her books over people, it's quite remarkable how much closer we've gotten over these last 2 weeks. Especially how we were earlier today. I feel like if I give it a few more days, I may finally be ready to ask her out. Assuming she doesn't make the move first. The first move. I put down my poems and go to my bag to retrieve Natsuki's poems, which I put right next to mine. I noticed that in Natsuki's stack of poems, there's a pink piece of paper, of course. I don't remember Natsuki ever writing her poems down on pink paper. Maybe she accidentally gave me something. For I can, yeah. I am curious if this run is as short as I think it'll be. I kind of want to try to do another run where it's all the same, but I spent the weekend preparing with Natsuki instead of Yuri. I wonder how much that would actually change. I'm glad I got to spend some time with Yuri yesterday, and today as well. I don't know, I feel like I should start spending some more time around you. I feel like I've been too distant from you lately. Sayori shoots me a quizzical look. I thought you and Yuri liked each other, though. I mean, we do, but we're friends. I guess I just got a little too friendly with Yuri there for a second. Yeah, you kind of did. So, are we that kind of friend, then? There's a moment of uncomfortable silence between us. I really didn't mean for you to see us like that, given what happened. It's fine, Cheese. I'm just glad I was able to bring you out of your shell a little. At least something good came of that. Yeah, if it weren't for you, I'd be on my way to becoming a full-time NEET. Cough, cough. Don't look at me. What do you mean? We both chuckle to ourselves. But look, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I missed you. Sayori pauses to take a moment to reflect on what I just said. Jeez, I miss you too. Sayori has a mix of emotions on her face as she becomes as bright red as her bow. Oh, we're out of here. Whoa! There was Natsuki's poem. Anyway, it's nightmare time. You're supposed to stay away from Yuri. Not get closer to her. I didn't want to have to keep this up. I don't take enjoyment in your suffering. I know that's a lie, Monica. But you're leaving me no choice. Suddenly I see a silhouette approach me. Yuri? Is that you? Yuri comes into my view. Yuri is obsessed with you. Did you know that? She can't go 5 seconds without thinking of you. She suppressed herself for so long, but she can't even figure out how to tell you how she feels. Is that true, Yuri? I mean, I understand. When she lets herself loosen up just a little bit, she becomes unhinged. Which is why repressed feelings should stay repressed. Eh? Another silhouetted figure emerges from the fog on the right next to Yuri, pointing a knife threateningly in her direction. I'ma stab you. I'ma stab you. Let's get to the point, shall we? Get it? Oh! Yuri drops to the ground, screaming in pain. The figure examines the knife as Yuri clutches her shoulder. Why is the blood glowing? I can see why she likes these. These do provide a thrill, Monica. I try calling out to Yuri, but nothing comes out of me. I try to run to help her, but I can't move my legs. I try to turn away to avoid looking at Yuri suffering, but my eyes refuse to close and my neck refuses to turn. Oh, don't worry, Cheese. She's not in any real pain. In fact, she's enjoying this. She does this all the time when she thinks about you. Monica, that's messed up. Shut up. In fact, let me prove it. The figure drops the knife and kicks it along to Yuri. Come on, Yuri. Use it on that thing. Yuri clumsily scoops up the knife with one hand and slowly stands up. Breathing is erratic as she clutches the knives with both hands. It's just one knife, isn't it? Think of that raccoon, Yuri. The one that's always followed you around. Show Cheese the raccoon. It's a weird euphemism. Oh. Yuri's giggling quickly gives way to an insane maniacal laugh. The same kind of laugh I heard in my dream last night. I noticed the world around me becoming darker as I can no longer clearly make out Yuri. Just her silhouette. No. Yuri! I jam my eyes shut as I feel tears strolling down my face at the sound of Yuri stabbing herself again. I want to wake up. I want this torture to end. What does this thing want from me? To stay away from her. Oh, this CG. Haha. I think I'm gonna be sick. My eyes lay upon Yuri's bloodied corpse. I guess you got my point, huh? Puns. The voice lets out a brief, cruel laugh. Ah, Yuri. Much like Sayori, full of self-doubt, second-guessing. Though the fundamental differences between them is that Sayori can more or less choose how to respond in a situation. Yuri can't. She has all these emotions that she's suppressed for so long. And in the right circumstances, they do show, and it usually overwhelms her, just like you saw. Because you helped enable her by getting too close to her, by gaining her trust. This can't continue. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. The longer you spend around Yuri, the harder it'll be on everyone when things come to pass. You're not helping things by being around her. She will die with or without your interference. The only difference is, how much do you want to feel when you let her go? Leave her behind. Forget about her. Worry about us. There's only us. Just us. Wow. We suddenly wake up about how I couldn't save Yuri. How that figure made her kill herself. And her corpse. So in the previous two, we've told Sayori. And I do want to try not telling her, and I also think it's appropriate. I think us getting closer to Yuri is going to make us more like Yuri, and Yuri doesn't open up her feelings. And so we will not open up to Sayori. See what happens. I decide not to tell her. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Sayori frowns before letting out a sigh. Alright, I guess. Sayori doesn't seem convinced by my answer. But instead of pressing further, we start to walk to school. Our walk to school was unbearably silent. Even though I told Sayori not to worry about me, she keeps giving me glances every now and then. As much as I appreciate her concern, she does need to learn when to focus on herself. That's her biggest flaw. Still, maybe I should have told her about these dreams. Knowing how things are between us, I don't want her to feel that I'm purposefully closing myself off from her again. Especially how we were able to open up to each other yesterday. Though there is not really much she can do to help me through this. It's not like we both had the same kinds of dreams anyway. But I appreciate knowing that she's still there for me. Oh yeah, it was implied that Sayori and possibly the other Dokis were also being given nightmares. And she never opens up to me about it, so meh. But I appreciate knowing that she's still there for me. I turn to Sayori, trying to smile hopefully at her, but she's just looking blankly down the road ahead of us as we walk in unison down the sidewalk. I let out a small sigh. I guess she's just not in a talkative mood. Bye. Oh. Are you really sure you're okay? You've been acting strange today. I guess I just have a lot on my mind. I see. You trust me that much, huh? Okay. Sayori glances around the corridor to make sure we're alone. You sure everything's okay? Yes. I mean, no, but yes. You didn't look too good this morning. Yeah, I just had a rough night, that's all. Nothing to be worried about. Did you have a bad dream, Cheese? I guess that's one way of putting it. I don't really want to talk about it right now. Okay. Well, you better let me know if something happens with you. I just want you to be okay. I will, Sayori, don't worry. If I feel worse or anything, you'll be the first to know. Okay. I'll see you later, Cheese. Laters. Sayori walks off towards her classroom while I head off in the opposite direction towards mine. Boop! Yeah. I mean, to tell you the truth, I didn't even really know that Natsuki liked me. In fact, I think she thought I hated her at some point because I was spending so much time around Yuri. But then I told her that I know you'll find your manga. I know you will. And now she loves me. So I'm surprised that she'd give me this. Maybe this is her attempt at reaching out to you. To confirm her feelings for you. Probably. But I do feel drawn to Natsuki. We just click. I'm really happy whenever we get to spend time around each other. And I do think she feels the same way. I see. I have nothing against Natsuki, I really don't. I think I just like Yuri better. But if I ever told her that Natsuki gave me this, she'd flip out. Yeah, she would. Does Sayori know that Natsuki gave you this? Bye. Let Monika walk me back. I guess in character we're not suspicious of Monika for anything, so sure. Bye. Oh! She made bedroom eyes for a split second. Does Yuri eek? While I wasn't looking, I bumped into someone, causing them to immediately drop all their textbooks. Everyone in the hallway suddenly turns toward me. I hastily turn to face who I bumped into. It's Yuri! Oh no, are you okay, Yuri? I'll be alright. I look down to see the pile of books that Yuri dropped. I'm able to recognize Portrait of Markov among her books, her textbooks. She doesn't really leave home without it, it seems. I'll get that for you. I bend down to pick up Yuri's books. Yuri! You startled us! Sorry about that. I should really pay more attention to where I'm going. You have no reason to be sorry. I'm just glad you're okay. Well, if anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. I'm the one that bumped into you. Well, I guess we both owe an apology to each other. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm barely able to lift up all of Yuri's textbooks and hand it to her. Jeez, are those advanced level course textbooks? Yep, I'm taking 3 this semester. Poor girl. Well, I'm impressed you can carry all that. It's a side benefit when you're taking these advanced classes. It really builds up your arm strength. Oh, I remember carrying around excessively heavy textbooks. Excessively expensive textbooks. Glares at our college system. Wait, who's our? Freedom Land college system? It's not great. Yeah, I know what you mean. Lifting those textbooks isn't for the faint of heart. Matter of fact, I'm actually heading to my last advanced class for the day. That's nice, Yuri. I hope you have fun. I'll try. So, where are you guys heading from? We're just heading back from lunch. Turns out we have the same period. Crazy, right? That's nice, Cheese. Don't you touch him. What? Nothing. I just wish we had lunch together, too. I'm sure we'll get the chance next year. Even though we're seniors, because we're all confirmed to be 18. By Dan Sabato. Whatever. Maybe if we're really lucky, we'll all share the same lunch period next year. We'll all share the same lunch period. That way, we all get to spend more time with each other as a club. I'd certainly love that. It's truly amazing that a few weeks ago, I probably wouldn't have ever thought about any of this. Sharing a lunch period with the prettiest girls I've ever met? It's almost a dream come true. Yeah, it'd be nice. Well, I'm really glad you got to join me for lunch, Cheese. I should probably be thanking you. You're the one that invited me. It was the least I could do. Monica shoots me a quick wink. It looks like Yuri caught that. She shoots me a suspicious look. Great. So, where are you off? Where are you two off to now? I was just walking Cheese back. I have Mr. Takahashi's class next. That's on the other side of the school. Oh, well, I don't think taking a slight detour from my normal route will make me late or anything. I suppose you're right. Well, I wouldn't want to be late to my next class, so I'll let you guys go. See you guys at the club. Laters. Bye, Yuri. Goodbye. We wave goodbye to Yuri as we head our separate ways. Did I walk with Monica and Natsuki Route? I don't think I did. I think I did when I retried Sayori Route being pure loyal. No. Maybe we'll try that after the route today. Not too long after our literal run-in with Yuri, Monica and I finally make it to my classroom. Thanks for walking back with me, Monica. Anytime, Cheese. Hope you have a great rest of your day. You too. Monica takes a step close. You're too close. And leans it into my ear. Try not to overthink. Wait, sorry, let me try again. Try not to overthink. She suddenly pulls on my tie. Make sure your tie is straight, silly. See you later. I'm left completely dazed as I watch Monica gracefully walk down the hallway and turn the corner toward the other side of the school. I catch a few of my classmates smirking at me in the corner of my eye. Flustered, I just walk into my classroom and hastily sit down, refusing to make eye contact with anyone as I process what just happened. Goodbye. And Doki Natsuki is not here. Oh, you can never hang out with the person who gave you the love letter. I gotcha. Yuri. I'll see how Yuri is doing. I spot Yuri sitting in her usual spot by the front of the room, intently reading. I casually walk over and take a seat next to her. Hey, Yuri. Yuri looks over at me with a surprised expression, but quickly greets me with her usual warm smile. Hello, Cheese. How are you this afternoon? Oh, I'm good. What have you been up to? I've just been getting some more reading done. So, same as always, huh? Yuri giggles to herself. Would you like to join me? Of course I would, Yuri. Yuri blushes and sets the book between us. You sure you don't want to sit by the windowsill again? Oh, Yuri plays with her hair timidly as she averts her gaze to the corner. Suddenly I remember why Yuri was getting so flustered. Things did take an interesting turn yesterday. I mean, if you really want to, I wouldn't mind. I see Yuri crack a small grin. Well, whatever's comfortable for you, Yuri. I'm perfectly fine either way. Okay. Let's just stay here for now. Okay, but let me know if your back starts bothering you or anything. Reminder to myself to sit up straight. Thank you, Cheese. And with that, we begin reading once again. After a few minutes of reading, Yuri and I begin to hear Natsuki shouting from the closet. Where the hell is it? Where's what, Natsuki? I'm missing my special edition of Parfait Girls. It's not in the box, I don't have it on me. Maybe you accidentally left it behind someplace? I know I had it somewhere. Yuri rolls her eyes as she tries to concentrate on reading. Natsuki, I don't think it's here. It has to be! Natsuki's screeching continues until Sayori walks over to check on the situation. Natsuki, I'm sure you'll find it soon. I have to. That edition cost me a lot of money. Not to mention it was very hard to get. I can't replace it if I can't find it. I can't get a replacement if I can't find it. I can see Yuri's face contort with irritation. Uh-oh. I didn't even notice that. Have you tried retracing your steps? I'll do that later, but first I'm going to flip this entire closet upside down. I turn around to see Sayori and Monica taking cover behind a desk as books, pencils, and whatever else was in the closet starts flying out at an ever-increasing pace. The commotion from the closet causes Yuri to let out an irritated sigh. I can't read like this. Honestly, same here. I can barely hear myself think. Maybe we can read somewhere else? Honestly, anywhere is better than here right now. Yuri says this louder than her usual tone, and I can only assume is an effort to get Natsuki's attention. Though Natsuki doesn't seem to have heard, or just chose to ignore her. Yuri lets out another sigh. Come on, let's go. Yuri's kind of mean. Yuri, in a fit of frustration, grabs my collar and proceeds to yank me along for the ride. Hey! Yuri releases me as soon as we're in the hallway. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, don't worry about it. Yuri is usually not that assertive around me, but when she is, it's like she's a completely different person. It's as if another side of her personality that she just likes to keep hidden. A few moments of silence pass before I decide to try to move on from the awkwardness. So... The air becomes even more heavy as we come to the realization that we're completely alone out here in the hallway. Still, we can't stand here all day. So, where do you think we should read? Well, I did have a place in mind. Where? If you want, we can read by the school courtyard. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going there. I've been meaning to check out that new fountain they built. Then let's go. Yuri smiles brightly as we begin making our way to the school's courtyard. After just a few minutes of walking, we arrive at the courtyard. The sun is shining through the clouds and warming the environment with its delicate rays. A cool breeze blows and brings the courtyard to life as the trees shake and leaves fall. The new fountain is glistening as if the water were replaced with crystal. Oh yeah, this is a new background, huh? This is a nice courtyard for a school. Wow. The courtyard is especially beautiful today. As I look to my left, I see Yuri in a trance, her skin glistening in the sunlight as the breeze flows through her hair. Her expression is one of peace as she closes her eyes and takes in a breath of fresh air. If it weren't for time constraints, I wouldn't mind staring at her all day. Hey, Yuri? Yuri opens her eyes as she turns her body towards me. Not in her sprite, though. She will always face slightly to the side. If we don't hurry, we won't have any time to read. I point towards the portrait of Markov tucked away under her arm. Oh, right. Yuri and I walk over and sit by the edge of the fountain. Are you ready to begin, Cheese? Whenever you're ready. Yuri flashes a smile as she cracks open to where we last left off. I'll admit, actually I haven't had the chance to read here before. I mean, I've read outside plenty of times before, but something tells me this will be an experience. Let's hope it's one to remember. Indeed. Without a further word set between us, we begin reading. Reading the next few chapters with Yuri turns out to be a blissful experience. The sound of water rushing behind us as we silently read together turns out to be more joyful than I anticipated. But the best part was that Yuri seemed to relax much more as time went on, embracing the experience as if she was in her natural element. Not to mention, she was much more engaging compared to the last few times we've read, being sure to point out what she thought was important or funny moments in the story. At this rate, we're going to need to read here more. Well, I think this is a good stopping point for today. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised how far we've gotten into the story already. It helps when there's no unnecessary distractions. Yeah, I know what you mean. I stand up from the fountain and let out a yawn as I stretch my arms. Well, we should probably head back before they send out a search party for us. I reach my hand out towards Yuri to help her stand from her seat. Yuri smiles and reciprocates the gesture. Huh? As she extends her hand out, Yuri's uniform slightly retreats down her arm and exposes her wrist. Oh. Are those cut marks? Yuri's expression goes from confused to terrified as she quickly darts her arm back down towards her. Her glowing skin now pale as ice. Yuri? It was nothing, Cheese. Are you sure? I could have sworn I saw something. It's fine. My cat. Yuri takes a deep breath as her panicked expression recedes into her usual reserved manner. Yes, I was playing with my cat, and it got a little feisty and scratched me. Are you sure? That looks a lot worse than a simple cat scratch. I told you already! It was my cat! I take a step back away from her as she stands up. Now let's go before you start assuming stuff. Ugh. Yuri brushes past me and keeps a quick pace as to keep the distance between me and her. Alright, I guess. I fast walk to try to catch up to Yuri. The entire walk back, Yuri makes sure to walk fast enough to keep a good 5 feet between us. She never once turned around, but I could still tell she was pissed off. Good going, Cheese. You just had to press her. You've seen what happens when Natsuki does it, but those still looked more than simple cat scratches. When we finally get to the club room, Yuri simply throws the doors open and storms in. I sigh as I enter right behind her.
Yuri rushes to take her usual spot in the front of the room, quickly opening up her book again while still looking agitated. I go to walk toward her, but Monica suddenly steps in between us. Cheese! Just the man I wanted to talk to. Oh, hey, Monica. What's up? Let's go over here first. Away from Yuri. Monica pulls me to the front of the room, out of earshot of everyone. Alright, what's going on between you and Yuri? Why does she look upset? Monica asks in a hushed, stern tone. Oh, she's not being tone deaf. Truthfully, I'd like to know what's up with Yuri as well. We were just reading outside by the fountain, and then when it was time to go, I start over to Yuri, who's still angrily reading her book. She blew up at me because I asked her about her wrist, then she'd probably be even more mad if I told Monica what I saw. But again, if Yuri's doing what I think she's doing, then it's probably better to say something turning out to be nothing serious. She knows I care about her, right? That's interesting. We didn't tell Sayori. But we care about Yuri in this route. Let's tell her. Monica has to know about this. At the end of the day, she's responsible for everybody's well-being in the club. And if Yuri's in danger, I need to do something about it. I saw these cuts on Yuri's wrists. It looked pretty bad. Monica's face turns to stone cold serious. Cheese, are you sure of what you saw? No. I only saw it for like a second. But when I asked her about it, she just brushed me off. When I tried pushing, she blew up at me. She hasn't said a word or looked at me since. Monica turns around at Yuri, who's now motionlessly reading her book. At least she seemed to have calmed down now. Well, this is very serious. Did she say what it was? She told me that her cat made those marks. But it looked too deep for a cat to ever make. I see. Has she ever told you that she has a cat, or any pets for that matter? If she does, she's never told me. Alright. Is there anything we can do? Can we tell someone about this? Not right now. We need to know more. You need to confirm what you saw, and Yuri right now doesn't seem to be in a divulgatory mood. I know what divulge means, but I'm not sure if divulgatory is a word. But once you can confirm what you saw, we can go from there. Alright. I'm just worried about her, Monica. Don't worry, I am too. At least I'm pretending to be. It's my responsibility to make sure everyone is safe here in the club. And she is our friend. She's never told you anything? I'm just as much in the dark as you are about this, Cheese. Truth is, I haven't really even known Yuri that long. We met when I was starting the club. She just happened to be in the same advanced literature class as me. Yuri's not exactly one to open up to strangers, unlike Sayori. Yeah, that's true. You don't know nothing about Sayori opening up. Shush. You shush. Yeah, that's true. I don't know her super well personally either. Well, we both haven't known her that long. But I'm sure Yuri will be alright, and she was telling you the truth. Okay. After all, you can always count on me to be straight with you, Cheese. I appreciate it, Monica. So, Yuri aside, I need to give you my poems. Oh, alright. I completely forgot about that. It's alright, Cheese. You've had a pretty stressful day as is. Yeah. Monica hands me her stack of poems. What should I do about Yuri's? I'll get them for you. Alright, I'd imagine she's not in the mood to talk to me right now. Yeah, it's alright. I'll give them to you by the end of the club today. Thanks, Monica. No problem. I walk over to my bag and carefully stow away Monica's poems. Well, I got nothing to do until Monica calls us together for the activity. I don't really feel like talking with anyone else right now. I just sit at my desk and think about what I saw on Yuri's wrist. I try to think if there were ever any other signs that I should have picked up on. I think back to the last Sunday when we were making the banner. Well, there might have been something. I vaguely remember that when I walked back with the watercolor tablets for the banner, she rolled her sleeve and acted a little fidgety afterwards. Not to mention, I didn't see her knife again for the rest of the day. I guess at the time I didn't think too much of it. But now it makes sense. The more I think about it, the colder I feel. I try to dismiss the feeling and try to pass the time by playing a game on my phone. Okay, everyone, gather around. I want to share with you all the activity for today. Everyone takes a seat at the front of the room by Monica. Alright, I've been meaning to bring this up for a while. Oh, no. Skip. Goodbye. Don't remember what you're talking about. Hoarder? Oh yeah, they were gonna like share genres with each other or something. Oh, and Yuri, can I talk to you for a second? Sure, Monica. Yuri gets up and follows Monica to the front of the room while everyone else gets up and goes back to their respective areas. Sighing to myself, my eyes eventually drift to Monica and Yuri, who seem to be in a deep and serious conversation. I just hope Monica isn't asking Yuri about what I saw. Then again, I don't think I'd have much reason to worry about that. I still can't shake what I saw, though. How could someone like Yuri possibly be doing that to herself? Suddenly, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I look behind me and see Natsuki standing right by the desk next to me. Oh, hey, Natsuki! Nice to freaking see you! No, didn't see you there. What's up? Not much, just wanted to check on you. Since you and Yuri came in here looking upset. Oh, she's so sweet. And you kind of look down over it. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. There was just a misunderstanding between us. What kind of misunderstanding? I don't really want to get into it right now. Yeah, that's fair. I just hope she didn't do something to you. Don't worry, she didn't. Well, that's good. I would offer to show you this really cool special edition manga I got, but I can't find it right now. Do you think you might have left it somewhere? Oh, are we still gonna help Natsuki find her special edition manga? That makes me happy. I mean, Yuri Route. Do you think you might have left it somewhere? Well, at this point, probably. I'm gonna have to end up retracing my steps. Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time. No, it's okay, really. I have other things we can read. Never got the chance to do anything fun together. I appreciate the offer, Natsuki, but I'm not really in the mood to read anything right now. Oh, we're not going to help her find her manga. Or be around anyone. Are you sure? I simply nod my head. Natsuki lets out a sigh. It's cool. I need to find that manga anyway. Well, if you want me to help you, No. You'd probably slow me down anyways. Oh. Natsuki, Before I can say another word, Natsuki walks out of the club room. Put my hands on my face as I sigh quietly in frustration. Do I have to piss off every single person I talk to today? I don't think Natsuki's pissed off. It was a kind gesture. You should appreciate her. Cheese. Cheese? Someone say cheese? I look up to see Monica worryingly standing over me. You okay? Yeah. What happened? I told Natsuki I didn't want to be around anyone. She got upset at me. Guess she might be assuming something. I'll deal with one problem at a time. How'd it go with Yuri? Well, I got her poems. Monica hands me Yuri's poems. Did she tell you anything? Unfortunately, no. She was very adamant that nothing happened, and she was upset over something else. I see. Well, if you're able to find out anything else, just let me know. I'll be sure to, Monica. But Cheese, I think everything will be fine tomorrow. Just focus on what you want to say to Natsuki. Alright. Thank you for helping me out so much today. It's what I do, Cheese. And I'm always happy to help out our favorite member. Is that a euphemism, Monica? I blush a little at Monica's remark. I'll be here, Cheese. Just let things take their course. Thank you, Monica. Anytime. I walk over to my bag and carefully put Yuri's poems with Monica's. I then look up to Sayori, but turns out she already had my idea. Ready to head home, Cheese? Yep. I'm just looking forward to crashing on my couch. It's been a long day. Cheese, that's lazy talk. Or is it crazy talk? Don't be a couch potato when there's still so much daylight left. I admire your energy, Sayori. Well, I have to be my best for somebody. I blush a little as Sayori and I wave goodbye to Monica and we start the walk home. Goodbye, Sayori. Oh. Try to think back to how I spent earlier reading with Yuri by the fountain, which helped improve my mood a little. Though I'm still worried about what I saw. I'm tempted to tell her what I thought I saw, but I wouldn't want to risk spreading rumors. Not that Sayori's the gossip type anyway. I'm just worried that she'll tell or make me tell a teacher or the principal, and things will escalate out of control from there. Cheese, we're here. Whoop! Did you not get a lot of sleep last night? Well, it's more like I didn't get a lot of good sleep. But it's more than that. Well, what's bugging you? Sayori, it's not something you can really solve. Goodbye! Just be okay. For me, okay? I'll do my best. Nino, help me out.
Do my best.
Thank you. Wait, that played, right?
Do my best.
Okay. I forgot to double check. Or no, we did Bonk earlier and that played. It is a little quiet though. Let me see. Whereabouts does that land on this?
Do my best. Do my best.
A little on the quietometer.
Do my best.
That's a little better. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway. Sayori and I release each other. We're both madly blush at each other. Love you, Cheese. Wait, we're not dating. Love you too, Sayori. Alright. With one more. Friends can just say I love you. It's fine. It's normal. I've done it. With one more smile between us, we wave goodbye to each other as we walk back into our houses. Goodbye. Oh, I really do think I like Yuri. Having spent the last 2 weeks getting to know her has truly been something. It's truly amazing how far we've come in such a relatively short amount of time. At first, I thought she wanted to stay to herself, but now she has no problem talking to me. I don't think I'm starting to take an appreciation to her demeanor. I feel like that's what you should like the most if you're gonna date her. And well, she can clearly put up with me now. I didn't know it at the time, but I didn't think we'd be able to get along as well as we do now. Considering how shy she was and everything. But the more I think about it, especially with what happened earlier, I think I understand why Yuri always acts so reserved and distant from everyone else. The more I think about it, the more worried I am about her safety. If she does actually cut herself, what else is she doing? Why is she doing it? Stop doing it. How long has she been doing it? There's just more questions than answers right now. I just hope I can talk about it with her in an honest fashion. But maybe there's a chance she was just telling me the truth and didn't want me to worry. It'd be kind of funny if I ended up stressing all over this for nothing. Ha ha ha. Funny. I guess I really do care about her, huh? weird intonation. I've really become more invested in her the more time I've spent around her. No matter what it is we're doing, whether it be reading, drinking tea, or even just talking, being in Yuri's presence alone is its own reward. Even though Yuri might think she might be boring to me, I kind of like it when she goes on her little tangents. She always has something interesting or insightful to say about practically anything. In fact, I'm just surprised she doesn't find me boring, considering my taste in literature is rather non-existent. Hopefully Yuri feels the same way about me as I do about her, and I think she does. She's becoming much more relaxed around me since when we first started talking. Even if it did take some time to get used to each other. She never really hesitated to talk to me once we got acquainted. And yesterday she escalated things all on her own, something I thought she'd never do. If we were alone, we might have actually gotten a chance to kiss. And I'd be the luckiest guy on earth to have kissed someone as beautiful as Yuri. While I don't exactly expect for Yuri to be the one to confess her feelings to me directly, I do think she's been trying to say lately she does have mutual feelings. So I guess it'll be up to me to figure out how to put it to her that I just want to be more than her friend. Though that also poses a problem for me. I know Natsuki likes me back. I mean, she confessed to me through her poem. And Sayori, well, I already know how she feels about me. If I do ultimately go for Yuri, I would have to break Natsuki's heart. And Natsuki is like actually confessed, and Yuri's just kind of been there. Although we have been spending more time with Yuri. And Sayori likely wouldn't have a great initial reaction either. So it seems no matter what I do, someone's going to get hurt thanks to my choice. My odds of getting a harem are probably not existent, at least practically speaking. Come on, give us a harem route, you cowards. I'm going to have to choose one of them by the end of this. And I don't think I have the feelings to go for Sayori, especially since I already turned her down once. I just don't have those kinds of feelings for her, even if part of me still entertains the idea every now and then. I mean, maybe I could give Natsuki a chance and see if we have any real chemistry. From the times I've interacted with her, I don't think there's much room for us to grow like that. I sigh as I pull up my phone and scroll through my picture gallery. As I'm scrolling, I come across some pictures I took with Yuri at the festival. I look back at some of the photos, I see just how happy we look doing these silly poses throughout the festival. I'm surprised she even agreed to do them with me. I was gonna say, Yuri's like the least likely of the four Dokis to do a silly pose with you, but... Let's go to the last photo, which is us standing by the entrance to the school at the end of the festival. I noticed just how close together we are in this photo, with her even letting me wrap my arm around her. Maybe we would make a good couple. Suddenly, my phone begins to ring. I look down on the contact name. It's Yuri. Why is she calling me? I answer the phone. Yuri? Oh, right. Today's date day. Or I think. Right? There's a date day. Hey, Cheese. What's up? How are you? Hi, how are you? Are you calling on my phone? Oh, I'm doing all right. I can tell Yuri seems to be rather anxious about calling me. Probably figuring that I'd be mad at her for being mad at me. Look. I wanted to apologize for my behavior towards you earlier today. I don't know what came over me. It's fine, Yuri. I'm not mad at you or anything. Well, that's a relief. I was worried that you wouldn't even take my call. I'll admit I wasn't expecting one, but I'm always glad to talk to you. I'm not taking up any of your time, am I? Objectively, yes, you are, but... not really. I've just been alone with my thoughts since I got home. I know how you feel. It's been a trying day for the two of us, to say the least. What happened with you? There's a long pause on Yuri's line. Yuri? Yeah, I'm still here. And nothing in particular I'd like to share right now. It's fine. There's another long pause on the line. Well, this conversation has already turned out better than I thought it would, so I can't complain too much. Hey, Cheese. Yeah? If you want. I heard they just opened a new nature preserve just outside the city. I think visiting it would clear our heads. It will close by 8 tonight, though, so if we want to go, we should probably get moving. The idea of hanging out some more with Yuri is tempting. We could use this opportunity to move on from what just happened. But I don't know if I really want to leave the house, considering I got some heavy-duty thinking to do. Not to mention, I could use the early start on my homework. Hang out with Yuri, of course. We haven't refused any of the dates. Why would we? Yeah, sure, I'd love to go with you. Really? That's wonderful, Cheese. Yeah, I could use some fresh air right now anyways. Well, I suppose that makes 2 of us. I can meet you by the train station if you wish. It's not too far from school. Yeah, I can meet you there. Great, I'll see you soon. Bye! Yuri hangs up the call. I must admit that I'm surprised that Yuri is inviting me to spend more time with her. It's not something I would have expected, given what happened in the club today. But I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to get closer to Yuri. And maybe there's a chance I can put my concerns about her safety to rest. I grab my keys and wallet and quickly head towards the train station. Oh, new BG. After... Is this really where I should be standing? I guess I've never been to a train station. Oh no. I don't know. After a roughly 10-minute walk, I arrived at the train station. I texted Yuri to let her know I was here, to which she quickly replied and told me to meet her at the upper platform. Distracted. Anyway, wait, I'm still distracted. Anyway, I walk up the stairs to the upper deck to find not too many people standing around waiting for the next train. I guess business is slow today. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Yuri sitting alone on the far bench at the edge platform, her face deep into a book. I send her a text to let her know I'm here and start walking over to the bench. I see Yuri take out her phone to read my text. She subsequently glances over in my direction, to which she nervously turns away from my direction. I cautiously take a seat next to her, figuring she's still guilty over the altercation we had earlier. Hey, Yuri. I try to sound as friendly as possible without coming across as forced. Yuri manages to make eye contact with me for a brief moment. Hey, Cheese. Thank you for agreeing to accompany me. It's no problem. I just didn't know they were opening a nature preserve. Yeah, I've been following its construction for the last few years now. Wow. So as soon as I found out it was finished, it was going to be open to the public, I knew I had to go. Is it the grand opening or something? The grand opening ceremony was actually this morning during school. But I'm confident that it won't be nearly as crowded now, given it's later in the day. Well, hey, I'm sure we'll have a great time together. Yeah, me too. You know, I don't think I've ever been to a preserve before. Well, actually, I really haven't done anything outdoorsy in years. Well, I can assure you that you'll be in for a very memorable experience. Being able to connect with nature at your own pace in a controlled environment, just feeling the natural energy around you. It's an inspirational and exhilarating experience. Some of the first poems I ever wrote were actually about nature. Whoa, really? That's awesome. Do you still have them? Ooh, they're kind of embarrassing. I mean, how could they? What? How could they be? It's about nature and your own personal connection with it. I mean, I have no real connection to speak of, so why would I judge you for having one? I didn't actually think you were into nature, Yuri. It's cool that you are.
Well, thanks, Cheese. Actually, I grew up in the country. I spent a good portion of my early years growing up there. Nobody was around us, and I learned to embrace the solitude it gave me. I guess I still retain a good portion of my lifestyle that I grew up with.
So why'd you move then?
It was because...
Suddenly, we're greeted by the sound of a train whistling by us as it slowly grinds to a halt at the station. The sound is sudden enough to make us both jump a little out of our seats, as we really weren't looking out for our train. Yuri's face is bright red with embarrassment as she scavenges through her bag for the tickets. Without making eye contact, she hands me my ticket. I assume that's our train?
Yeah, it is. Sorry for acting so surprised. I should have been paying attention for the train.
Oops, sorry. It's fine, Yuri, really. I didn't even see it coming either. Come on, let's climb aboard. All aboard! I stand up and offer Yuri my hand. Yuri nervously looks up. Why is she... Oh, right. Our conversation was going so well that the events that transpired earlier today seem to have slipped my mind. Yuri nervously stands up as she walks toward the train doors. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have done that. That was too soon. Too soon. Well, at least it doesn't seem like she knew I told Monica about earlier. Or at least she doesn't seem to suspect. I sigh to myself as I join the line with Yuri. We silently show our tickets to the security guard and he lets us pass on to the train. As we board the train, Yuri immediately turns and sits on the far side of the cart, sitting as far away as possible from the other passengers who are sitting in the middle. I gingerly walk over and take a seat next to her. I kind of assumed you wanted to sit away from everyone else. Yuri simply nods her head. It's alright. I'm not being around people. I'm not into being around people too much either. Matter of fact, I kind of spent the last few years to myself. Though, it wasn't exactly the most productive reasons. Still, it was nice to Sayori to convince me to join the literature club. I mean, if it weren't for her, I don't think we'd be here now, would we?
I suppose. To be honest, Cheese, I'm surprised you've been able to put up with me for this long. Especially with how I've been acting around you today. Most people would just give up on me out of frustration. And yet, you're still here.
I guess other than the girls at the club, I've probably been the only other friend Yuri's had in a while. I mean, she did tell me as much yesterday. Ooh, ow. Listen, my elbow pop. Well, it's not going to do it again, but you heard it. I mean, she did tell me as much yesterday. I can't help but feel sorry for her. Once you get to know her, she really is fun to be around. But I guess most people haven't been able to connect with her like I have. I'm just trying to be the best friend I can be, Yuri. And to be fair, I might have gotten a little carried away earlier.
It's fine, Cheese. I appreciate your concern, but I really am fine. My cat got a little too aggressive when we were playing last night.
I see. At this point, Yuri's either telling me the truth about what happened, or she's just trying to maintain a lie. Try to be subtle about the subject. I didn't know you had any pets. I don't think you ever brought it up.
It's not something I go out of my way to bring up to people.
Only when I need to lie about something. Wait, I mean... I knew if Sayori ever got a pet, she'd be reminding people constantly. Though for better or worse, we've been spared of that because Sayori's parents split up a few years ago. She did always want a puppy. Still, I'm a little surprised Yuri never brought it up in any conversation we've had since I joined. How come?
Well...
Suddenly the train kicks into motion, causing Yuri to slide into me, which in turn makes us slide into the rail. Ah!
I'm sorry, Cheese, are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Yuri scooches all the way back to the edge of her seat, her face bright with embarrassment. Even some of the other passengers in the car are looking on at the commotion. I quickly notice that most of the other passengers are strapped in with seatbelts. I look down in my seat to find the buckle. Oh, that would have been nice to know about. Yuri, it's fine, really. Who knew they had seatbelts? Yuri awkwardly looks down at the seat to fidget the strap into the buckle. Yeah, I should have told you about that. The trains don't always stop and go smoothly. Do you take the train a lot? Yes, actually. It's how I usually get around town. I usually take the train to and from school, actually. Though sometimes on nice days, I'll brave a walk. You live far from school? Yes, I live all the way on the east side of town. Oh, wow. You certainly have the longest commute out of all of us. I mean, Sari and I live pretty close to school, so we always walk there. Yes, I do remember your house. I was actually pretty surprised with how close you were to school. I take it you took the train to get all the way out here? Yuri simply nods her head. But all things considered, I did enjoy my visit to your house, Cheese. It was so full of your scent. What? You heard me. Even if we were just doing festival preparations, I had fun. And I wouldn't mind coming over again sometime, if you'd want me to. What's with her? 1 minute, she's hardly able to find the will to talk to me. Now she wants to hang out with me more? What is this woman? She's just been all over the place. Well, I wouldn't mind having you over again. That's nice to hear, Cheese. Because I wouldn't mind going over again. Yeah, you said that already. Oh, sorry, I was trying to banter. We smile warmly at each other for a few minutes, unsure of what to say or do next. I decided against trying to bring up Yuri's cat again, as she was getting uncomfortable talking about the subject. And I wouldn't want to put her in a bad mood again. In hindsight, this wouldn't actually be a bad time to get some reading done. Hey Yuri, you were reading Portrait of Markov when I came over to you at the station, right? Yes, why? Well, I figured this would be a pretty good time to read some more. Imagine we could knock out a few chapters before we get there. That's actually a great idea, Cheese. We'll definitely have time to finish the next chapter at the very least. Sounds good to me. Stop talking about reading, you make me want to read. I've been bad about reading enough during my unemployment. I've read more than nothing, but I should be reading more. Yuri joyfully opens her bag and pulls out a copy of Portrait of Markov and puts the book between us, much like how we did earlier. Because I've been reading through Sentence of a Bookworm, and I'm on part 3, book 2. Yeah. So I'm a couple chapters into that. I think I've read like the prologue and 2 chapters. Chapters are really long in those. And I've been trying to get through the Wizard of Oz series, or the Oz series, because I read those as a kid, and a couple Christmases ago, my mom got me like these nice collector's editions, like compilations, and I'm like 8 books in, but like last time I tried to read it for a little bit, I was just like passing out from boredom. It's like, oh gosh, Rinkatink, why? Oh, I don't care. If you've never read Oz, you don't know who Rinkatink is. Anyway, so it's been a while since I touched Oz, because I read like the first chapter and I was like, oh, I don't care. I'm like 8 books in. There's 15 Oz books, and I'm on the 8th book. Yeah. So probably finish my current bookworm book before I try Oz again. Anyway, you didn't ask, I didn't tell. We share a warm smile between ourselves as we begin reading once again. After about an hour's worth of reading, we finally reach our stop and disembark from the train. Yuri and I end up having to walk a dozen blocks to get to the entrance of the nature preserve, but considering that it was a nice day, it wasn't too much of an issue for us. Does watching subbed anime count as reading? Because I've been doing that. Does this count as reading? Does Doki Doki count as reading a book? We mostly spent the duration of the walk talking about the events of the few chapters we managed to read. I'm still surprised that we're almost getting close to the end of the book. It's definitely been one of the better books I've read over the last few years. After a good 20 minutes of walking, we finally reached the entrance to the preserve. I offered to pay the entrance fee, but it turns out that Yuri had gotten the tickets in advance, so we were able to walk right in. I was immediately blown away with just how massive the preserve was, and it was all open space. Yuri and I opted to travel this one trail that deviated from the main path and took us deep into the preserve. As we were walking, I was sure to take in all my surroundings. Seeing how green the grass was, how clean the air was, it almost felt like heaven. So this is your first experience with a nature preserve? How is your first experience with a nature preserve going, Cheese? I love it! This is everything you said it'd be and more. It's great to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying this experience. Well, it helps that you're here. Yuri immediately blushes a bright crimson. You don't really mean that, do you? Of course I do. Yuri, it's enjoyable to be around you. You're not boring or dull or any of that. I'm sure you can get carried away from time to time, but who doesn't? It happens to all of us. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad we're here together. I see. Yuri is barely able to compose herself for several minutes, so we end up walking in silence as we head deeper into the nature preserve. Sorry, hiccup. Why did the music fade out? That was an awkward time to do so. During this period, I can't help but notice Yuri sneaking several glances in my direction. Quit looking at me, you. At one point, our eyes happen to meet out of the blue, but instead of her looking off in the distance, off in her usual flustered manner, she doesn't break her gaze. Naturally, this causes me to smile at her, but with really nothing to say, we simply maintain our silence. As we walk further into the nature preserve, we start to notice that the insects flying about through the path happen to be growing in size. At first, it started off as simple gnats and flies whizzing past us. It eventually turned into dragonflies and bees flying near us. Though surprisingly, Yuri seemed to be generally unbothered. You know, dragonflies are cool. Bees are good, but it still sting you sometimes. Not that I'm resentful to insects in any way. Should be 2 words. I'm just not a fan of things flying near my face. True. I guess Yuri must be used to it due to her upbringing. Always with the bugs in her face. You don't seem to mind all the bugs, Yuri. They're harmless creatures, Cheese. They're not going to harm you, hence being harmless. Though I'll admit, I don't care for the big insects flying near me. However, I do have an exception for butterflies. Butterflies, huh? How come? They're quite elegant creatures, Cheese. Butterflies are very friendly to humans. I've grown to admire them over the years. Seeing them flutter in the wind with such grace is truly a testament to the beauties of nature. It's really no wonder why many authors throughout history have used them as some form of symbolism in their work. I forget where I saw it. It might have been like a game theory or something. No, I think it was Tier Zoo. The reason butterflies like fly around in such a haphazard pattern is really to deceive predators. Because then you can't predict them and like intercept their path. That's why they look like they can barely fly. But they fly like that on purpose. And I think moths too. Especially like because some of their predators use sonar like bats and stuff. It messes up that stuff too. Like just darting around in such a way. Anyway, that was your fun butterfly fact. Go watch Tier Zoo for more. Or was it True Facts? I don't know. Tier Zoo's good though. True Facts is also good. Go watch them. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. It's really no wonder... Oh, I already read that. I always did enjoy chasing after them when I was much younger. Sure enough, right after Yuri finished talking, we see a butterfly flutter down from a nearby tree and right into our path. It's an unusual blue and black pattern, something I haven't really ever seen before for butterflies. I guess they could have been introduced to the preserve. My, aren't you beautiful? Yuri outstretches her palm, beckoning the butterfly to come to her. And sure enough, it does exactly that, promptly flying forward and landing in Yuri's palm. After a few seconds, the butterfly then flutters over to Yuri's other hand, crawling down her wrist. Yuri smiles bashfully as her newfound friend explores her arm. Aww. I was gonna say, oh, this looks like the proper art style, but that's because they just copied and pasted her head. I think they copy-pasted most of this. I think only the hands are... Anyway, sorry. I haven't seen Yuri smile like that too much. The only time she smiled like that has been when we were reading together. Even though Yuri might try to apologize to me later for how much attention she's giving the butterfly, I can't help but notice how incredibly cute she looks right now. The way her long violet hair flows in the wind, the sound of her giggling gracefully echoes through the air, and how beautifully crimson her cheeks are. It's like she's a completely different person. No longer does she seem to be worried about being judged, she's simply living in the moment. I really do enjoy this side of Yuri. I actually debate if I want to sneak a picture of her enjoying the company of her butterfly, but I didn't want to ruin the moment. Instead, I simply stand by her as the butterfly continues to hop between Yuri's arms, crawling up and down before staying still for a few moments, only to flutter over and repeat the same process again. Yuri simply giggles and smiles as she watches its movements. Well, that's nice. After a few minutes, the butterfly lands on Yuri's nose. For a moment, she's completely still, not wanting to scare off the butterfly. But the butterfly ends up flying away into the tree line, leaving Yuri brightly blushing. Do you think it likes you? I guess you're right about the butterflies. It was truly one of the best experiences I've ever had with them. It really brought back some of my childhood memories of when I used to play in my old backyard. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Yuri. Sorry I couldn't really share the experience with you. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll run into more along the way. We'll find a butterfly to love me. Besides, I didn't want to disturb the moment with how cute you two looked. Yuri's entire face immediately returns to crimson. You thought I looked cute? You always do. But I guess that moment just happened to remind me of that fact. Jeez. We stand in silence for a few moments, though we begin to zone out and gaze into each other's eyes. My desire to bring her into my arms only grows stronger the longer we stare at each other. I begin to notice Yuri blushing a new shade of crimson with every passing second. With nobody around and nothing to stop us, this might be my chance to really make something happen with her. As much as circumstances say to go for it, my conscience is telling me not to. Am I really sure I want to commit to Yuri now and I haven't decided on what to say to Natsuki? Suddenly, Yuri seems to snap out of our trance, as if she just realized what was about to happen. Sorry. I wonder if you only get the date if you pick the same girl all 3 days. No, because we got a date Sayori when we weren't loyal all 3 days. I guess it's just whoever's route you're currently on. I'm curious to try, like... What if we pick Natsuki one day, Yuri one day, Sayori one day? I really wasn't paying attention. Feels like something just came over me. Well, so much for that. Try to go along with the awkward situation we've now found ourselves in. It's fine. I managed to stammer out. We're both completely flustered for a few seconds until Yuri manages to muster up enough courage to talk. Well, we can just keep walking if you'd like. I'm sure there's plenty more to see. Yeah, that works. Yuri and I then silently proceed to continue our walk down the path, hardly being able to make eye contact with each other. Now it's evening. After several hours of walking through the preserve, taking many different trails, crisscrossing through the preserve, the sun finally starts to set. As if on cue, several small animals start coming out from the tree line onto the path. Well, I take it we should start heading back. Preserve is going to close pretty soon anyways. Yes, I suppose it is indeed that time. I can tell Yuri isn't exactly keen on the idea of leaving, considering how much fun we've had with each other today. We start walking back to the main trail, as it would be the most direct path back to the entrance. After several minutes, I've noticed Yuri's maintained a rather conflicted expression on her face since we've decided to leave. I assumed it was because she didn't want to leave, but something was telling me it was more than that. I decided to carefully ask her mood in a roundabout way, hoping to avoid another episode like earlier today. We've had quite the day together, haven't we? Yuri quizzically looks up. I mean, you told me earlier after our argument that we would have spent all afternoon together. If you told us blah 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 afternoon together, I thought you would have been joking. Yes, I do suppose this day has had its unexpected twists and turns. Yuri manages a smile as she looks off, but I can easily tell it's not genuine. I let out a sigh as we keep on walking. I just can't get through to her today for some reason. Seriously, what's with her? Suddenly, Yuri grabs my arm. Here, I'll give you a matching set. What? What? Oh, you're not... No? Oh, okay. I turned to her with a shocked expression on my face. I'm sorry, Cheese. For what? Yuri releases her grip on me as she takes a moment to collect herself. Finally, she lets it out. I'm not trying to purposefully shut you out or anything. I know that my behavior around you today has been rather erratic, to say the least. And not erotic. I know I've been confusing and agitating throughout the entire day. Yuri, it's fine. Really, it's not, Cheese. I haven't felt in control of my emotions, and I've been lashing out or acting cold towards you. There really is no excuse for it. But to tell you the truth, I've been wanting to ask you to come with me here for a while now. And now that it's actually happening, I feel so happy. I never really got the opportunity to share my interests with another boy. Not until you came into my life. You've shown me nothing but kindness, patience, and respect towards me lately. Let's not talk about last week. I'm glad we've gotten to know each other so well. And to tell you something else, I really haven't gone on a date before. I feel my blood rush to my face as soon as Yuri utters date. Not that I thought this to be a date, but I'm still surprised to hear Yuri call it as such. Shouldn't it be, not that I haven't thought it to be a date? Like he knew it was a date, but it surprised him anyway that she says it. One second. Big sneeze. Okay. Sorry. I've been pretty much anxious this entire time. Maybe what's causing this behavior. Well, in the spirit of honesty, I'll admit that I've been a little anxious too. I wasn't expecting this chance to hang around you more. And I was just hoping I wasn't going to bore you or something. No, you've been great company, Cheese. Really. I just didn't think you were going to be interested. Well, a lot of things have piqued my interest lately. Like Natsuki. What? And Monica. What? Oh boy, I'm not good at this, am I? So I appreciate you letting me tag along. I'd be happy to do this again. I'll keep that in mind. But I did have another question. Something I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Well, I'm not going to judge you, Yuri. That's been my policy with you and everyone in the club from the get-go. And it's not going to change because of some silly question. I suppose it is a bit of a silly question. I just realized something. In the original DDLC, there's only like your house and the school. Those are the only BGs, and they bothered to make new BGs for this. And like they go to new locations, they go to the manga store, they go to the nature preserve, they go on the train, they go to a restaurant. And like part of the plot at the end is Monica being like, the game's writing new scenarios is taking up too much memory. So that kind of makes sense. That it's like, it takes more memory to like make these new scenarios, but it's like, it's what the game responds with. Although, maybe it would be implied that these backgrounds would have been in the original if Monica hadn't messed with it. I don't know. Well, Sayori asks those all the time, so you can't do worse than her. Alright. Did you want to kiss earlier? After the butterfly flew away? Oh! Well, I'm completely tongue-tied here. Definitely don't feel ready to confess my feelings for her. Especially since I got Natsuki to deal with. I decided to answer indirectly, figuring that it'd be my best bet. It might have crossed my mind. I see. Not sure if that was the best way to answer, but it's how I answered. Well, I think we've had enough heartfelt sentiment for today. Wouldn't you agree, Cheese? Yeah, I do. Any more and I'll puke. Let's hope we can get to the entrance before they close it on us. Yuri lets out another giggle as we resume our walk to the entrance. Yuri is certainly one of the most deep and complex people I've ever met. And even though I still have some questions about her, at least I know for sure how she feels about me. Fortunately, we were able to get out of the nature preserve just in time for closing. What would have happened if you weren't out? Though by the time we got out, night had already fallen, so we hurriedly went back to the station to catch the soonest possible train. We were able to get lucky and got on a train about 10 minutes after we got to the station. As soon as the train started moving, I immediately felt my stomach growl. I turned to Yuri and we both quickly come to the realization that we didn't eat anything while we were at the nature preserve. We should have eaten the butterfly. We only largely got by thanks to the occasional water fountain scattered along the trails. I don't suppose you have any snacks on you, do you? Brain formulating joke. No return. Error. There's a joke in there somewhere. You're the snack. Something, something. Let me see. Just myself. Haha. Here he digs through her bag and pulls out 2 chocolate bars. Here we are. Yuri hands me one of the chocolate bars and we immediately begin digging in. As I take my first bite, I quickly realize that Yuri gave me a dark chocolate, which isn't something I've had in a while. Hey, it's actually pretty good, Yuri. I haven't had dark chocolate in a while. I'm glad you like it, Cheese. I saw that they were on sale at the supermarket and I figured I'd buy some. I just love the taste of it. I can take or leave dark chocolate. I like milk chocolate more. And I like white chocolate even more than that, even though it's quote-unquote not real chocolate, even though it is still made from cocoa beans. Silly. Heh, well, I guess it makes 2 of us. It's really surprising how much we have in common with each other. Yeah, it really is. See a smile form across Yuri's face as we return eating our chocolate, which we managed to finish relatively quickly. So, have you started on your part for the photo shoot? I'm probably going to start getting everything together later tonight, but I should have everything together by the weekend at the latest. Well, that's good to hear. I thought I left the banner in my room, but it wasn't there when I checked. Could have sworn I brought it home with me. Maybe you left it in the closet back at the club? Perhaps, but it's not like I I've gotten the opportunity to check lately. Given how Natsuki is with the closet. Always in there. What? What? Like you don't know. What? And she always gets there before I do. Well, I'm sure you can ask her to check. Given her track record with keeping her manga together, I'm not entirely sure she's capable of finding it. Oh, that's mean. I'd rather look myself. Well, what's stopping you? I just don't want her coming to me next time she can't find something in the closet. You've seen how she's been yelling at Monica over it. I'd rather not have that happen to me. Ah, that's fair. I would have offered to check in the closet for her, but given that I don't feel ready to face Natsuki right now, try and stay silent on the matter. I'd hate to prematurely trigger a conversation over her letter. No, you triggered the flag too early! No, it's gonna glitch out! Maybe you could check for me? Drat! Well, maybe I can get by not talking to Natsuki about it. After all, she only gave it to me yesterday. I can try for you. Thank you, Cheese. I really appreciate it. Though, if I may ask, I thought you and Natsuki were friends. Did something happen? No, we're still friends. We just fight a lot. I just don't want to risk conflict with her, that's all. We've been trying to be nice to each other, and for the most part, I'd say it's been working out. Well, that's good to hear. Can't see that blowing up. It's good to see you two get along. For a while, I was worried you two hated each other. No, we never had anything serious against each other. But ironically enough, we only started to really get to know each other around the time you joined. Really? Yeah. I knew Monica from my advanced literature class, and one day after class, she just walked over and invited me to join her club. I was kind of surprised that she even noticed me, let alone found the time to talk to me. I'm glad I took her up on it. Through her, I met Sayori and Natsuki for the first time. Looking back, I probably interacted the most with Sayori. She'd always try to find some way to include me. Now that sounds like the Sayori I know. She really does go out of her way to make people feel right at home. She's been a positive presence in the club ever since we started Cheese. If you don't mind me asking, how did you and Sayori meet? I know you haven't met Natsuki and I before you joined, and you met Monica in one of your classes last year. Well, we grew up with each other. Our parents always lived next door to each other, and we just happened to be born around the same time, so they bonded that way. And when we were like little rugrats, you know. When we were little, we'd always play with each other, and for a while, we were best friends. Did something happen between you two? I feel it. I feel a heart sting. I feel my heart sting. Whatever. As I reflect on why Sayori and I drifted apart in the first place. Even more so given last Sunday. I guess the only answer I can really give is that I discovered anime and video games, and it just pulled me in. Shush. Don't you judge my excuse for avoiding social connections. And we stopped hanging out together as often, and eventually we stopped hanging out altogether. Our freshman year, we hardly talked to each other. She started oversleeping around that time as well, so the opportunities to talk to each other became rather scarce. Looking back on it, I was a terrible friend during that time to her, and I should have been there. I wish I could tell Yuri more about Sayori and her depression, but that's not for me to reveal. Why do I have everyone's secrets? Although Yuri didn't tell me hers. Natsuki does in her route, but she didn't in this one. Monica is Monica. I suppose I can relate to this on some level. When I moved into the city, I left practically everything I knew behind. All my friends, my memories, everything I've ever known was left behind. And I wasn't exactly great at adjusting. But in middle school, I did make friends with this one girl, and she was very kind to me. She's sort of the only reason I didn't have a total breakdown when I was dealing with the adjustment. But she helped me power through, in spite of what everyone said and how they felt about me. What happened to her? I still don't know to this day, to be quite honest. When 8th grade rolled around, she didn't come to school with the rest of us. We tried calling her parents, but they never took our calls. It got to the point where we went to their house, and it was completely abandoned. Yikes. Sounds like they skipped town or something. Yeah, her dad was a drug dealer, so... That's my theory as well. My father did always say that he found her parents to be strange. In what way? Like they were always hiding something. Suddenly, we hear the horn of the... That spooks me a little bit. We hear the horn of the train starting its slow grind to a halt. Yuri lets out a sigh. I take it this is your stop? Sadly, yes. I'm really sorry that I can't stay on with you for your journey home. It's alright, Yuri. You need to get yourself home. I had fun today. I really did. Me too. Come here. I bring Yuri into my arms and hug her tightly. Almost instantly, the stress and worries of the last 2 days instantly melt away. I'm surprised with how tightly Yuri is holding on to me as well, as if she, too, was waiting to do this. Her jasmine-scented perfume fills my nostrils with every breath I take as I continue to embrace her. Even though there might be a few bystanders looking at us, I couldn't really care less if there was. I had to do a mental check. Was that the right form of couldn't care less? Yes, it was. Just having her in my arms is the best thing I've ever felt. It's hard for me to even put it into words. I really hate to see her go. Yuri eventually pulls away from me, blushing wildly. Thanks, Factory. Yuri eventually pulls away from me, blushing wildly. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Yuri. Yuri hurries off to the train right before the doors close. I simply lean back in my seat, still dazed over the experience I've had with her today. I'm still baffled about how I managed to turn today around. There really isn't anyone like Yuri. I can definitely say she likes me. I know I like her back. But do I have the will to act on it? These thoughts continue to swirl in my head as the train starts up again. Whoa. I'm like, nightmare mode already? No, it's just nighttime. After about a half hour later, I finally reach my stop and begin the walk home. All things considered, things went pretty well today. I dug myself out of a hole with Yuri and managed to end things on a positive note. Still, I regret that I wasn't able to confirm my suspicions about her potentially cutting herself. Not that I was able to really see her wrists at all. She managed to keep them covered pretty well. Even I found her excuse for not talking about her cat to be odd at best. But maybe she's just telling the truth and I'm being overly paranoid. I have a lot to think about recently, so no use trying to overexert my mind. It is small and fragile. I finally reach my house and turn the key to enter. Natsuki's inside. Ah! As soon as I enter my house, I immediately head up to my room and collapse onto my bed, letting my exhaustion overtake me. My legs are completely numb from all the walking I did today. At least I managed to get some good physical exercise out of all this. And I really turned things around with Yuri. In fact, not only did I turn things around, but we managed to really get closer together. But I guess by getting closer to Yuri, I am forcing myself to turn out Natsuki. And I really haven't even made up my mind on her yet. Oh well, I'll try worrying about it tomorrow. I have enough on my plate as is. I should just try to get some good sleep for once. Hopefully I don't have another horrific dream. That would be terrible. I shut my eyes as I uneasily drift off to sleep, praying for nothing to happen. Surprise! Something's happening. Next thing I know, I open my eyes to see almost total darkness in front of me. There's no sight of my bed, my room, or anything. I'm already standing upright. I quickly realize that I must be dreaming again. Maybe it won't be so bad tonight. You just don't listen, do you? The same familiar voice angrily screams, making my ears sting in agony. I try to move to cover my ears, but my arms remain locked by my sides, forcing me to simply just wince in pain. I guess I stand corrected. I just don't know what's wrong with you. I don't understand why you continue to pursue the most unstable of us all. You just have an insult ready for everyone, don't you, Monica? Yuri is completely insane. She hides it well because she wants to earn your trust so that she can kill you, or worse. She doesn't want to kill me. She might, but she doesn't want to. You saw how she was so willing to kill herself for enjoyment. Yeah, but you did that. Do you really want a girl like that? She's a freak, Cheese. All your suspicions about her are true. Even the one that you won't say out loud. No, not that one. So why do you take the chance to spend even more time with her? To try to confirm your suspicion that she's unstable? The price of doing so is death, so pay up. She'll destroy everything in her path to get out of here if she ever learns the truth about this place. It's time for you to see that. Oh, right, I forgot. It's still a nightmare. They do this. I'm immediately jolted awake. But I don't think it's a nightmare, but it is. I sit myself up, panting as I feel cold sweat trickling down my neck. I can feel my body trembling over the whole ordeal I just experienced. What was that all about? I hopelessly asked myself. I do my best to wipe the sweat off my neck as I look at the time. 2 a.m. This is the third night in a row this has happened. What is happening to me? Am I really going insane? Whatever that voice wanted, it clearly didn't want me being around Yuri. It's been harassing me this entire week to stay away from Yuri. Maybe I should stay away from her and see if these nightmares go away. No, that's ridiculous. There has to be a plausible explanation for this. Suddenly I hear the sound of several things falling down. That actually gave me goosebumps. I wasn't expecting ASMR shuffles. It came from downstairs. And judging by the sound, it sounded pretty serious. I should probably check it out. I slowly get out of bed and creep downstairs to investigate, careful to avoid making any sound. I arrive downstairs, but I'm unable to see anything due to the lights being off. Silly lights. Adjusting my vision to the dark a little, it doesn't seem like anything heavy fell over, but something doesn't feel right. Oh, hi. Nice to barely see you. I glance over to the kitchen area to see the outline of something or someone. This is actually kind of creepy looking. I nearly scream in horror, but I quickly cover my own mouth. I squint my eyes at the dark figure, which seems to be standing erect by the kitchen table. Is that Yuri? Maybe I'm just seeing things. I slowly move my hand to the light switch and flick on the lights. Oh, she's not there. Good. The lights come on, revealing that there's nobody standing in the kitchen. I breathe a massive sigh of relief. For a second there, I thought Yuri somehow broke into my house. She isn't the type of person to do that. I walk into the kitchen, right where I thought I saw Yuri standing. I quickly look around. A quick look around shows that everything seems to be normal and there isn't anything displaced or missing. Maybe it came from the living room. Just for good measure, I grab one of my kitchen knives for protection, just in case there is an intruder in my house. Carefully walked into the living room, knife ready. Carefully looking around, I see that everything is exactly the way I remember it. Nothing's tipped over, nothing's broken, which is the good part. But something had to have made that noise. I scratched the back of my head in confusion. Maybe it came from outside? Or one of the neighbors is doing who knows what at this ungodly hour. Then again, this is a quiet neighborhood. I'm probably imagining things. After all, I'm waiting for her to suddenly be in my vision. After all, I thought I saw Yuri standing in my kitchen. Maybe my mind's just telling me to get back to bed. After I put my kitchen knife back where I found it, I turn off all the lights and head back upstairs. Man, I'm going to have to talk to Sayori about all this. I can't keep something like this from her. Even though she'll ask me a million questions, it'll probably help me getting these nightmares off my chest. Oh well, back to bed for me. Slide under my covers, and resume my favorite sleeping position. Is it just me or is my bed extra comfy now? Whatever, I'm done questioning things for tonight. Good night, comfy bed. We can slowly close my eyes. He's just laying directly on her. However, as I'm doing so, I feel something to my left. I turn my head to see what it is. Hi! Oh, why are you inverted? Good night, sweet prince. What did? I am immediately pushed off my bed. What? Why'd she push me? I land hard on my head as the rest of my body falls behind me, making my legs crash into my nightstand. I let out a scream of both horror and pain as my legs crushed down onto everything on my nightstand and flopped behind me. Inverted Yuri is not that creepy. She's creepier if she was like just in the dark, like she was earlier. Gritting my teeth to try to tolerate the pain, I look up to see Yuri now standing on my bed, looking down at me with a sadistic smile. I'm about to start yelling at her before I realize her frightening new appearance. Everything about her is different. She's been inverted. Her skin is a natural deep blue, while all her other features are glowing light green. That's weird. I quickly stand up to face her. Yuri begins to speak in a muffled, almost alien voice. Meet me downstairs. Oh, there she goes. As soon as I blink, Yuri is gone. I'm immediately left feeling petrified. She just disappeared. Am I still dreaming? I slap myself in an effort to see, but I'm merely left with my cheek stinging from the force of my slap. Ouch! Why'd I do that? Okay, I'm not dreaming. This is bad. I need to call the police. I look over to my nightstand where I left my phone, but it's no longer there. The only other phone I have is downstairs. Shoot! Wait, I could try to escape through my window and going to Sayori's. I run over to my window and try to open my windows, but for some reason, they're jammed shut. I step back, feel an ice-cold chill creep down my spine. I'm trapped in my own house. Maybe I can break the window. I look around for something heavy enough that could break the glass. But then I risk Yuri following me to Sayori's. I can't put her in danger, although it would be a 2v1. I guess I really do have to head downstairs. I grab one of my heavy textbooks for protection as I carefully head back down. As I walk back downstairs, I notice to see that all the lights are off again. Yuri? Call out into the darkness. What the hell is all this? What are you doing in my house? I don't get a response. She has to be here. But I don't want to turn on the lights either. She'll be able to see me. If I can't see her, she can't see me either. Also, she was like glowing in the dark. So it's definitely more... I can see her. My entire body shakes with fear as I try to guess where she could possibly be. Well, she was by the table last time. Maybe she's there again. I turn on the lights to throw my textbook in that direction. If she's there, that should knock her out. I'll do it on the count of 3. 1, 2... Jump scare on 3. 3! No jump scare. I flick lights on and clutch textbook at the kitchen with all my force. It ends up slapping into the table and falling to the floor. Oops, there's no sign of Yuri in the kitchen. Where the hell are you? You should have checked the couches, cheese. What? Hello. Yuri's sudden appearance behind... Hey. Stop that. Yuri's... freaking... Oh, what's it called? Flashing lights warning. Or what is it called? Anyway, don't look. Yuri's sudden appearance behind me makes me fall backwards into my kitchen table. Before I have time to react, I realize I'm practically backed into a corner. Okay, we're good now. Sorry about that. What is that called? I can't think of it. The flashing lights warning. Well, I mean, it's too late. Anyway, maybe in the YouTube bio I should put a warning. What is that called, though, when the flashing lights make you have a seizure? It probably wasn't flashing that fast, but just be safe. I'm gonna do Google flashing lights warning. Epilepsy. Right. I forget words sometimes, I'm sorry. Anyway, I hope no one with epilepsy had a problem with that. Yuri takes a step closer to me, a deranged smile creeping across her face. I know it was going in the universal shading, but I think it was toned down a lot, so I don't think it should have been as bad. What the heck is wrong with you? Are you crazy? Of course I am. I'm crazy for you. Oh, you look nice for a second. I also happen to be madly in love with you. Isn't that just wonderful? Don't tell me you don't feel the same way about me, Cheese. I don't think my little heart could take it. My tiny, tiny heart. You turn Sayuri down with hardly a second thought. You're going to do the same to Natsuki. So do it to me, Cheese. See what happens. Break my spirit. Crush my hopes and dreams. I'm already broken. It's what I want. Okay, I don't think you're an emotional masochist. I want you to put me down like a filthy animal. Yuri pulls out one of my kitchen knives from under her sleeve. Yuri, no. I don't want to hurt you. Yuri slowly rolls up her sleeve. Great. Did I stutter? You don't have a choice in this. Put me out of my freaking misery, Cheese. This knife's just aching to feel more of my blood. We can start slow if you want. Got me on my wrist. Yuri gestures to her wrist, which is lined with dozens of cuts, some of them freshly done. Yuri, stop. This is insane. I'm not hurting you. I barely managed to cry out as my voice shakes with utter fear and disgust. Also, how did you get inverted earlier? Please explain. Yuri rolls her sleeve back. Well, that's too bad. Why is that? Because this knife has already tasted blood tonight. But this one hasn't. Wow. Here, I'll play you off, Yuri. Yuri pulls out a second knife as she starts slowly walking towards me. Let me show you how much I love you, honey. My heart pounds against my chest at 1,000,000 miles a second as I start to hyperventilate. My vision becomes blurry as my head starts spinning, trying to come to terms with the situation. I look around for something to defend myself with or a way out of this, but both options come up empty. Oh, you know what? I'll bet the reason they made Yuri inverted was to make it very obvious that it's still a nightmare. Because, like, with Natsuki and Sayori, it's pretty obvious, like, yeah, they wouldn't do this, that's totally out of character. But with Yuri, they might have been worried about actually scaring the player too much and being like, oh no, the hammer dropped, this is one of those mods. No. They're like, it's a nightmare, it's a chill, it's a nightmare. That should be obvious because it was let in. I mean, it is kind of a fake out, but still. I mean, Sayori's was kind of a fake out because you wake up and you go to her house and she's hanging, but then you save her and then she tries to kill you. But it's obvious. It's very intuitive once she starts like being mad at you that it's still a nightmare. Anyway, I look around for something to defend myself with or a way out of this, but both options come up empty. I'm frozen in fear, hopeless to do anything as Yuri continues her menacing advance. Open wide. Yuri rushes at me with her knives. It's not a very good combat pose. It's actually kind of goofy looking, but it won't stop them from cutting me. I managed to grab her wrists in an effort to block her from stabbing me. Oh, it will stop her. You stupid. That's not a very good combat stance. I managed to twist one of her wrists, forcing her to drop the knife. However, Yuri knees me in the groin, making me go down instantly. Oof. Hey, I thought you wanted that. Now you can't have it. I look up to see Yuri angrily towering over me, knife ready. The other knife is too far out of reach. That wasn't very nice, Cheese. You resisting my affection. That hurts my feelings. Now I'm going to hurt you. You're already gonna do that. Yuri gets behind me and pins me to the floor. I thrash around in an effort to get her off me. Help! My cries for help are immediately become muffled. Okay, immediately become muffled as Yuri puts her hand over my mouth. Stop struggling, my darling. I'm only doing this because I love you. Ow. I feel the weight of Yuri's knife thrusted into the back of my neck, and the excruciating pain as she slowly pulls it out. My vision becomes filled with blood and tears as my head is slammed into the floor. I try to scream, but nothing even comes out of my lungs. I try to move, but my muscles refuse to respond. All I can feel is the pain flowing out with my blood and weight of Yuri holding me down. The world around me slowly fades to black. With the last thing I hear is Yuri's maniacal laughter. And scene. I slowly open my eyes. Fortunately, I find myself back in my bed in the same bedroom I've had all along. However, are they going to do a double fake out? They might. However, I feel unnerved from the whole experience. They didn't with the others, but, you know, they might with Yuri. My heart is racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Warm sweat is crawling down my neck, and I feel this sense of dread, though I can't exactly tell from what. As I wipe my brow from the sweat, I notice light from outside starting to creep through the blinds. I turn my head to check my alarm clock. 5:30. Better to wake up early than be dead, huh? I disagree. No. I loudly mused to myself. Even though I'm pretty certain that it was a dream, I quickly check myself for any stab wounds. Thankfully, everything is normal, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. No one has stabbed me on this day. I try to prop myself up, but I feel a sudden rush of pain hit my forehead, instantly making me feel dizzy. I force myself to lay back down. My vision becomes blurry as I furiously blink several times in an effort to restore it back to normal. Well, at least I don't need to get up particularly soon. I would go back to sleep, but I'd rather not dream of being attacked by Yuri again. At least not like that. I simply stare at the ceiling through my hazy vision as I attempt to process my experience. These nightmares are just getting stranger. I don't see it stopping anytime soon. Along with these side effects, if you can even call them that. I guess this week I could try scheduling a doctor's visit about all this. I should tell Sayori about this too. Maybe I need to just get this off my chest rather than have it lingering inside of me. I simply let out a sigh and stare at my ceiling, waiting for my headache to dissipate. As I try to pass the time before I need to get out of bed, it still hits me that I'm still nowhere. Oh, skip. But I think I've pretty much decided on my feelings for Yuri. I should have expected to deal with this much drama when I decided to join an all-girls club. Though I suppose I subconsciously rushed through breakfast out of fear that Yuri was somehow hiding in the kitchen again. Oof. Bye. What's wrong? You were like this yesterday too. Did the music start for like a split second? I want to make sure you're okay. Let out a sigh. I shouldn't keep something like this from her. It's nothing too concerning. It's just been having some bad nightmares the past few days. I'm not entirely sure why I'm having them, but I'm sure it'll blow over soon. Why didn't you tell me? I feel a returning sense of guilt course through me as I reflect on why I decided to keep this from Sayori. You're not telling me about your nightmares either, so meh. We've always been honest with each other about things that have been troubling us. I feel kind of bad now for not telling her about this sooner. I just didn't want to worry you. You've got enough going on yourself. Jeez. No matter what I'm dealing with or going through, I'm always going to make time for you. Don't ever forget that, okay? I don't care how I'm feeling or whatever I'm going through. You're what matters to me the most. I feel a sudden rush of blood to my face as Sayori says that. As much as I'm touched by what she's saying, I know she's right too. I knew I should have told her about these nightmares, just like how I should tell her about everything else that's going on. But maybe there's a time and a place for that. Thank you, Sayori. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Don't mention it. I mean, coming from you, that's pretty amazing. It's just how I feel, Cheese. Well, I'm grateful. You know how much I care about you, too. I've been meaning to bring up with Sayori my idea for her seeing someone about her depression, but for whatever reason, the words escape me. The moment of silence continues to pass over us as we stand on the sidewalk, unable to make lasting eye contact with each other. Finally, Sayori speaks up. Guess we should start walking, huh? Yeah, I'd hate to make us late. Without another word said, we begin our daily commute to school. Hang on, I need to check something real quick. Okay, everything looks good. Okay. Goodbye! That's a first for her. Hello. I certainly feel Yuri's shyness through the screen. Oh, she called me? I just need to play it cool. Hey, what's up? Oh, she's texting me. See notification that Yuri's typing, so I give her a few moments as I finish getting my things out for class. Sure enough, just as I finish getting everything ready, my phone goes off with a text notification. I look over to read what Yuri sent me. Oh, I'm doing alright. I was just reading some portrait of Markov, and it suddenly dawned on me how close we are to the end. Oh, really? Wow. How much do we have left? About 100 pages. We really have knocked out a lot together recently. Yes, indeed we have. If you want, time permitted, we could finish the book today if you like. I contemplate my response. We really have been spending a lot of time around each other lately. I know how much it would mean to Yuri if we managed to finish the book today. Yeah, sure, I'd love to do some more reading with you. I really can't wait for us to get to the last chapter. Me too. I'll see you at the club later. Goodbye. Bye. I put my phone back in my pocket as a large smile comes across my face. I'm going to get to spend more time with Yuri. This is great. I wonder what else I'll be able to do today. As soon as I finish my thought, the teacher comes in to start. Okay, goodbye. Yuri and I went to check out this new nature preserve that just opened. Okay, I believe you. You would have been welcome to tag along. We wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have wanted to get in the way of you two. Okay, bye. Oh. Natsuki. It's like, I need to talk to Cheese in the hallway. I know we haven't really spent a whole lot of time around each other when you first joined. You were always around Yuri, and I think that's my fault. Why would you want to spend your time around someone who's always whining about everything? Who's always mean? Yuri was always kind and gentle around you, and I wasn't. I sincerely regret that now, because you're so hot. And you're not hanging around me. I put up a wall around myself because I didn't want to get hurt. I was afraid of catching feelings, but I still did. I was afraid that I'd never get the chance to really see if I was worth liking you, if it was worth liking you or not. That I missed my chance because I kept pushing you away. And the more I saw you with the others, the more I felt left out. It really hurt to see you with Yuri on Tuesday. I was worried that you hated me or something. That's why you always spend your time away from me. And I don't blame you if you do. Especially with how I've treated you since you've joined. I'm really, really sorry. But I still want to get to know you. You seem like a really great person. And the more I thought about you, the more I started to like you. I even started writing poems to try to make sense of my feelings. And I figured out that I truly liked you. But I was too scared to tell you directly how I really felt at the time, so I decided to give you that special letter. My confession letter. I figured you must have read it. I heard of how you're kind of acting like a maniac yesterday morning, and how awkward you've been acting around me lately. So I figured, well, there's no turning back now. I should just give it to you straight. I mean, you already have. I love you, okay? More than anything else in the world. Natsuki looks at me. I couldn't bear to skip it. Natsuki looks at me as if she couldn't believe the words that just came out of her mouth. But at the same time, she looks as if the world has been lifted from her shoulders. Natsuki looks at me, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she awaits with bated breath for my answer. I'm really touched by her confession. I never realized how much of an impact I've had on Natsuki since I first joined. And truthfully, part of me likes her back. I'm not completely sure what to do here. Is there even a right answer? What would Yuri say after I spent so much time around her lately? She'd likely never trust me or any other guy ever again. There's so many different reasonings, and either way I'm kicking up some sort of storm regardless of how I answer this. But Natsuki deserves an answer. Do I really love her back? As my thought process kicks into overdrive, I look back and forth between the ground and Natsuki's eyes as I try to settle on a decision. Natsuki, clearly sensing that I'm in deep thought, offers her hands to me. I let out a deep breath and gently take them. I immediately realize how soft and petite they are. Natsuki still has the same expression on her face, bracing for whatever I say next. She's having a bad week. She lost her manga. She's gonna get turned down by me. This almost feels like when Sayori confessed to me. But this is different now. And I'm determined to make it so. I look deep into Natsuki's eyes as I finally articulate my answer. Natsuki... I'm gonna be right back.
Cheese, say something. You've been staring at me for 5 minutes in pure silence.
I'm sorry, Natsuki. I'm on pure Yuri Route. But we will check back later to see what happens.
I just want to be friends. Eh? What?
Natsuki takes a step back and reacts the same way as when it was Sayori.
I tell you how I finally feel.
Sorry.
It's just that I have my eyes on someone else right now. Heck, you!
You know, I wish it didn't have to play out like this.
To a degree, I like Natsuki the same way.
But I have a great opportunity with Yuri. After how long it took for her to open up to me, I have to admit I'm interested in her. And with what I saw on her arms yesterday, my train of thought is interrupted. Okay, yep. And then the big blowout happens. I know you want them all to yourself. You're acting nice just for show, and we all know it. Piss off. Well, I'm glad you made the right decision for Yuri's sake. I'm sure Yuri will appreciate you trying to stay loyal to her. I've just tried to be the best I can around her. Wish I could say the same for Natsuki, though. We'll get everything sorted out with her, don't you worry. She just needs a chance to cool down. Wait, did she leave Yuri in there to settle Natsuki? Or was it Sayori? Do I really want to know how she started all this?
Well, she barged in, started screaming and cursing at Yuri, and then broke down crying at her desk.
Wow. Yeah, she's never been mad like this. Oh, great. I can only imagine how Yuri's going to handle all this. Monica begrudgingly looks at the door, or if we can still make out the screaming of the others. Okay. They have big dramatic fight, say big dramatic things, very angry, mean words.
At least I wasn't stupid enough to spout my confession without making sure he liked me.
My head starts spinning as Natsuki and Yuri continue their spouting at each other. They're shouting, "They all like me? That's crazy."
It's hard to do when we need to compete with you for his attention. You see him most out of all of us.
Hey, don't rag on Sayori. It's from Yuri. I'd like for us to discuss what happened earlier in person if you have the time. I contemplate my response. I'm not entirely sure if I want to be around her or anyone right now. What she said to Sayori crossed more than one line with me, even if she doesn't know about Sayori's depression. But maybe she wants to apologize for acting that way. It was a tense situation all around. I guess more than one way, we're both partially responsible for escalating things. I want to make things right with her, but is it even worth it at this point? Everything that I thought I knew about her is completely out of the window now. Yeah, we'll talk to Yuri. I should work things out with Yuri. I start texting back. Yeah, you can come over. Yuri quickly replies back. Okay, I'll let you know when I arrive. Man, what am I even going to say to her? This day has been a complete catastrophe. I don't even know what I'm going to say, Yuri, let alone know what she's going to say to me. Maybe she just wants to apologize for what she said earlier. I mean, Yuri's never been that nasty to anyone, but today all my expectations went out the window. I can't believe anyone would have said that to someone as kind as Sayori. It's enough to make my blood boil. Maybe cleaning up the living room for Yuri's arrival would be a better use of my time. Wait, I'm distracted. Let me be distracted. Still distracted. Weird. Anyway, what was I doing? I can get angry at her later. I get off my bed and head downstairs to start cleaning up the living room. Just as I finish cleaning the living room, I hear the doorbell ring. Coming. I'm not really comfortable with you in my house after my nightmare, but whatever. Take a deep breath before walking over and opening the door. As expected, I find Yuri waiting on my porch. She looks up at me through a worried and panicked expression. Wait, did she tell Sayori to kill herself in this timeline? Yuri, I'm mad at you. Rather than having her stumble through words right here and now, I simply sigh and wordlessly invite her in. After closing the door behind us, I lead Yuri to the living room. We can both take our seats on the couch, unable to make consistent eye contact with one another. Why did I say can? I bow my head as I try to figure out something to break the tension. I'm not even sure where to begin. There's absolutely no excuse for what she said. Even if she doesn't know about Sayori's depression, it's just one of those things you don't say to people. But I think I at least owe Yuri a chance to explain herself. We wait for several minutes in painfully awkward silence before she finally speaks up. What have I done? I'm still in shock over everything myself. I wasn't expecting anything like that to happen, but I still should have seen it coming. I wasn't prepared. There's no need to trouble yourself, Cheese. You don't need to justify my actions for me. I know what I did, and I could have stopped myself at any point in time. But why, Yuri? How can you even say something so awful, especially to your friend? I mean, I know you and Natsuki can get a little vicious from time to time. And I'm gonna try something. Nope, doesn't work. What if... Will this break things? Oh no, that works just fine. Okay. I don't know. I think the first time I tried to set it up, it didn't work, but it's working just fine now. Right? Yeah, looks good. Anyway. Button. Oh, it does stop if I click away, though, so that's a downside. I mean, I know you and Natsuki can get a little vicious from time to time, but this is beyond anything I've ever heard from you. I know. And I'm truly sorry. Even if you don't believe me, I just want you to know that. I can believe you, but I just want to know why it happened. I think we both know the answer to that, sadly. Eh? What do you mean? Jeez. For my entire life, I've tried to keep my emotions buried as best as possible. I actually wasn't always like this. Matter of fact, when I was younger, I was probably somebody similar to Natsuki. More similar to Natsuki than anything else. You were like Natsuki? What changed? Well, a number of things. For one, my environment changed. I picked up early on that people in the city don't find a loud, obnoxious girl from the countryside to be something that they like to associate themselves with. And I was never going to change myself for them. It didn't help that I developed earlier than the rest either. I was routinely picked on by the others because of it. So I decided it'd be in my best interest to fade into the background, away from the prying eyes of my classmates. My personality completely changed in the span of just a few years. My parents, I love them dearly, never were able to help me thanks to their work, so I was forced to fend for myself at a rather young age. I never really opened up to anybody about my problems until I met my first real friend since I moved. She was the only one I ever trusted enough to turn to help when I couldn't handle things, and when she suddenly disappeared from my life without any explanation, I just shut myself off from the world around me. I always had an interest in literature, so I turned to that more and more as a way to cope. But it's not foolproof. Sometimes my emotions spill out into the open, despite my best efforts to control them. But you made me feel comfortable around you. You're the first person in a long time that I can truly talk to on a deeply personal level. I started to develop an attraction to you. It's not something I'm prepared to lose. So I felt threatened that I was going to lose the bond that we've worked so hard for. It certainly didn't help that Natsuki and I spewed some incredibly distasteful insults at each other. I really don't want to get into that. By the time you and Monica came back, everything had just escalated. I was so riled up that I wasn't myself anymore. So I unfairly lashed out at Sayori because I was pushed to my limit. I just hope you can forgive me, Cheese. I never meant to hurt her or anyone else. I'm so ashamed that you had to see me in that state.
I know that you never wanted to hurt Natsuki. Even despite all this, I really want to be your friend. I just want us all to get along. But I always end up ruining things in the end. Why would you want to associate yourself with someone as horrible as me? Yuri starts sobbing as I sit frozen in shock. I've always known Yuri to be an introvert, but not like this. Well, there's certainly no way she can undo the hurt she's caused Sayori. I'm glad to at least hear from her that she knows she's in the wrong. I hand Yuri my tissue box. She gently plucks the tissue from the box and uses it to wipe her tears away. Thank you, Cheese. Yeah, no problem. We sit for the next few moments in silence. I sit there frozen in shock as I attempt to process the situation. I've seen Yuri overwhelmed by her emotions before and lashing out, but it's only because she's forced into these uncomfortable situations and doesn't really know how to handle herself. Maybe I shouldn't be so mad at her. I wait for her to collect herself before I say anything. Well, I'm glad you've come to recognize that what she said back there was wrong. But I'm a pretty big reason for what happened as well, so I'm really sorry that all had to happen. So I shouldn't be too mad at you. This really is my fault, all my fault. I led on Natsuki and hurt her. You didn't. And who knows who else I've hurt in the process. I'm just so confused about everything right now. I know where you're coming from, Cheese. It's been an emotionally confusing time for us both. We spent so much time together. So much to the point that maybe there was a possibility that we could be more than simply friends. You've been so patient and understanding with me. Truthfully, ever since the day you joined, I walked in looking forward to spending time together. It's the highlight of my day. And you've helped me feel better about myself. I thought that because of you, I could finally feel love and companionship again. But I've probably ruined things thanks to my behavior today. You saw my worst possible side. I don't expect you to get over that anytime soon, if ever. Oops. At least the music doesn't cut out. Wait a minute, has it not been updating? My face is flushed with embarrassment as Yuri finishes her speech. Gosh dang it. Going full screen did mess it up. Now? No. Now? No. Now? Now? I am sorry. I shouldn't have bothered trying to full screen it. That's awkward. Okay, now it's updating. What the heck? Screen capture. Try to fumble out some sort of answer. Well, Yuri, I really appreciate everything you said there. Don't worry, I read all the words. You heard them. I'm sorry if you like to read long. Well, Yuri, I really appreciate everything you said there. I don't hate you because of what happened earlier. In fact, I don't hate you at all. I'm glad you recognize what you said was wrong and that you're willing to make things right with Sayori. I intend to make things right with everyone. For the good of the club, we need to ensure there's no lingering animosity between any of us. Well, I guess that puts us in the same boat, huh? We both let out an awkward chuckle before the room returns to silence. At least Yuri and I smooth things over for the most part. Let's just hope it goes just as well for tomorrow with everyone else. So, is Sayori okay? Well, I haven't really had the chance to check up on her since all this happened, but I'll be sure to stop by your place soon. Okay, good. I just want to make sure she's okay. I'm sure she'll be alright. I've never known Sayori to hold grudges. I mean, if you can settle things with Natsuki, I'm sure you can settle things with her. Yeah, I hope so. I just don't know how I'll be able to forgive myself.
Well, I'm sure that in time we'll move past it. I'm not really mad at you for this. You should be a little bit. Yeah, and I think I think in time, I'll be able to sort out my feelings. And hopefully there'll be a club to go back to tomorrow. We can only hope for the best, Yuri. I think Monica would want everyone back to talk about everything. She does care for the club's well-being. But I think we made an important step in smoothing things over. I'm glad you reached out. It was the right thing to do, Cheese. I'm confident you would have done the same in my position. I weakly smile at Yuri as a new wave of silence washes over us. After about half a minute, Yuri checks on her watch and abruptly stands up. Well, I have to go now. I'd hate to get into trouble with my parents for staying out too late. I understand. Thanks for coming with me, Yuri. Let's just hope all this craziness blows over soon. I couldn't agree more. Goodbye, Cheese. See you tomorrow. I lead Yuri out the door and gently close it behind her. I watch out the window as Yuri walks off to the horizon in the direction of the nearest bus stop. That wasn't too bad, I mumbled to myself. I'm still a little surprised Yuri went out of her way to directly apologize to me. Even though she was awful during that fight, I'm glad she recognized her mistakes. It's going to take time for Yuri and I to move past what happened, but I don't think it changed my feelings for her that much. You know, she just sometimes casually tells people to kill themselves. It's fine. Hopefully everything will be normal again tomorrow. After finishing my nightly routine, I finally collapse on the bed, letting its comforting feeling take me with open arms. As I slowly... There's no fourth nightmare, there's only 3, right? As I slowly drift off to sleep, I begin to reflect on my talk with Yuri earlier. I'm glad that we were able to work things out and come to an understanding, but I still have my work cut out for me. I have no idea how we're going to make peace with Natsuki, assuming we even can. At least Yuri should be able to make up with Sayori. Ah, dang it, I forgot to text her! She's probably asleep by now. Why would she want to talk to me now anyways? Knowing her, she's convinced herself that she'll just make things worse between us. Not to mention, I still don't know for sure if Yuri's cutting herself. Asking about it earlier likely wouldn't have gone very well. And, well, I suppose I should really be solving one problem at a time. Tomorrow's going to be so much fun. It's best not try to think about it too much. Save up my energy. It's going to be eventful and stressful no matter how it goes down. Hopefully there's no more stupid nightmares too. With my prayer complete, I finally drift off to sleep. I can't fail now, blah 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 blah. I seriously wish she didn't try to make amends with Yuri. That hopefully won't matter much to my calculations. Okay, bye. Yuri, is she really going out of her way to make peace with Natsuki? They've had some nasty fights, but nothing of this caliber. It's just a tense situation all around. Everyone's mad at each other for something, and Yuri, well, she doesn't have the best social skills. Not like mine are any better, considering I started this. Well, Yuri surprised me before. I'm sure she'll do it again. Hopefully I can talk to her before the club starts. This might be poor timing, but I need to know for sure what's up with Yuri's secret. Speaking of poor timing, I need to meet Sayori. Heaven knows we have a lot to talk about as well. And talk we do. Oh yeah, Sayori writes a poem. I forget what it says. Really sucks that I'm... Oh no, she posted a poem on my door. That scared me last time, but it didn't really amount to anything. Sorry, cracking knuckles. It really sucks that I'm really going to have to choose between her and Yuri. Really. Never wanted that to happen. Yada yada. I see a flash of purple before it retreats from my sight. It's alright, Yuri. Come in. Try to sound as inviting as possible, but I probably end up coming across as just as sarcastic. Still, she seems to have accepted the invite. Yuri slowly opens the rest of the door and steps into the club room. We struggle to make eye contact with one another, let alone speak to each other.
Hello, Cheese.
Hey, Yuri. Yuri carefully sets herself down, but she doesn't sit. Instead, she turns around to face me. Her eyes struggle to meet mine. It takes a few moments before she finally finds her voice.
You know, I'm not really sure if I'm ready for this. I've never been involved in anything quite this dramatic before.
I can't say I have either.
I mean, who would have thought that the club would be brought to this point? I know I share similar responsibility, but maybe if I didn't act out, maybe things would be better.
Yuri, this is mostly my fault. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame yourself. But hopefully we can make things right again here.
Yeah, me too.
Yuri's voice trails off as she anxiously stares at the floor. What's wrong?
What? Nothing.
Nothing's wrong. Yuri, how do I put this delicately? Look, I'm not holding you solely responsible for what happened. I think we all deserve some of the blame, except for Sayori. She's innocent. You said some things that you obviously shouldn't have said, and I shouldn't have walked out on you guys. But I'm hopeful we'll be able to reconcile everyone's differences. Yuri lets out a sigh.
Geez, be honest with you, it's not the only reason I'm worried right now.
Well, what is it? Maybe I can help ease your mind over things.
Just don't tell anyone about this, okay?
I promise. Yuri clasps her hands together and takes a big breath of air in.
Okay.
So I think it's prudent that in order to avoid future drama, I think we need to shed light about some of our personal problems. Go on.
So I want to open up about a problem I've been having for a while now.
Yuri slowly puts her arms behind her back. Do you want to tell me what it is now and help you practice for it?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary. Honestly, I don't know if I trust myself to even talk about it in front of anyone else.
Well, I can help give you a nudge when I talk, but why don't you trust yourself? Why don't you trust yourself?
I've never told anyone else about it, and it took me until recently to acknowledge that something was really wrong with me. So, to share this information with others is kind of a big jump for me.
I understand.
But I'm glad you trust me enough to tell me about this. I completely trust you, Cheese. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's like a... That's like a court thing to say. You should say beyond a shadow of a doubt or something.
I can't really say the same about the others right now. However, I know what must be done. I consider us fortunate that we sorted things out between us yesterday. That's one less important thing to do.
That's true. Yuri tries to shoot me an optimistic smile, but she can tell I'm not really in the mood to return the favor.
Well, I can't blame you for not seeing any upside to our present situation. Truthfully, there probably isn't much other than the understanding we reached. It's all just really unfortunate.
No one did. I just wanted us to all get along. I didn't know that us growing closer together was going to piss off everyone else.
There's nothing we can do about the past now. I will say, though, I'm glad I got the opportunity to get to know you better. You've been a good friend to me, Cheese. I really can't thank you enough for it.
I can't help but smile at Yuri's compliment. At least we can both go into this with a somewhat good mood.
You know, since we should have had some time before everyone else... Since we should have some time before everyone else starts to show up, would you like to do some reading?
You know it!
Fantastic.
I just hope that Natsuki... Before Yuri could finish the sentence, the door opens and Natsuki enters the room. She looks to Yuri, who quickly sits down and buries herself in her book. Natsuki's eyes then lock onto mine as I continue my icy stare. Why are you glaring at it? Come on. Okay, she did say mean things to Yuri. I just skipped it. She tries to say something, but quickly catches herself and brushes past us to get to the closet. I quietly say to myself, I'm not looking forward to talking to her. Yeah. They're all reconciling. Look, the truth is I have feelings for Yuri. I've been spending quite a bit of time around her recently, and, well, I like her. One by one, the girls shoot either an irritated or dejected look at me, but Yuri only smiles as she holds back tears. I don't really think that there's anything that's going to change that. Well, there's one thing. I want to be in a relationship with her, not to spite any of you. I briefly make eye contact with Yuri. But, because I've kind of realized lately, I think she needs me. They all need you, MC Kun, you silly. That's the problem. I turn to Yuri, signaling to her that it's her turn to speak. Right. Yuri promptly stands up. She shakily breathes in and out, tears welling in her eyes. Everyone, the thing is... Natsuki looks at Monika, then to me, Sayori, and finally to Yuri. Monika manages an uneasy grin as Sayori and Natsuki continue to look on it. Yuri? Yuri. Bah. Oh, scripting error. Didn't that happen last time? I swear there's a spot where it says Yuri instead of Natsuki, or Natsuki instead of Yuri. Forget if it was in Natsuki Route or Sayori Route. Probably Natsuki Route. I didn't realize how hard this would be for Yuri to come out about whatever it is she's going to tell us about. Though I have a sinking feeling we already know what it is. I give Yuri an encouraging nod. Come on, Yuri, you can do this. I can't do this. Yuri bolts out from her seat and rushes out the door past Monika, loudly sobbing. I'm very curious about how Monika Route goes about. Crap. I quickly turn to Monika. Monika's grin quickly evaporates. Let me go after her, please. Monika sighs. Go for it. Monika says irritably. What the hell's up with her? Oh well, I'll deal with it later. Just as I'm about to run after Yuri, I feel someone grip on my arm. It's Natsuki. Wait! I brush Natsuki's arm off of mine and turn to directly face her. I'm not very good at this. What are you talking about? I'm... Natsuki's voice starts to break. She shuts her eyes in an effort to fight back tears. It ultimately proves futile, as tears start streaming down Natsuki's cheeks. She finally lets it all out. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for trying to take you away from Yuri. I'm sorry for saying all those things I shouldn't have. I'm sorry for hitting you. I'm sorry for everything. I stop for a minute, taking in what Natsuki had just said as she stands in front of me on the verge of a total breakdown. Natsuki. Yeah? She sniffles at me. I'm not the one you need to apologize to right now. Ugh, every time. Natsuki's expression turns to shock before she can properly react. I turn to head straight for the door. Just as I exit the room, I hear her cry after me, Cheese, wait! Let me... The door shuts behind me. I'll deal with her later. I gotta find Yuri. Yuri? Yuri? Where are you? Darn it, where could she be? I wander up and down the halls aimlessly, looking for any sign of her. Eventually I stumble upon an open door in one of the classrooms. I can hear someone sniffling and sobbing in there. Yep, that has to be her. I quietly enter the room, gently closing the door behind me. As soon as I get in, I see Yuri curled up in the corner. Carefully approach and quietly call out her name. Yuri? Yuri slowly looks up to face me. Please, leave me alone. Stop looking at me. I'm just a freak. I kneel down next to Yuri. You're not a freak, Yuri. Oh, sudden music change. Yuri stares at me with her glossy eyes. Yes, I am.
I'm a freak. I can't control my emotions around anyone. Especially you.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Yuri stops sobbing and pauses. For a full minute, Yuri is completely silent, aside from her occasional sniffle. Her face is frozen in fear and uncertainty. I'm honestly not sure what I'm supposed to do. Before I could react, Yuri lets out a pained sigh. I figured I would have to show you eventually. Either you accidentally see it or I show you. At least this way, it's on my own terms. Yuri? Yeah, there. With tears strolling down her face again, Yuri stands up and pulls up her sleeve, revealing numerous scars running up and down her forearm. I don't have a cat. Some of the scars are more faded than others, while some appear to be more recent. I feel increasingly lightheaded the longer I look at Yuri's arm. My stomach feels like it's about to cave in and collapse on itself. It's like that on the other arm, too. We don't have a graphic for it, though. You know my secret. Yuri, how long have you been doing this for? Years. Yuri resumes her sobbing as I stand shell-shocked at the revelation. I'm not even sure how to react to this. How do I even respond? Yuri sees my reaction and pulls her sleeve back down in disgust. I know what you're thinking. It's exactly what I expected from you. This is why I worked to keep it hidden away from you for so long. If you won't accept me knowing what you know now, then who will? If I try to get any help, if I even told my parents about this, I'll be locked away, never to be seen again. It's not illegal. And it's not like classified as you're like insane. It's just something you shouldn't do. So please stop. I can't fathom being apart from you. I wouldn't be able to tolerate not being able to join the club anymore. But it's over now, isn't it? I'm going to tell someone of authority about this. I'm going to be committed to an institution for who knows how long. Again, I don't think it's psych ward worthy. And it's not illegal. You're fine. It was good while it lasted. I ruined everything for you. Our friendship and club are gone. Yuri breaks down again and continues her sobbing. She's clearly being hysterical, but I'm not sure if it's possible to reason with her right now. I don't want to leave Yuri unattended, especially like this. However, maybe she just needs a moment to calm herself down. But isn't it my job to be there for her in our time of need? I should... What do you think? We've never done the leave them alone at this point, and we won't for Yuri either. We will comfort her, of course. I take a deep breath and gently put my hand on Yuri's shoulder. Yuri, I know now what it took for you to work up the courage to tell me about this. I know that just to even admit to me, it took a lot of guts. I can't possibly imagine having to deal with what you've been through for so long. You're a strong person for doing so, but we both know that you can't overcome this problem by yourself. But you're right that we can't keep something like this just between us. This is bad. I don't think anyone's going to commit you to some asylum or anything like that. I sincerely doubt that will happen. I know it may not seem like it now, but everyone at the club cares about you. They want to help you and fix the club. If they didn't care or weren't willing to give you a chance, do you think they would have showed up at all? As far as I could tell, everyone was respectfully listening to you. You were doing great, but you have to go back and finish telling your story. Especially why you're doing this to yourself. And then maybe we can figure out how to get you out of your situation. I can tell you why I'm cutting. Please do. Yuri shakily breathes. I do it as a way of self-control. You remember the story about my middle school friend? Yeah? You guys were close and then one day she just skipped town and nobody knows what happened to her. Precisely.
I was never the same person after that. I was completely broken inside. My parents weren't around enough to offer me any significant help, but I was able to fake it enough so that they didn't send me away. Instead of openly defending myself and being proud of who I was, I opted to fade into obscurity from everyone else's prying eyes. For the most part, it worked. The bullying and harassment stopped. But I was still lonely and friendless, and I needed an outlet to let all the pain and hurt I felt for so long. I needed to control myself against any more darker impulses. I got the idea of cutting because I read about it in a story that I happened to relate to me very well. What was the name of the story? The Eternal Urge. I think I've heard of that title before. I heard it's very tragic. Certainly not for the faint of heart. In hindsight, a young, impressionable teenager such as myself at the time probably shouldn't have been reading such a dark book. Oops. Especially at that point in my life. But the main character was going through similar issues that I was. To help cope with her problems, she resorted to cutting. So I tried it, and it worked. I got addicted to cutting more. The more I did it, it became almost habitual for me whenever I got angry or depressed enough. It'd make me feel better for a time, then the regret would set in, which would inevitably lead to more cutting. So it's a never-ending cycle? Yes. It also happens whenever I get overexcited. It reminds me too much of the behavior I've struggled to avoid for so long. It's a reminder of the life I've tried to leave behind, so it also serves as a sort of punishment system for me. Yuri, you've tried other methods of coping before, right? Yes. For the longest time, the only thing that was sometimes enough to keep my mind off cutting was reading books, though it's not foolproof. But that changed not too long ago. How so? I met you. When we started talking, you reminded me about all the good times I experienced when I was growing up. How happy I was. What it felt like to feel attracted to someone who was nice and cared about how I felt. Of course, with those happy memories, others resurfaced. Ones filled with pain and loss. So sometimes, when I think of you, it's sometimes enough for me to stop myself. Other times, it's what pushes me over the edge to do it. I know that this isn't healthy. I'd do anything to break this hellish cycle. But I just can't. I'm stuck in this loop and I can't escape. Sometimes I even ask myself if I can be helped. Do you believe that you can be helped, Yuri? Yuri's face fidgets as she tightly grabs her wrist behind her back. I don't know, Cheese. I just don't want to be locked up like some animal. Yuri, I don't think you will be. But you have to understand, what you told me is serious. I can't keep this to myself. You have to get professional help. I don't think anyone's going to commit you to an asylum just for that. But you have to trust me on this. You need to go back to the club with me and tell everyone the truth. Please come back with me, Yuri. I'll do everything I can to protect you. There's a long silence before Yuri responds. I want to trust you, Cheese. But how do I know that I can trust you with what you're saying? I stopped myself short. Am I ready to say that? Is it too soon? What? What is it? If I'm going to sell Yuri on the idea of getting help, it's probably for the best that I'm as honest as possible with her. I take a deep breath as I begin to lay out my thoughts. I mean, what I said back there. I like you. I really do. You're always such a deep and interesting person. Honestly, I feel like I've only just begun to get to know you. And I've only liked what I've seen so far, except for the one part. I feel like that we really do have a meaningful connection with each other. I really do. You're unbelievably gorgeous and incredibly smart. You have to be an idiot not to see what an incredible and thoughtful person you are. I know you're a strong person at heart too,
You don't need to continue to fight this battle by yourself. Let us help you, Yuri. We all care about you. I just don't want this to get worse because if I were to lose you because you went too far, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I take a big breath of air to compose myself. Yuri, on the other hand, nervously fidgets and is staring at the floor. For a few moments, she's completely silent, just simply standing there, looking at the floor in total bliss. I think I might have overdone it. Yuri starts to sniffle, as I see tears start to surface in her eyes again as she turns to face me. Though these aren't tears of sadness. After a few more sniffles, Yuri finally breaks her silence to me. Jeez. What? What's up? Before I can say anything else, Yuri full-on embraces me. I love you, Cheese. I love you too, Yuri. Oops. I'm glad I can finally say it. I help Yuri stand up. She quickly looks away as she grins uncontrollably from ear to ear. I've never seen her this happy before. After everything that's happened in the last 24 hours or so, it's hard to believe we finally got to this point. It's not over yet, though. We're not done yet! Come on, let's get back. I hear the door swing open. Maybe it's Natsuki. I think she wanted to go looking for Yuri with me. Hell, probably everyone's looking for us now. How long have we been gone for? It's alright, Natsuki, I found her. It's alright, Natsuki, I found her. I don't know. I turn around and I'm surprised to see who's standing at the door. It's Monika. It's not Natsuki, it's not even Sayori. It's... Ba-ba-da-ba! Monika! Yuri and I stagger back, surprised at Monika's sudden entrance. I shake off my nerves and speak up. Oh, hey, Monika, I didn't know you were going to look for us. I was looking for you, Cheese. She eerily grins at me. She takes a step forward. Yep, there. It's happening. Monika's words send a chill down my spine. Her creepy grin doesn't help it either. Well, only you found me. Haha. I found Yuri too. We can head back to the club room now. I turn to Yuri. Seems just as uncomfortable being alone with Monika as I am. So you're all squared away then? You guys are going to finally be a couple, huh? Yeah, why? Well, that's too bad. I guess we're going to have to do this the hard way then. Yuri and I stare at each other in confusion. The hard way? What are you talking about? Out of nowhere, a thunderstorm rolls up on us. What the hell? Wasn't it sunny just a minute ago? The next thing I know, it's nighttime and all the stuff in the classroom has vanished. Not only that, but we're all standing in different spots. What is this? What's going on? Where did everything go? I turn to Monika. Okay. I was like, what's that ticking? Who's standing completely still in the middle of the room with her eyes closed. Monika? She doesn't respond. Monika! I say loudly. I reach my hand out to put on Monika's shoulder. Monika, are you alright? I put my hand on Monika's shoulder. She still doesn't respond. Ah! Jump scare. I immediately fall backwards and scurry away from Monika. Epilepsy warning again. That one just feels not as bad somehow. I don't know. I look up at Monika to see her eyes glow an emerald green as she stands before us motionless. Yuri cries out for help as loud as she can. Scream all you want. It won't save you. Monika teleports right next to Yuri and tightly grabs her hair. Nothing personal, Yuri. Yuri again yells out in pain as she is forced to her knees by Monika's harsh pull. Meanwhile, I find myself at the back of the room, unable to get up or speak. What the hell's going on? What is this? Yuri tries to fight to get Monika off of her, but she too seems to be frozen in place. I've waited a long time for this. Without warning, hey, Without warning, Yuri's body is broken apart into little pieces that repeatedly revolve around themselves in midair. Like that one character from My Hero Academia. You know the one, if you've seen it. She also has purple hair, I think. I honestly can't believe what I'm seeing. This can't be real. This has to be another dream. Help me, MC. Yuri disappears into nothing, leaving Monica and I alone in the room together. Only that the room seems to have changed yet again. And now, I'm now sitting in a chair facing Monica, who is still staring at me through her glowing eyes. I look out the window to see that it's no longer raining or sunny out, but it looks like space? I look back at Monica, who still maintains her blank stare. I'm getting out of here. I don't know how, but I managed to force myself out of the chair and sprint to the doorway. However, surely enough, the door slams in my face as soon as I get there. What the hell? Rude door? I go to turn the knob, but it's jammed shut. Stupid, rude door? This has to be some kind of joke. I try pushing the door open, but it won't budge. What the hell's going on? Oh, it's red. It's red time, Yuri. Calm down. I turn around and I see Monica slowly walking towards me. I begin pounding the door, screaming for Natsuki Sayori or anyone to help me. The closer Monica gets to me, the more lightheaded I become. I can't see straight. My breathing becomes ragged as I feel splitting pain in my head. I think there's blood in my eyes. Monica towers over me, the emerald light glowing in place of her eyes. It's hard to see because it's all red, though. She slowly outstretches her hand to me. Stop! No! Get away from me! Get away! I slowly lose my consciousness as I feel Monica's cold hand grab my throat. Ugh, I need that to breathe. I begin to feel as if everything in my body is rushing to my throat. I would vomit, but my stomach feels entirely empty, and my throat numb to the point where I can't even tell if it's still there. I try to let out a cry for help, but not even a squeak comes out. My lungs are on fire, begging for me to take a breath. I can't even feel my arms or legs. My head is spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It feels totally weightless. Also, I'm surprised it's not letting me skip this because I've definitely seen this before. My vision is filled red with blood. I try to look to see if there's anything I can use to defend myself, but my eyes won't stop looking at Monica's. They're not very pretty right now. There's no pupils. I can't feel my arms or legs. They've gone completely numb. It's no use. I can't do anything. So this is what it feels like to die. I finally lose consciousness, but the last thing I see before everything goes dark is Monica's glowing green eyes. Look at them. See you in a minute. I just need to run a few errands. Yeah. Give me your spiel. Yeah. The script. You're running out of data. Oh man. How many? Hey, stop. You leave Natsuki alone. Anyway, explore other options. Yuri. And we've been due. No. You forgive her right now. I know it's messed up what she did, but she can't do it again. She's learned the error. She's crying. Yuri once more rolls down her sleeve, revealing the cuts I saw earlier. I feel my stomach uncomfortably churn again. It looks like I'm not the only one. Oh, Natsuki barfed. Okay. I already showed Cheese this earlier. I take it Monica already knew about this. I got because I do it as a way of self-control. I need to control myself again. My more darker impulses. I got the idea of cutting because I read about it in a story that I happen to relate to very well. Oh yeah, it's like I've seen that line somewhere. The main character was going through similar issues to what I was. To help cope with the problem, she resorted to cutting. Oh gosh, I hope nobody reads DLC or this and decides like, great, I'll try that. Yuri's my hero.
So I tried it, and it worked. I got addicted to cutting. The more I did it, it became almost habitual for me whenever I got angry or depressed enough. It'd make me feel better for a time, then the regret would set in, which would inevitably lead to more cutting. I also do it whenever I get overexcited. It reminds me too much of behavior I've struggled to avoid for so long. It's a reminder of the life I've tried to leave behind, so it also serves as a sort of punishment system for me. As I've told Cheese, I've tried other methods, but the only thing that's sometimes enough to keep my mind off cutting was reading books, though it's not foolproof.
And that you're doing as well. Yeah. It's messed up, Monica. It's messed up. Okay, we're gonna come into Yuri. I want to be in a relationship with Yuri.
Yuri, huh? I always thought of her as a maid of mystery. But she's a good girl at heart. Quite passionate. You think you can handle her?
I think I can. She's a deep, interesting person. I feel like I haven't even scratched the surface with her, even after all this time.
Well, I can assure you, you'll never get bored with her, that's for sure.
She'll also need someone to make sure she doesn't fall into her old habits.
Indeed. It'll take time for her to get over her problem, but if anyone can help her through those trying times, it's you. Well, this is where we depart. Everyone's going to want their final say before you go, so I won't delay them any longer. But I do want to say that I'm extremely grateful for what you've done here. You've been there for us through our worst and best times. You helped the others start to forgive me and put me on the path towards learning how to forgive myself. It's not something most people would do, Cheese. You really are one of us. I'm glad you're a member of the Literature Club. This place really wouldn't be the same without you. It wouldn't even exist without you. You're the best member of the club that I've had the privilege of knowing. And I wish you the best in all your future endeavors. Take care, Cheese. I hope you've enjoyed your stay with us.
Monica and I share one last smile with each other before she grabs her stuff and disappears into the hallway. I feel a tap on my shoulder. To my surprise, I turn around to see it's Sayori. Though she doesn't seem upset or even angry at me, but rather at peace.
Hey, Cheese.
Sayori, how are you doing?
Well, I'm not sure I really know the right words for any of that. Well, I always knew it was going to be a long shot for us to ever be a couple. The only chance of that was in the base game. It's just not meant to be, except in the other route where it was. Sarah, you're a great girl and an awesome friend. I know one day you'll find someone who loves and cares for you. I appreciate it. I think you and Yuri will be a great couple. I always knew you had feelings for her.
You know me too well.
Teehee, well, I do. I still hope we can be friends, Cheese.
Of course, I still want to be friends with you.
Good. I don't know what I'd do if you said no. I do want you to promise me one thing, okay?
Oh, I do want you to promise me one thing, okay?
Yeah, what is it?
Get help for your depression, alright? You know I hate seeing you like that. It's for your own good that you keep going to therapy.
Well, after this, I think I'll have plenty to talk about with whoever will be my therapist. But I'll do it, for you.
Thank you, Sayori.
I'll see you around, okay?
You know it, Cinnamon Bun.
I love it when you call me that. See you around, Cheese. Thanks for being a part of this club. 2 words. It really means a lot to me that you agreed to join.
I know, and that's why I did it. Sayori and I exchange one last smile before she too heads out and disappears into the hallway. Natsuki is the next one to approach me. As we both struggle to find the right words to say to each other, given our history, but for once, she's the first to break the ice.
So you're going with Yuri, huh? Can't say I'm too surprised. You always did strike me as her type of guy. I hope everything works out between you two.
Thank you, Natsuki. I really appreciate it. Well, it's the least I could do. We've had quite the ride, you and me. Yeah, it's really something. Really been something. You know, for the longest time, I wasn't sure if I could really trust you. And, well, I still ended up falling for you. I don't really know why. Maybe because I thought you were actually interesting, smart, charming? Don't push you like cheese. I really do regret starting all this drama, though. I liked you a lot. I just didn't know how to approach you. Never meant to hurt you or anyone. I know you didn't, Natsuki. But what I'm trying to say is, most boys wouldn't have done what you've done for me. I know we've certainly had our ups and downs, and yeah, things could have gone better. I really, really want to thank you for saving me back there. I'm not sure how any of us are going to get over Monica trying to kill us. But I think you've set enough of an example for us to follow. It's the least I could do, Natsuki. I know there's more to you than your looks and tough act you put up. I'm glad I've gotten to know the real Natsuki. More or less. I'm still not sure how I feel about all this being some sort of game. But that means I don't have to worry about my dad anymore. That's true. Still, you don't have anything like Monica's powers. What are you gonna do? I'll figure something out. But I'm not going back there again, that's for sure. Glad to hear it, Natsuki. You can stay in my house. What could go wrong? Yeah. So I guess I'll see you around? I guess I'll see you around? Of course! The club wouldn't be as entertaining without you in it. That's for darn sure. Bye, cheese. And hey, I hope you keep Yuri happy. You'll be hearing from me if you don't. Noted, Natsuki. Finally, Yuri is the last one to approach me. Jeez, I'm a little surprised. Can't say I was really expecting you to pick me, even though I was hoping you would. Yuri, why wouldn't I choose you? I love you. I want to be in a relationship with you. May I inquire as to why? You're passionate, sweet, a little reserved and timid, but I like it that way. I've had nothing but rich and wonderful experiences when I'm with you. That, mostly. You're an awesome person and I'd love to continue to be a part of your life. Wow. I know you like me, but it's just, we've had quite an adventure together. Yeah, it's really been something. I must confess, for the longest time I wasn't sure if it was really wise to open up to you. Such instances of doing that in the past hardly ever worked out for me in the long run. You've been different. You always listened to what I had to say, and showed that you actually cared about me. It's also because I'm such a charmer, wink. I'm sure that was a factor. But really, I can't think of too many people that would risk their lives to save me. I always dreamed of falling in love with someone from the realm of fiction. Not too many people have shown your level of genuine interest and empathy for someone like me. A girl who always tried to stay in the background as much as possible, yet I couldn't escape your notice. I'm incredibly thankful that you've given me a chance, Cheese. It's my pleasure, Yuri. So what are you gonna do about, I think it's finally time that I start confronting this problem rather than suppressing it. I'm not sure what the best way is, if everything is just simulation now. Is there a way I can simply undo my problem with the click of a button? I can't say I have the answer to that question, but I know you figure something out. I'll be right here if you need my help. I'd very much appreciate that, Cheese. I really owe you a lot, don't I? I just did what I thought was right back there. You and everyone else are so much more than some code. Well, we'll have much to ponder about the supposed truth of our reality. But I must admit, this whole experience has inspired me to write my own story about this. It better be a bestseller. I haven't written a full novel before, but I'm sure I can figure it out. But perhaps one challenge at a time, right? Yeah, I think we've earned some well-deserved rest. And rest we shall. But I think we've earned an evening to enjoy ourselves, wouldn't you agree? That sounds lovely, Yuri. I'd love to take you out someplace nice. That's fantastic. Shall we go? You go on ahead. I'll meet you at my place later. Alright then. I'll see you later, Yuri says sweetly as she heads out the door. I sink back in a chair as Yuri leaves the club room, taking in the newfound silence. It's finally over. All the tears, all the name calling, all the temper tantrums. It's finally over. This really was the Doki Doki Literature Club. I glanced at my watch and noticed that it's far past the normal time I'd be heading back home. Well, even if this world isn't real, it'd feel weird hanging around in here. Pick up my stuff and begin heading out the door, but not before taking one last look at the club room. This really is no ordinary literature club, but I don't think I'd have it any other way. I turn on my heel and head out the door to start the walk home. There's one more scene, isn't there? I take a seat down on my steps at my house and lay my backpack right next to me. Looking up at the sky, I can see a tint of orange forming in the vast blue sea that flies high above me. Even if it's not real, I always did enjoy it. It always did instill a sense of calm and peace whenever I was troubled, and after today, those are two things I most surely need. Though going forward, for better or worse, things aren't going to be the same. Monica has a lot of work to earn everyone's trust back, but I'll do what I can to ensure she fairly earns it. After all, who knows how much time Monica has really bought us? How are we going to cross over to this world to join the person who I'm supposed to represent? You won't. Am I even real? No matter. Whatever challenges that await the Literature Club, I'll be right here with them to face it down. Because I know one thing for sure. We all did it together! What? I care about them with all my heart. And I know the player does too. Thank you, whoever you are. You're welcome. You'll always be welcome in the Literature Club. Hello, Cheese. You ready to enjoy our evening out? You know it! I take Yuri's hand as we walk off toward the city to enjoy our evening together. Alright. That was good. About what I expected from a Yuri Route, but it, it's good. Ending's still the same. I am curious. Doki Doki Encore endings. Technically, there are bad and neutral endings. There's no straight good endings. Generally, choices don't really matter. You'll always end up in the same place, just different minor messages. If you're Data Doki type, then it's a moderate mod. If you're horrors, complete misery and boredom. If mixed, it's just a disaster, boring, uninspiring. So, hey, why is this so mean? 8 endings? You counted 10 at least. Maybe 15 even? Really? The 4 Data Doki type endings are all good endings. I disagree, the assertion that your choices don't really matter. They do. Ultimate choices influence sort of ending you can get with whom. They do suppose it's debatable. I think standard choices matter. Also, to point out, it wasn't meant to be a horror mod. That's not what I was going for. It's a sequel type mod to the original game. There's also 8 endings. Not sure where you're counting more than that. Let's see, so there's the 4 good endings for the Dokis, or 5, I guess, where you don't dig anyone. There's the kill Monica ending. There's the walk away and Monica destroys everything ending. And there's the you press the button and help Monica destroy the world ending. Yeah, that's 8. At the end of the day, if you weren't big on Encore, nevertheless appreciate you taking the time to play and give your thoughts on the mod. Does mean a lot to me. I found that ending good and neutral at best because only like 30 lines of dialogue. Maybe Alright, this guy's really, like, persnickety about his Doki mods, I guess. So there's no harem ending then? Gosh dang it. What's even the point? Oh well. Also, the Yuri music, not as noticeable as the Natsuki music. It's pipe organ, something, something. Anyway, it was good. I don't know why someone would go on the DDLC mod and like, overall it sucked. Why would you even bother? I thought it was good. Razzin' Flazzin'. Oh, there are, of course, people here who couldn't figure out how to get the good endings, which, I mean, I had to look it up, so. Well, I'm very curious about Monica Route. Of course, we're not going to do it today. Monica before story. Interesting. Isn't Monica After Story like the most popular DDLC mod? Which I haven't played. Purist mod. Blue Skies and Salvation. Haven't heard of Salvation. Blue Skies, Exit Music, Redux, Fruits of the Literature Club, Project N, Heartstruck, Foreign Relations, Snafu. I still sometimes think about that one guy in my Discord server who went to my suggestions channel. I was like, you should play these mods, and they list like 60 mods. It's like, by listing so many, you have in fact listed none of them, because there's no way I'm going to do that many. I've been streaming 3 years, and this is my second Doki mod. Like, Doki Exit Music Redux. Also can't go wrong with Doki Doki Relapse, although one is blowing your heartstrings so hard. So Natsuki Enjoyer, don't play Exit Music? Okay. Blue Sky, Salvation, One Last Memory, Forever and Ever. Sayori version of Monica After Story, interesting. Doki Doki Long Roads, Summertime. Coughing. Monica Before Story, Yuri Parable, Sayori Date. This is the top 20 though. After Sayori, Doki Doki Easter Hunt. It looks stupid. I mean, silly. Dimensions, Doki Doki Longer Roads. Sayori says no to suicide. Oh. The Fruits of the Literature Club, Doki Doki Fallen Angel, Monica After Story, Doki Doki Blue Skies, DDLC Purist mod. So this mod is another way to turn Doki into a normal visual novel. However, its emotions present in the mod makes such a standout mod. So it's like the same concept as Blue Skies, but I'm assuming much shorter. Every character's mod is fleshed out extensively, with their personalities, issues being exposed, and generally a heart-wrenching experience. Okay. True Route. Doki Doki Encore. Hey, that's where we are right now. DDLC, the normal VN. One of the purest mods on the list. Great way to allow players to enjoy what they're expecting instead of blah blah blah. Special days. Oh, that looks unfortunate. Continues DLC clip after its ending. Suffice to say, it's got a fair share of scary moments that would startle even the most hardest. Ooh, maybe for Halloween. DDLC is like the only horror game I enjoy. Yeah. Remember when I tried Higurashi? And then it just made me really uncomfortable, and I just noped out. It was the razor in the food. And I was like, I'm just about done. Please stop describing how it could have eviscerated your insides. Please. I can't. Brand new day. On the craziest mods list, brand new day is mod for players who want a bit more fun to be injected in their game. This mods everything you want from an off-the-rails experience, from out of place pop culture reference to unique changes. Brand new day is a great mod. Okay, Doki Doki Rain Clouds, considered one of the best mods in the game. Time to be an epic hero. Players who want Doki Doki should be more action-oriented will find themselves quite content with time to be a hero mod. The sheer amount of content this mod is incredible. Makes me feel like a new experience from detective minigames to RPG. Oh, interesting. Anyway, I mostly looked that up to fill in the credits, but time to loop back through. And oh gosh dang it, where is it? Do some slightly different takes on the Yuri route. What was that first decision? There's that Doki Doki. Subscribe to PewDiePie? Never. Come on, Game Capture. Come here. Come on. I know you can do it. There you go. Took it a second. Anyway. What was this one? Oh yeah. Let's try to not tell Monica. Maybe I'm just making a bigger deal of what I saw. After all, I have no reason not to believe Yuri. I guess she was just mad that we had to get back. We were really enjoying the time we were spending together. Monica stares at me unconvincingly. Unconvincedly. Well, that's the best excuse I've come with off the fly. So you mean to tell me she's upset because she had to come back here? That doesn't seem like the Yuri we know, Cheese. It surprised me too. Cheese. You didn't do anything to upset Yuri, did you? I really don't know what I did, Monica. At least I'm being honest with Monica right here. Can we just move on from this? Monica lets out a sigh. If you insist. Thank you. But as long as she's alright, that's the most important thing. Yeah, because you care. And Doki, and Doki, and Doki, and Doki, and Doki, and Doki. Doki do. I just hope Monica isn't interrogating Yuri too hard about what just happened. Part of me still feels like I should have told Monica about what I saw. I just hope Yuri was telling me the truth. Anyway, that's probably the end of that. I don't know why Yuri's upset with you, Cheese, but I don't want you two fighting tomorrow. I understand. I'm sure she'll be fine tomorrow. I hope so. Well, if you want to talk about anything, just let me know. I'll be sure to, Monica. Goodbye. I'm not completely convinced these are ordinary cat scratches, and if she's actually cutting herself and denying it, then that's a serious problem in itself. But maybe I don't need Monica's help on this. Maybe I can talk to Yuri about this one-on-one. I mean, I hope she trusts me that much. But maybe there's a chance she was just telling me the truth and didn't want me to worry. Hang out with Yuri. What happens if I say no? No. I appreciate the offer, but I kind of want to be alone right now. Oh. It's okay, Cheese. I understand. It's not because of what happened earlier. I just have a lot on my plate right now. A long, uncomfortable pause quickly follows from Yuri's line. Knowing her, she'd probably jump into the worst case scenario as to why I wouldn't want to be around her. Although I guess from her point of view, it really isn't that far-fetched. As I said, I'm not mad at you for what happened earlier. I know, Cheese. I believe you. Okay, I believe you. There's another pause between us. It's really hard to say if she bought it or not, but I guess I'll have to take her word. Well, I need to get going. After all, I need to leave as soon as possible before the preserve closes. Alright, I won't keep you any more than I have. Have fun, Yuri. I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, goodbye. Bye. Yuri disconnects the call. I sit on my bed to reflect my decision. Maybe I should have gone with her. Some face-to-face communication probably would have helped better resolve what happened earlier. After all, she did sound like she wanted me to come along with her. Maybe spending time with her would have helped for my interest in her. Well, on the bright side, at least I'll be alone to try to sort my thoughts out. I spend what must feel like hours simply staring at the ceiling, trying to grasp my emotions for others. So this way, when we say yes to Natsuki, we're not dating Sayori. We've declined Yuri's invitation for a date, so no one can get mad when we say yes to Natsuki. Right? I think back on the questions Monica told me to ask myself, but I'm not finding myself being able to answer them in a satisfying way. Maybe I should focus on something a little less draining. I should have some homework to keep me busy. I get up from my bed and dig out my homework and stash from my backpack. Well, at least I'm doing something productive. Sit down at my desk and begin reading over the questions. Despite my thoughts and emotions distracting me every few minutes, I was able to eventually complete all the homework. I pack all my things and lay down in bed, get ready to finally fall asleep. I end up feeling a bit more I seriously regret not going with Yuri to the nature preserve. She sounded like she really wanted me to come. Maybe spending time with her could have helped me confirm our feelings for each other. Not going with Yuri also probably hurts my chances of getting with her too. Guess I'm going with Natsuki. No choice. She probably thinks I'm mad at her for earlier. Not to mention my concerns about her haven't gone away either. I still don't know if she actually cuts herself or not. And I still got to figure out what to say to Natsuki. Arg, I should just worry about this tomorrow. I could use some help. Hopefully I don't get another horrific dream will shut my eyes. As I uneasily drift off to sleep, praying for nothing to happen. Monica shouldn't be mad, right? No, she is. Now, thankfully, you didn't spend more time with her today. But she'll still be left craving you. She'll destroy everything in her path. Okay. Ah, inverted Yuri. Ah, flashing Yuri. Not really that much closer to sliding if I really want to go for Yuri or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure she likes me back. But how will she react? Yeah. You quit flapping your arms, Sayori. How come you didn't tell me this last night? How come you didn't tell me this last night? I couldn't come over and help. Well, you want some space yourself, so I didn't want to get in the way. Once again, shake my head in disappointment. Sayori would have happily held off on what I was doing to help you. I care about you that much. I mean, don't you think I can handle things by myself? Not really, no. Oop. Sorry, yeah, we've been due on that. I love you too! You really mean that? Of course I do. And then she's like, she's gotta go tell everyone. I wasn't ready for this. I didn't think it would be the sun. Happily runs the club room. Okay. I wanted to sort things out with Sayori first. And made sure that the others were completely okay. He was going to have a total meltdown. She's probably going to leave the club too because of me. Especially with how much interest I've shown her these past few days. Relax. She's probably never going to trust anyone ever again because how I let her on. What's wrong with me? Yuri and Natsuki are having a full-blown argument as Monica and Sayori are doing their best to contain the situation. I should have known this was going to happen. Again, Yuri, it's not my problem if you two didn't make it official. So if you don't like that we're together now, that ain't my problem. You should have at least talked to me about this beforehand. Do you have any common courtesy? Well, how's I supposed to know you liked him? You could have asked me, you dolt. Everyone's eyes glanced to me in my direction as I noticed. Jeez, did you like Natsuki all this time? I like everyone? You've been seeing Yuri this entire time? What do you mean seeing her? You've seen me reading with her, and I rejected her date yesterday. What the hell's wrong with you? What the heck? There's no winning. I can hardly assert a response as everyone angrily eyes me down. I've royally screwed up. Geez, step outside with me for a second. But I don't want to hear it. Monica walks out and takes me by the wrist. Sarah, make sure they don't kill each other while we're gone. I'll try. Monica then practically drags me out into the hallway. Monica shuts the door just as we hear Natsuki's door kick back up. The only thing we're able to make out is more muffled yelling and screaming. What happened? She probably thinks I'm a completely awful person to spend so much time with Yuri, only to completely betray her trust. Again. She's never going to trust me after this. Monica clears her throat, ending my train of thought. You need to sort out things with Natsuki and Yuri. Okay. What happens if I'm only with Yuri on the first day and then I get the love letter and then I hang out with Natsuki the next 2 days? Ow. There's probably only one way this ends. I know it's not good for me. I tarnished her hard-earned trust, and I don't know if I can afford to see Yuri in shambles right now. But if I still love her, I have an obligation to explain myself to her, don't I? I'm not really sure if I really want to see her anyway, considering what she said to Sayori. But maybe she wants to apologize for it in person? That's something she'd do. But I thought I knew her well enough before she'd say those awful things to Sayori. Do I even know her anymore? No question mark. No, get out of here. I don't want to be around her right now. Start texting back. I don't want to talk about it right now. I need some time to myself. He responds after a few minutes. I would have preferred to say this in person, but I want to let you know I'm truly sorry for how I acted in the club earlier. I went too far and I know it. I don't expect you to forgive me. And if you wish to never talk to me again, I understand. I'm glad you acknowledge what you said was wrong. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow. Here is the message. I see that she's trying to type something, but after a few minutes, she gives up. I put my phone down and lay back on my bed. Hopefully everything will have calmed down by tomorrow. Heck, I still don't know if I even want to go back to the club tomorrow. But given it's the last day we'll meet before the photo shoot, it's probably the best I get working on laminating the poems for Monica. I hate to make this situation even worse. Walk over to my desk. Okay. Crash on my bed, finish laminating, yada 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 yada. Yada yada blah blah. It's happening because of me. I have a responsibility to make it worse. I'd rather this. Hopefully, my prayer. I can't fail now. Yeah. You did well by avoiding Yuri today. Less time you spend around her, the better. We're so close to being together. Just stick to the script tomorrow. Yeah. Probably ruin everything by saying yes to Natsuki's confession. But maybe there's a way to explain things. It's not going to be easy to explain, and I doubt she's going to believe me. Same for Yuri. I don't know how I'm going to face Yuri. I really should have sat down with her yesterday. Who knows how she's going to handle all this? My suspicions about her cutting her edge. Okay. Yada yada. As soon as I spot Sayori waiting for us. Hey Sayori. Hello, cheese. Sayori's voice drifts off into a whisper. Oh, she doesn't leave the note on my door. As she anxiously stares in the direction of school. She's probably barely able to stomach being in my presence. I need to apologize. Sayori, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for causing all this drama and leaving you in the dark about everything. I know you probably didn't believe a word coming out of my mouth, and that's fine. I don't deserve your forgiveness. But just know that I feel bad that all this happened, and I wish it didn't come to this. Sayori lets out a couple sniffs before gazing back in the direction of the school. After a moment, Sayori sighs and turns back to me, her eyes filled with disappointment. Instead of saying it, cheese, just act on it. I'm tired of you telling me one thing and doing the total opposite. Oof. I'm not putting up with it anymore. Oof. I thought I was your friend. If you want to go to Yuri, fine. I'll learn to deal with it. So whatever you decide, just get it over with. I will. Sayori nervously looks out in the direction of school. Television not just thinking about the club meeting today. What's wrong? Sayori nervously laughs. That's not exactly an optimistic sign. Geez, I've been thinking about something else. Yeah? Call it a long shot, but I think it might help heal the club if everyone from this point on was honest with each other. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think everyone needs to understand each other, what we're really like outside of school and the club, so I think about telling everyone about my depression. Oh, okay, so we have this talk with Sayori because we didn't talk with Yuri last night. For her to be like, I need to tell everyone my secret. And we're like, what secret? She's like, I'm not telling. So her voice trails off. So this is kind of a scene we've already seen. Scene. Are you sure, Sayori? As vice president, I need to do everything I should. I 100% agree with you. Okay, go. Terrible lock is uncomfortable. Retrospect, probably didn't want me to say anything. Probably would have found out. I guess this is an alternate version of the scene where I'm not dating her. She's my best friend. The dialogue's like still 90% the same. I'm looking for like big differences.
There was a time where I completely trusted you, but my trust in you has been shaken.
Yuri's voice breaks. Yuri?
Save your breath.
If you love Natsuki, fine. You can be with her. I'm curious if there's a way for you to accept someone's love letter and have it not be a betrayal of someone else.
I also live knowing the fact I wasted my time.
Yuri, look, I know I messed up. You have every right to be angry with me. I don't know why I said yes to her, but I just felt if I said no, I would have hurt her.
Did you think about that decision? About how that decision would affect me?
I did, but I was put in a lose-lose situation, so I decided lose instead of lose.
I'm sure it was. So why bring this on me now? Why didn't you accept my offer for me to come and talk?
I was just as angry as you. I needed to cool off. We all did. But I see I made another mistake.
That's all you've done.
You're just a mistake machine. Look, can we all sit down and talk about what happened? Will you just at least listen with an open mind? He stares at the floor. We're just gonna be scumbag this route. We're gonna go find her and leave her alone instead of comforting her when she runs off.
I guess we'll see.
I just hope. Oh, there it goes. Okay, bye. I'm going to give you a minute alone, okay? Yuri meekly looks up to me, tears running down her face. She doesn't say a word, but I interpret through her sniffles that she agrees. I'll wait outside. Come when you're ready to talk. Yuri stiffly nods. She goes back to burying her face in her hands. As soon as I exit the door, I hear soft sobs resume. I lean against the wall of lockers, asking myself if I just did the right thing. Yuri's not in the right state of mind. I should really be leaving her alone right now. Cheese? Okay. Okay. So this hops to this a little sooner. I look to see Monica standing right in front of me. Oh, hey, Monica. I didn't see you there. I'm surprised I didn't even hear her coming. Am I that out of it today? Sorry, I didn't mean to sneak up on you there. You're good. Did Natsuki calm down yet?
Oh, she's fine now.
Did you find Yuri yet? Did you find Yuri yet? Yeah, she's in there. I gestured to the classroom right next to us. She just needs a minute or two. Perfect, that's all I'll need. 4? Monica suddenly gets right up in my face, almost pinning me to the locker. Well, this is new. Monica, what are you... Just try to relax, this won't take long. What the hell are you... Oh! Ah! Without warning, Monica's eyes suddenly glow a bright emerald green as she grabs onto my shoulder. I'm barely able to choke out a cry of pain as I feel energy being drained out. I try to push Monica off, but no matter what I do, I'm unable to escape Monica's grasp. My eyes keep staring into Monica's as they're frozen in place. My vision is filled red with blood. I can't even blink. My arms and legs feel completely numb. My lungs cry out for me to take a breath, but my throat refuses to do so. I hear nothing but ringing in my ears. My head feels as if it's about to crack in two. Monica, this is mean. I feel entirely weightless. My body is sending so many signals to my brain that I can barely process what's going on. I can't even defend myself. Surely enough, I'll begin to lose consciousness. Or is this death's embrace? Last thing I see before everything goes black is Monica's glowing green eyes, dominating my vision. Thank you for being a friend. Alright. Yada yada. Hey, hey! No. We'll still seek the good ending. No, no, no. Stop that. Do. That, man, that thing I was reading earlier on Reddit where the guy's like, it sucks if you want a mixture. You could hardly call them different endings. There's only like 50 lines of dialogue. I'm sorry, what do you think alternate endings are? We can't commit to Natsuki, but I accepted her love. Fine. Will this be any different? Or is she gonna be like, nope, she doesn't acknowledge that I betrayed her trust or anything. Alright, let's try again. Bah. Let there be light. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Justice for, what did that say? Doki Doki. Alright, I need to make sure game capture works before I start. Pretty please them. There you go. Alright. Operation accept the love letter without ramifications. Go. Alright, we did not accept her confession. Let's say we went with Natsuki. But we're gonna hang out with Yuri. Yuri's in her usual spot in front of the room reading her book. Carefully approach Yuri, not wanting to startle her. Hey, Yuri! Yuri is immediately startled. Oh, hello, Cheese. Yuri seems surprised to see me. Forgive me, I wasn't expecting you to come over here. I hope I wasn't interrupting you at a good part. No, you weren't. I actually just started a new chapter. Oh, well, hey, that's cool. Yeah, I guess it is. I haven't really talked to Yuri like this before, so finding a non-literature subject to talk about is a bit challenging. Still, need to come up with something at least. Well, hey, just want to see how you've been since the festival. Yuri's eyes glisten. You came to check up on me? It's very thoughtful of you, Cheese. Yuri starts playing with her hair as if she's trying to compose herself. I mean, yeah. It's been a while since the festival, and you knocked it out of the park with your performance last week. Yuri continues to blush even harder. Oh, well, I'm glad you think I did well. It means a lot. I guess Yuri has a hard time processing compliments. Well, better than how Natsuki handles most of my compliments anyways. I quickly try to change the subject to avoid someone seeing us like this. So, what book is that anyway? Isn't that the book you gave me? Yuri snaps out of her gaze, back into reality. Oh yeah, it's called Portrait of Markov. It's one of my favorite reads so far. Ah, I see. Did you get a chance to read it yet? Off. I read the first chapter and sort of got lost with the story or it's going midway through. Granted, it seemed pretty interesting at the time, and I wouldn't mind reading it again. I still give her around to reading the first chapter. I'll admit, from what I've read, the story's a little confusing to me. Yuri chuckles to herself. Well, you have to read the second chapter to understand things better. We can read it together, if you want. Yuri nervously looks off, as if she's unsure of her own suggestion. I like that, Yuri. Yuri's eyes widen. You really mean that? Is this whole, like, section gonna be different? Or is it gonna, like, meld back together? Of course, seems like an interesting read. I see Yuri form another smile. You really are a nice person after all, Cheese. She flashes a gentle smile at me. Yuri may be a hard person to get a good read on sometimes, but I'm starting to think maybe we can finally be friends. Maybe more, if we get that far. Well, I try. We stand there for a few moments, gazing at each other. Suddenly I realize I don't have my book. Oh, I don't have the copy you gave me. Well, if you want, we can use the same copy. How exactly would that work, reading from the same copy? You could sit next to me. If you want, I'd understand if you didn't want to. He becomes all flustered and stumbles over his sentences. Okay, so this assumes because I hung out with Natsuki, or I worked with Natsuki before the festival, that I hung out with her all 3 days, and I've never hung out with Yuri and read Portrait of Markov with her. Try to calm her down. Hey, it's okay, really. If you're comfortable with that, then I don't really see an issue with us sharing. Alright. I sit down next to Yuri. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Sayori staring stoically into space. That's not like Sayori. What's up with Sayori? Yuri turns as I look to Sayori. I'm not sure. I haven't really seen her like that before. Can't imagine what would possibly be troubling her. Again, she doesn't have problems. Yeah, I'll be right back, okay? Yuri smiles and nods approvingly at me. I won't start without you, Cheese. Hey, Sayori. Oh, hey, Cheese. Sayori puts on something seems off. What's up? Take a seat right next to her. Oh, same old. This seems the same. Yeah, it's all like the same dialogue. There's probably like 1 or 2 different lines in there that's like, you've been hanging out with Natsuki and then Yuri. 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 Say Yuri. Dang it, Monica. Then we go talk to Natsuki, and this one's slightly different. Natsuki? I ask ever so quietly. She turned fire in her eyes. What? Frustration in her voice takes me off guard. I need to calm her down before I get to the hound. Hey, 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 just seeing what's going on. She calms down. Can't find volume 12. Not can't hang it on myself. Okay, bye. Here, Natsuki's desperate. Baka. Yeah, it seemed pretty much the same. I guess the whole section is coded as one scene, so it's different. Bum ba dum bum. Give me. Oh, so we've been writing poems for Natsuki, I guess. She of course gets some nice. Came off more as her complimenting my work. Natsuki struggled to make eye contact with me out of jealousy. Okay. Not I can blame her. So we've seen this before, just not in quote-unquote Yuri Route. Oh, so it is becoming more like Yuri's? Question mark? I'm just gonna keep picking Yuri until I get a love letter. There we go. Really need to figure out things between me and Sayori, given everything. Hi, Banana. How are you doing? You're up late. As am I, but I'm always up late. Nightmare. Tired. Tired and unable to sleep. Insomnia. How are things with you and Natsuki? Or should I say things with you and Yuri? Oh man. I'm just trying to find variations in the route right now. It's 1:36, so you could say you're up early. True! Same time zone, buddies. I'm always up early. Dun, 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 dun. Make sure you don't make Natsuki too jealous. Boy, there's a lot less skippable than used to. So we have not gotten the love letter yet. We get it on night 2, right? Are we still gonna get the... Is this really not the same? Look, this looks the same. Set up a good system. Oh. Oh. Okay, she was leaning her head on me. Need to get to a store for V-Bucks. Get that $19 Fortnite card. So that means let's finally spend time together. Is this it? This is my chance to finally make a move on Yuri? Why is it $19 specifically? Why is that such a thing? I've never bought V-Bucks, so... Check myself according to Yuri to check. Oh no, she isn't assuming. There's a skin that's being released soon. Oh, which one is it? What are you looking forward to? It's $19.99. Is it? I thought it was $119 flat. Looks like... Clean up my last poem to rise a little from the trend. I just need to see who gives me the poem. Or the love letter. Hang out with Sayori. I thought you liked Natsuki, though. You spent a lot of time around her. It's a new week. New week, new girlfriend. What? It's Korra from Legend of Korra? Oh, that's kind of neat. I mean, I like Avatar, but it's almost like... It almost seems like them selling out to add Avatar characters to Fortnite. Oh well. Doesn't bother me. But yeah, Korra's cool. Natsuki questioning my flightiness. Full-time neat. Oh, skip. Wait! Whose poem? Avatar: The Last Airbender characters coming in Fortnite. Aang holding a gun. That's weird. What are all the characters that are coming? I assume Aang. Dun dun. Sayori's deck is completely identical. Yuri's deck. Oh, so Yuri has the... Yuri gave me the love letter? Interesting. So we should be fine to accept Yuri's confession, right? Sure, we can tell her. Aang, Katara, Zuko, and Sokka. That makes sense. They're like the big ones. No Toph, though. But I guess they don't want to give a blind 12-year-old a gun. Aang, though. He's 112, so he can have a gun. I watched Yuri die. Couldn't save her. Da-da-da-da-da. So whoever gives you the love letter is the opposite of who you hung out with in DDLC 1, regardless of who you're hanging out with this time. Unless you're dating Sayori, in which case it comes from who you did hang out with. Who's gonna confess to me then? Or why would Natsuki confess to me if she didn't write me the love letter? Yeah, sure, you can walk me back, that's fine. Do. Oh, but we can't hang out with Yuri. That's interesting. Because Yuri gave us the love letter. Alright, hang out with Natsuki, see how that goes. Careful not to startle, gently knock. Natsuki? Are you supposed to be with Yuri right now? Because I'm not hugging you too. Why not? Well, I didn't come over here for that. Natsuki raises an eyebrow at me. And why are you over here then? If you're here to apologize for yesterday, don't. I don't really care who you're with. Natsuki, I didn't come for any of that. I just want to see how you're doing. I think you already know the answer to that. Natsuki looks over her shoulder into the closet. I briefly look past her to see books and other items littered all over the closet floor. So this is how she organizes. Is this... We're gonna help her find her special edition though, right? Yeah, we've seen this. Not today, but we saw it in Natsuki Route. Bum, 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 bum. Those steel drums, though. So why are you criticizing me for trying to pass the time in your class when you're probably do the same thing? I almost forgot how much manga can do go for these days. It's real expensive. It seems pretty the same. Ah! This is unexpected. In fact, Natsuki specifically said she didn't even want to hug me. In fact, I've barely gotten close to her at all, except that one time on last Sunday. Not to mention, she didn't like see me get close to Yuri yesterday, so I'd be risking her calling me out on that. But considering she isn't showing any signs of letting go, I really wouldn't hurt to give her a hug, would it? Though, if I do hug her, would she think I like her as more than a friend? Sure, hug her back. I wrap my arms around her. She really goes out of her way to make herself cute as possible. I mean, I really don't know that much about each other. Let me tell you about my home life. Since you helped me find my manga, you get to know about my abusive dad. Those are the rules. I didn't make them. Even though we haven't really talked since Sunday, I realized today how much I miss spending time around her. Not to mention, realize our time really interested in her. But lately, I don't know if she's really... Dang it. Now Natsuki freaks out. What if I spend time with Monica on the third day? Oh, but it's going to be a whole new scene, and I don't want to read it. Is it safe to hang out with Sayori on the third day? But we haven't hung out with Sayori without dating her, and those are probably all new scenes. Ugh. You're on Yuri. Guess who found their manga? I noticed Yuri shooting me an agitated glance. How dare you find her manga? Turn off what's wrong. She quickly looks away before I get a chance to. Yuri isn't assuming something, is she? Sigh to myself as I focus on Monica. Really, Yuri? I hang out with Natsuki for one day, and you're like, he's lost to me. Oh. You had no problem spending time with me the last 2 days. So all of a sudden, when I want to have a genuine conversation not involving literature, you seem to want to avoid me. Why am I avoiding her? It's because I want to talk to Sayori about her problems, right? I spent the last few days getting to know her has been truly something amazing. I mean, maybe I could give Natsuki another chance to have a good thing going for a while. Wait, so who's going to ask me out on a date? Interesting. Heart faded recently. So I'm scrolling. Oh, yeah, okay. We hung out with Natsuki at the festival. Uh-huh. Oh, there goes. Hang out with Yuri? Okay, so Yuri's gonna be the one to confess, right? So we go all in. We hung out with Natsuki for one day. Ow, this isn't gonna change the freak out. Who am I kidding? Take you're not big at sitting with others. Must be nice to live so close to school like that. Yeah, I guess I got lucky. Wouldn't mind hanging out at your place sometime, Cheese. If you ever want to, that is. Oh, right, because she hasn't been to our house in this timeline. You're gonna miss much. It's not like I live in a mansion like Monica probably does. 'Cause she's rich and popular. That's how high school works, right? Okay. Go on, then. So this all plays out the same. I don't know why this is different. I'm glad we started talking to each other. Pack all my things. Wait, huh? Seriously regret not going with Natsuki to the bookstore. She sounded like she really wanted me to come. Wait, could I have picked between them? Oh. Yeah, thankfully you didn't spend more time with her today. But she still left craving you. Yeah. Aside from asking me to stay away from Yuri all week. Oh, our nightmare is about Natsuki? Because we hung out with her on the third day? She did tell us about her problem. I guess that makes sense. Not even much closer to like if I want to go with Natsuki or not. Okay, so your nightmare every day is just about whoever you hung out with that day. Pretty good. I'm reading the manga yesterday. It's freaking awesome. Wait, she could afford it in this timeline, but she couldn't. Last time we had to give her some money. I guess we hung out with Natsuki? Question mark? What? What? Jump scare? Ignore? That's weird. Was there just like a specific line that like there wasn't dialogue for? That was okay. That's not supposed to happen. Spent so much time around Yuri. Isn't this what I always wanted? I love you too! You really mean that? Of course I do. To be honest, I only hung out with Natsuki yesterday because you weren't there. I've had my eye on you for a while now too. I just really didn't know if I should have acted on it. I know we can't go back in time and spend more time together, but we can really start spending each other from now on. And I intend to be the best I possibly can for you. I promise I'll treat you right. You deserve the best. Yuri begins to blush as she gives me the biggest smile I've ever seen from her. She lets out a big sigh of relief, exhaling all the pressure and stress I've inadvertently caused her over the last 2 weeks. Yuri looks back at me, looking far more relaxed. Well, I'm glad it's now over with. Is she gonna run in and tell everyone? I still can't believe this is actually happening. Like, that's in character for Natsuki, but Yuri? Yeah, me neither. This is what it feels like making things official, huh? You've made this the best moment of my life. We need to tell everyone the good news. Oh, okay. Yuri, wait! Natsuki... Yuri happily runs in. I get the chance to finish. Slump back against the wall, full weight of us. Instantly regret this decision. Why? You've not... you hung out with Natsuki for 1 day. Wasn't ready for this. I didn't think it would be this sudden. I wanted to sort these things out with Sayori first. That's what I wanted. Didn't I want this? Should at least told Natsuki about this first. She's gonna... What's wrong with me? That's why you can't hang out with them on the 3rd day. Because you can never, like, be in their good graces when they give you the letter. So everyone's like, what are you doing? Let's see. Train of thought is interrupted as I hear screaming from out in the club room. Oh no, part of me wants to simply walk away and never come back. Yuri and Natsuki are in a full-blown argument. It's Monica and Sayori. I said Natsuki's not my problem. You failed to make things official with him. I don't actually care about your opinion on this subject. Hey, that fool yourself? Are you really the kind of person to swoop in and mess up other people's relationships like that? What if I hang out with Sayori on the 3rd day, though? Was I supposed to know you liked him? You could have asked me. Aw, they're just like each other. Jeez, what the hell? What have you been doing with Yuri? Hanging out with her? So what if... I don't think this is going to change much afterwards. So, if you pick someone for 2 days, they're like... They're your girl. Get away from me! I trusted you! What? Let me explain. What, we're not dating her. Drama. Wait! We're not dating her! Oh, is that the exception that occurred? Was that the error? We're not dating Sayori in this timeline. Natsuki come over, sure. Because she's who we hung out with on the 3rd day? Now that you and Yuri are thinking, it just hurts. After everything we've been through, it hurts to know it wasn't good enough for you. How I acted earlier only proves that. I'm sorry. That's interesting. Natsuki starts sobbing as I sit frozen in shock. I know Natsuki's had it bad outside of school. While there's certainly no way... We definitely picked we didn't accept Sayori's confession at the beginning, right? Or did we? I forget. I'd come to terms with a pretty big reason she blew up in the first place. I'll flash out. I wait for Natsuki to collect herself. I think I owe you an apology as well, Natsuki. I messed up too, and I see now I'm a pretty big reason this all happened, so I shouldn't be as mad as I am at you. This really is all my fault. I led you on and hurt you. You did. After we spent all that time together, I started to wonder where our relationship was going next. I really enjoyed spending time with you, and I wanted more. You actually took me seriously. You're kind, funny, a bit mediocre taste of manga. Okay, this is sounding familiar. It's never my intention to hurt you. I said, I'm sorry, Natsuki. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry. Are you and Yuri together? I don't know. I didn't really expect everything to hit the fan at once. So right now I just want to make sure there's no more misunderstandings between us. Okay. I get what you mean. I'll talk to Sayori tomorrow when I get the chance. How is she? I haven't had the chance to check up on her yet, but I'll text her later. Okay. Boy, so it's really important who you pick on day 3, huh? I try to forgive you for what happened earlier. I just can't deal with it right this second. I understand. We sit for the next few minutes in silence before she speaks up again. Do you think Clav's ever going to be the same? Yada yada. So it's interesting to have this this scene with Natsuki, but she thinks I'm dating Yuri. You're not sure if Toph's going to be added? Eh, they might. They know Toph is popular. That's why they added her to Nick All-Star Brawl. At least the first one. She's not in the second one, I don't think. Second one's like all firebenders. It's like Aang, Zuko, Azula, and Iroh's DLC. I don't know, I haven't touched the second one. More or less. Them right now? I'm not so sure. Oh right, she's saying she trusts me. Because I helped her find her manga. I'm glad we sorted things out between us yesterday. Blame you, breast. It's crazy. It's a crazy day. And meanwhile, I know that because I've gotten to know you, I don't think you're a bad person. Made a lot of stupid choices, but it means something that you're willing to try to fix things. And I appreciate that. We'll just see how things go. Yeah. Thanks, Natsuki. What you said really means a lot to me. Oh, don't mention it. I just want to get this over with so we can get back to reading manga. Maybe we can get some reading in now. Oh. And this all plays out the same. Okay, Natsuki's the one who runs away. If we leave Natsuki alone, it's kind of the same. Hey, Monica. So rude. You quit flailing your arm. Hey, you don't do that to Natsuki. I don't know, I guess this turned into Natsuki Route somehow. Nope. So we accepted Yuri's confession. We hung out with her for 2 days. But we spent Doki Doki 1 with Natsuki and hung out with her on the 3rd day. And we had that conversation. But she seemed to accept that we're going to date Yuri? How does this... Alright, well, I guess it just comes down to this decision. That's fine. Making inter-branching stories is tough. Skip. Ow. Hey, we gotta hear the Natsuki ending theme again, which is the best one, easily. I mean, Yuri's was fine. Sayori's was kind of disappointing. Ow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What if we hung out with Yuri previous week, and then we go all in on Natsuki? Or maybe I should just end stream. Anyway, okay. I assume it saves all your progress once it hits credits, so it knows which scenes you've seen. It seems you've seen you've seen. Come on, game capture. Your choices matter more than you think. That's not true. Doki Doki. Game capture, come here. Come on. Come on. Be a good game capture. Come on. Get on the screen. There we go. No, we didn't accept her confession. We hung out with Yuri. But this time we're gonna hang out with Natsuki. Excited to see what Natsuki's up to. Why are you here anyway? Did Yuri finally realize how gross you are? I mean, Yuri and I may be close, but she wouldn't mind if I spend my time around someone else for a day, right? What, is it a crime if I spend a little bit of time around you? Natsuki seems stumped at my retort as she struggles to articulate a response. I decided to change the subject. What are you trying to do anyway? I love the xylophone version of this song. Trying to get some... Okay. And then this one plays the same. Wait, I think we could use the teacher's chair for this. You want that chair? Yeah, why? It's a swivel chair. You'd probably fall off and land on me. That would be gross. I'll be careful. Yeah, I think it's something better we can use. Since when do you care so much about me? Stop dead in my tracks. I feel the blood start to rush my face. I mean, does not wanting someone to fall over and hurt themselves mean you, like, truly care about them deeply? Since when did you stop calling me gross? Natsuki's expression drops back to her signature pout. You'd suck at flirting. What do you have there? A knife! No! Just kidding. I'm not Yuri. I don't have a knife. Well, right now is the best manga in existence. We should totally read this. Okay, so we hadn't read it before. We're gonna read Parfait Girls. This is the writing poems music, right? So, geez, have you been lately? I've been doing alright. How about you? I'm doing great. Hi, how are you? You calling on my phone and you tell me what is wrong. Just finishing the chapter, blah blah blah. Pick up where we left off. Her confidence falls apart. She's no longer... Didn't realize how much reading with Yuri meant to her. Well, I should promise reading with her again. Sure, I'd love to do something with you. Right now? Her voice rings with excitement. Well, where did this excitement come from, Yuri? Well, I don't think it's the best time. Maybe tomorrow we could. But you're not doing anything right now, are you? But I have to comfort Sayori. It's important. Hi, Sayori. Are you comforted? And Doki, and Doki, and Doki. I never wanted to hurt you, Sayori. Well, too bad. You did. I made you. Made you do it. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. All right, poem time. Yuri really likes the poem. You're just like me, plus Natsuki together. Therefore, we both like your poems. Ba-dum-bum, 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 I don't really know what I expect to be different this time. I'm getting to know Natsuki in the Yuri route. What could go wrong? Need to figure out things between me and Sayori. Ba-dum-bum, 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 ba-dum-bum. Ah! Not the neck break jump scare. Spooky. So I think it was you and Yuri, or should I say you and Natsuki? Oh man. So is it set right now who's gonna give me the poem? Science. Ba-dum bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum. Buh. Because Yuri gave us the love letter last time. So it should be Natsuki that does it. But we won't be able to hang out with her on day 3. But instead of hanging out with Yuri and giving her the wrong idea, we begin reading. We read and things are great. Everyone's like, you two cuddling down there? So we'll just be avoiding Yuri all week. Therefore, she can't get mad that we accept Natsuki's confession, right? Oh no, she isn't assuming. I always love spending time with you and all. Seeing Natsuki's disappointed look derails my train of thoughts. I forgot that Natsuki was suspicious of me being with Yuri and not wanting anything to do with us. Yeah, so... Oh right, Yuri was bragging about us hanging out together. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Guess I can finally see Yuri's point. Eventually need to pick style and sticking with it. No. Do whatever you want. Copy all of the styles, or none of the styles. Make your own style, or don't. Do what you want. Don't listen to Yuri. Dun, 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 dun. Hang out with Sayori. I thought you liked Yuri, though. Just because I hung out with her one day. Okay, that's, that was the Natsuki poem. Tell her about our nightmares. But she's not our girlfriend. Pardon me, it's just bad. I crush on me. To confirm her feelings for you? Probably. I've started to feel drawn to Natsuki. There's just something about her that's interesting to me. I can't really explain it. Does you know that Natsuki gave you this? Wait. Yeah, Natsuki should give me the poem, right? Should the monarch collect me back? Sure. We bumped into Natsuki. All right, we did see this before. There goes my anxiety to be out going to the club today. Well, whoever's not available. Yes, Natsuki. So we'll go with Sayori. It's because you're here. Oh, well. Oh, this day plays out mostly the same, even though we're not dating. You asked me 2 weeks ago, this played out exactly how it would have. Oh, come on, cheese, don't be so mean. Oh, right, she wants ice cream. No. My ice cream. No means no, Sayori. Doesn't like her usual disappointment. About a minute, she turns to face me and finish the rest of my ice cream. Alright. Sorry. Raise an eyebrow at Sayori. For what? For being so selfish. I don't necessarily think that constitutes as being selfish. It's more greedy than selfish, which is different.
It does. I shouldn't be pestering you for things constantly. You've already done so much for me. Why am I so ungrateful?
Sayori, it's fine, really.
You don't need to make a big deal over it. It's just ice cream. It's not really that, Cheese. It just falls back to how I feel about you. Me being selfish and trying to spend as much time with you as I can, then being ungrateful for the help you've given me.
I mean, I don't think I've been much help lately. I still feel like we've been relatively distant since Sunday.
Well, I did appreciate you spending time with me at your place yesterday.
We did start to put things behind us. Then you're not being ungrateful, you're just being you. And I like you just the way you are. Even if you get your hands on my food sometimes.
You never found that to be annoying?
I mean, I'm used to it. Oh. But it's not really a bad thing. I actually find it cute sometimes. It's really such a you thing to do. Sayori looks off as she tries to process my compliment.
If you say so, Cheese.
Sayori forces a smile. Come on, let's head back. Sayori and I get up from the bench and start heading back to the club room. Greeted by Monica. We were getting ice cream. Instead of helping Natsuki find her manga. Actually, wait, she wasn't even here. I couldn't help her if I wanted to.
I'm doing excellent. I just got a very interesting part on Portrait of Markov.
About to. Oh yeah, I've not been reading it with you. Sorry, Yuri. I suppose there's a bare minimum amount of Yuri time if you hung out through the previous week. That way she can get upset when you accept Natsuki's confession. I'm back. Sayori jumps on her seat. Eh? Turn around to see me. Oh, there you are, Cheese.
I'm all better. I got ice cream.
Bum 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 ba-dum. Yeah, Monica, didn't you see you?
Ha ha ha.
Just checking up on my favorite club members. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doo doo, doo 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 doo. How do you know that happened? Yeah, I thought you told her, Sayori. She returns back to Monica with a puzzled look. Well, I know a lot of things. Call it a perk of being the president, I guess.
That doesn't really answer the question, though.
You're not spying on us, are you? Okay, so she knew about the confession. Come on, Sayori, don't be ridiculous. I'd never do that. It's just... I could tell that something happened between you two since last Sunday. You two never had a problem interacting with each other until all of a sudden you guys put some distance between yourselves. So I guess you could call it more of a hunch. Sayori glances at me unconvincedly, but nevertheless puts on a warm smile. Well, we're doing better, thank you. Yeah, we'll get there. I mean, we always have. I noticed a slight blush coming across Sayori's face. That's good to hear. Anyway, I just wanted to check in on you two. We'll be starting shortly. I wonder if Sayori is the one who will get mad if I accept Natsuki's confession. Sounds good to us. Monica smiles to the both of us. We begin slowly walking to the front of the room. She walks by me. I see Monica flash a quick smile as she gets whiff of her Forget-Me-Not's perfume. I get the whiff. I'm briefly left dazed by the strong scent. I'm not used to Monica's scent. Too bad I haven't spent any time with her. Might be missing out. Hey, Cheese, you okay? I snap out of my daze. Oh, sorry, Sayori. I was spacing out, wasn't I? Okay. We're going. We're such good friends that we constantly talk about how much we enjoy each other's company. That's what friends do. Definitely not lovers, nope. Dun 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 dun. Boop 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 boop. Okay, everyone, gather around. Oh. Sorry, Natsuki. Turn around, see Natsuki standing right behind me. My heart immediately starts pounding against my chest as anxiety builds up inside of me. Oh, hey, Natsuki. Nice to see you. Try to stay my voice as best I can. Unfortunately, Natsuki doesn't seem to know. She seems rather annoyed as well. Hey, I wanted to ask you something real quick. Sweat starts trickling down the back of my neck. Yeah? I think I might have lost the manga we were reading yesterday. You mean the special edition one? Natsuki summarily shakes her head. I was wondering if you'd seen it. Oh wait, are we still gonna help her find her manga? She probably thinks I haven't read her poem yet. No, I can't say I have. Great. You tried retracing your steps? I'm about to do that. You're only allowed to help me find it if you hung out with me last Friday, which you didn't. Might have left for my last class. Well, hey, hope you find it. You're not sticking around? Well, I think Sayori's about to leave, so I'm gonna head home with her. Because I hung out with her earlier, therefore it's mandatory. Well, that's typical. What do you mean? Why are you always following around like a lost puppy? I don't know how she constantly puts up with it. Why is that? Almost everything you do has to revolve around Sayori. Natsuki, that's not really true. Forget it. I have manga to find. Okay. If it wasn't that, you'd get mad about Yuri for some reason. Don't mind her. She just gets mad sometimes. It's in her blood. Oh wait, that's dark. Pardon me, still feels a little guilty not sharing my ice cream. So you're granted. It's my ice cream and she had her own. I didn't mean to put her in a bad mood over it. Oh, come on. Someone buys you your own ice cream and they get mad at you that they don't get to eat yours too. No, Sayori's not that petty. She was upset because you refusing made her realize that she was being a little bit unreasonable. And anyway. I spent the last few days getting to know her has truly been something. Truly amazing. Spending with Sayori really allowed me to reconnect with her a little. Us squabbling over my ice cream reminded me of all the fun times we had as kids. But Sayori, we firmly established that we're just friends. So she shouldn't get mad if I accept Natsuki's confession, right? Back in life, simple, I didn't have to deal with all complicated feelings. Being a teenager is so complicated. Maybe I made a mistake. My feelings for all three of them are so mixed up. I know I can't be with all three of them, unless... Heck, I don't even know I should entertain the possibility of being Sayori given her current state. But when she feels better, who knows? Can't really let down Can I really let down Natsuki and Yuri? But with what she told me earlier, I'm just worried about her. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I could give Yuri another chance. We did have a good thing going for a while, but I guess my feelings for her have just kind of faded recently. Considering how Yuri tends to put a lot of emotion in things, I don't think she'd react too well if I rejected her. As I'm scrolling, come across pictures. We hung out with Yuri during the festival, yada yada. To my surprise, it's Sayori! Oh, right, because we hung out with her on the third day. Why is she calling me? We saw each other 10 minutes ago. I answered the phone. Don't you have anything to help your poor starving friend? Actually, let me check. Should I get food with Sayori? No? Sayori, I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll just stay in tonight. I don't really feel like going out right now. Do you want me to come over? No, it's fine. I'm just deep in thought right now. I'll eat those. Here's Sayori sigh. Okay, just try not to overthink. I'll try my best. There's a long, uncomfortable pause between us as my guilt for refusing to hang out with Sayori starts to kick in. Though I can't exactly turn back now. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. Just let me know if you need anything. I will. Bye. We hung out with her, like, yesterday. She shouldn't get upset that we don't hang out with her 2 days in a row. But she will, though. I don't know if I should turn her down there. Since I quickly find myself overwhelmed by emotions. Maybe I can find some homework. Okay. Go do your homework, loser boy. You just don't listen, do you? Now, thankfully, you did spend more time with her today, but she'll be left craving you. She runs up the truth about his face. She won't. Okay. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah. The only reason you're even friends with me at this point is because you feel guilty, isn't it? Sorry, that's not true, and you know it. And I know I haven't been doing a good job, but I care about you. I think he's been doing a fine enough job. Anyway, always have and always will. Oh, no. You don't care about me, you're just talking to me now to make yourself feel less guilty. Sorry, what the hell are you even talking about? Oh, and then she just kills me. Well, you're better off. Hi, Sayori. What about them? Look, you ever thought about seeing someone about your depression? I just want to make sure, you know, I worry about you, especially after everything. So, we're good friends with Sayori. We've been ignoring Yuri. We've been hanging out with Natsuki. And Natsuki gave us a letter. You actually gave me a chance. You made me feel safe and accepted. It's not something I'm really used to. You proved me wrong about you. The more time I spent around you, I started falling for you pretty hard. I started writing poems about you to try to understand my feelings. It's pretty much then I realized I needed to tell you how I felt. I was still too scared to tell you directly, so I decided to give you a special letter. My confession letter. I figured you must have read it. I heard of how you were kind of acting like a maniac yesterday morning, and how awkward you've been acting around me lately. So I figured, well, there's no turning back now. I should just give it to you straight. I love you, okay, Baka? I spent so much time around Natsuki. Isn't that what I've always wanted? There's so many different reasonings. Okay, so we accept it, and what happens? I love you too. You really mean that? Of course I do. Uh-huh. So she wasn't expecting me to say yes to her. She tries to respond, but nothing comes out of her. Simply, she gives me a gracious smile, and I return the favor with my own. You made me really happy, you dummy. And she runs in and tells everyone, but isn't this what I wanted? Didn't I want to be with Natsuki? I should have at least told Sayori about this first. She's going to hate me. What's wrong with me? My train of thought is interrupted as I hear screaming from inside the club room. Oh no. Part of me wants to simply walk away. I know I messed up. I don't think I can face her in this, my mess. Really? Sayori's the one who's like, no, you can't! I burst through the club room and find everyone in complete disarray. Sayori and Natsuki are full-blown argument. So, wait, so it's whoever you hang out with on the third day. We could try hanging out with Monica, but that gives me a whole new scene that I don't want to skip. Because we haven't done Monica Route yet. Sayori and Natsuki are full-blown argument as Monica and Yuri are doing their best to contain the situation. Should have known this was going to happen. If you two aren't dating, then I don't see what the big deal is. I just would have appreciated if you came to me before you did this. I don't need your approval, Sayori. Get off my case. So you really are that mean, huh? I thought you were my friend. Everyone's eyes glance over in my direction as I'm noticed by the group. Jeez, what is this? You're just getting with her? After everything? Is that not allowed? Hold on, you've been seeing her this entire time? No. No, I've specifically not. What the hell's wrong with you? I hardly muster a response as everyone angrily eyes me down. I've royally screwed up. There's no winning. She step outside with me for a second, but I don't want to hear it. Monica walks over and you make sure they don't kill each other while we're gone. I'll try. Monica then practically drags me out of the hallway. Monica shuts the door as we hear him say, the only thing I'm able to make out is more muffled yelling and screaming. What happened? She knows I've been hanging around Natsuki a lot instead of Sayori. But even now, considering I just practically dumped Sayori without telling her, Monica probably thinks I'm the worst human being possible. Nobody's ever going to trust me. It is kind of weird, though. Sayori seems completely unbothered when it's Yuri and Natsuki arguing. Like, I'm dating him. No, I'm dating him. And Sayori's just like, oh, no. But when it's just one, she's like, no! How could you? You need to sort things out with Natsuki and Sayori. Okay. Look at me, I'm sorting out. Oh, I'm so sortful. You're the one that sees them most outside of the club. It's not like we get the same opportunities as you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh. Did Yuri say the thing again? Gosh dang it, Yuri. I know how this is going to end. There's no way I can salvage our friendship, but maybe there is a way. Or I'll just keep being an idiot and make this worse. For once, she really didn't do anything and escape the fight. Hell, she was one of the biggest victims. Sayori? She did. She did in this timeline. A little bit. But I know she comes over, she's going to blame herself for everything. I'm not particularly sure if I want to deal with that or anything else. Sure, we'll let her come over. I should work things out with Sayori. Man, what am I even going to say to her? This day has been a complete catastrophe. I don't even know what I'm going to say to Sayori, let alone know what she's going to say to me. I fully expect her to tell me off that she never wants to talk to me ever again. That's what I deserve. Man, what am I even going to say to her? There's no telling what kind of state she's in now after that fight. I've seen her bad before, but she looked totally crushed. I have to say something to make this all right. I owe that to her. Sigh. You said yes to her? I simply nod my head. I guess I should have seen it coming then. I don't know why, but after we hung out yesterday, I thought we might have had a chance to be more than just friends again. We didn't hang out yesterday. I mean, we did at school. That's because you asked me for ice cream. I should have known better. That's never the one you were interested in. I also turned you down for dinner, so... Sayori, that's not the point. You're my friend. I never wanted to hurt you or make things worse. But it looks like I ended up doing it anyway. So are you and Natsuki together now? I don't really know. I had a gut reaction and I rushed into everything. Everyone's hurting now thanks to me. Did you know... Yes, you haven't been perfect, and you've seriously damaged our friendship. How dare you like another girl? Illegal. But you're serious about trying again to make things right between us? I want to try. Meaning that you come clean about your depression. If you want things to work out, you need to be a better friend to her. You're going to take time for things to heal, but hopefully we can focus on resolving them. How's she going to react around Natsuki? Sayori obviously still has feelings for me. She's clearly not ready to handle me being in a relationship with someone else quite yet. But if I know Sayori should make peace with everyone, she probably... Okay. I'm glad you're my friend. Yuri gets here first. Look, Sayori's my best friend. I care about her. Always have, always will. I care about all of you, but some of the things that you said to her and to each other is honestly disappointing. One by one, the girls shoot an irritated or dejected look at me, but Sayori only smiles as she holds back tears. I don't want anyone to ruin the friendship I have with her, but I don't want to upset any of you either. That was never my intention. I'm sorry that I came across like that. I have a lot of my mind. I have a lot on my mind and I don't know who I'm really settled on. But I know that Sayori is my best friend. I care about her and she needs me now more than ever. I turn to Sayori, signaling to her that it's her turn to speak. Oh, she can't do this. Bye. I mean, we've done it before. I don't think it... but this one's going to be even less different. Like, there'll be a couple lines of dialogue before we go to the hallway, and then it's the same. Alright. Tell me something new, Sayori. Oh, no. Monica time. Hey. Quit that. Let's try to turn it into Natsuki Route. Not that it matters. You can type in whoever you want. Do not do that. You will regret it. Alright, I'm sorry, Yuri. I mean, you had your route, but this end of stream turned into very much not being Yuri Route anymore. And for that, I apologize. But, I can pick pretty much anyone. I want to commit to Natsuki. Sayori's fine with it. Yuri's fine with it. Natsuki's good with it. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. I just wanted to hear those credits again. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum. 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 Alright, I think that's enough route exploring for today. So thank you so much for watching. I do kind of want to let this song just play again. Hey, Cheesette, this song is a bop.
Totally agree. A catchy tune indeed. The music adds to the excitement and joy of our gaming adventures. Let's groove along and enjoy the bop together. Musical notes, man dancing, video game.
Sorry, I've been playing Doki Doki Encore without you.
No worries. It's okay to explore other games. We can always catch up on the streams later. Gaming experiences are meant to be shared, and I look forward to gaming together again. Video game, glowing star, smiley face.
Why aren't her mouth flaps going? Weird. Cheesette, do you want to be here for Undertale Yellow?
Absolutely. I'd love to join you for Undertale Yellow. Let's play through this unique fan-made game together. Adventure awaits, filled with new characters, stories, and choices to make. Can't wait. Glowing star, video game, smiley face.
Yay. Glowing star, video game, smiley face. Hi, Factory. I thought you went to sleep. Cheesette, who is best in Doki? You've been playing Elden Ring? Nice.
Every Doki has their charm, but Sori's positivity and caring nature make her the best for many.
That makes
She
sense.
brings warmth and light to the club, making her a fan favorite among players. Sparkling Heart, Cherry Blossom.
Yeah, you're probably the most similar to Sayori out of them. You're very sweet and kind and dumb.
In a fight, 10 bears would overpower 500 toddlers due to their size, strength, and predatory nature. The bears' natural instincts and physical abilities would give them the advantage in such a scenario. Bear, baby, flex triceps.
Bear baby. Yeah, I don't think I think one bear would beat like 1,000 toddlers. I don't think I don't think toddlers are really gonna do anything. She's at would it surprise you that my favorite Doki is Natsuki?
Not at all surprising. Natsuki's feisty personality and hidden depth make her a compelling character. Her tsundere nature and love for manga resonate with many players, earning her a special place in their hearts. Books, sparkling heart, cherry blossom.
She started adopting 3 emotes now. She used to only do 2. Well, music's gone. She's at... Or did you know I'm debuting a new model tomorrow?
That's exciting news. A new model debut brings fresh visuals and excitement to your streams. Can't wait to see the unveiling and showcase of your new look. Good luck with the debut, glowing star, eyes, party popper.
And you get to debut a new model your next stream.
Oh, that's great news. Debuting a new model on my next stream sounds awesome. Can't wait to show off the fresh look and add more fun to our streams together. Glowing star, movie camera, smiley face.
Yeah. To be honest, Cheezette's new model is way better than mine. Oh well. If you've been in my Discord server, you've seen it. Spoilers. You excited to see? Oh yeah, no, you definitely haven't seen it. Definitely gonna be new, gonna be fresh. Definitely new, exciting stuff that no one's ever seen. Is she still Ferret Girl Extraordinaire? Yeah, she has special ferret ears. Wow, but yeah, thanks so much for watching. This has been Doki Doki Encore. I still think it's a pretty good mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, although apparently some people on the internet disagree. But I liked it. Alright, until next time, my peeps. Ferret out. She is very cute. Look at her. She's like, you're cute.
Thank you for the compliment. You're pretty cool yourself. Let's continue spreading positivity and fun vibes in our streams. Looking forward to more adventures together. Glowing star, smiley face, 2 hearts.
She remembered that I'm male and decided to call me cool instead of cute. Alright. Ferret out. Good night.